I'll fucking curse what I want to fucking curse.
Oh, that's a nice. You kiss your mother with that mouth.
No, she's dead. How can I?
Uh,
It
how was your Christmas, Barry?
was good. It's quiet for the most part.
Yeah.
Went up to my sister's on Christmas Eve and I had dinner with her and my brother and their kids. Then I
Anything else?
found out one of them got COVID 2 days later.
Well, what about you?
No, apparently what happened is my brother had my sister-in-law's family over on Christmas Day, and one of them had it and gave it to my sister-in-law.
So
And
you're in the clear, is what you're trying to tell me.
we think so. Me and my sister have been watching. But yeah, we think we are. It hasn't affected Jen, my sister, Matt or me. But that was Christmas Eve. So what is it, 10 days or something? I forget what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm not a doctor.
Mhm. Yes, we know. Thank God a lot of people would be dead if you were.
You had a good time though. You did Christmassy things.
Yeah, we had the Polish dinner, which we're still getting used to, and then we opened the gifts and all that.
Yeah.
We just going to my sister's house trying to park. There was a parade with the who was I think it's the Flyers mascot. They were going around with a marching band and the mascot dancing. It's pretty cool.
That sounds cool.
I forget his name. He's a newer one. Yeah, I forget grungy, something like that. I forget Grady, something like that. I forget.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. And then everybody seemed to like the axe throwing thing we're going to.
The
Was it
axe
like
throwing?
Yeah, that was my Christmas gift to everybody. We're going to go for a 2-hour axe throwing course at the end of November or January.
All those times that you need to throw an axe at something.
I've used axes before. I've
In
thrown
your
a hatchet, but not,
in your in your earlier axe murdering days.
Yes, I do it with a gun. It's quicker and less messy. But
You
in the
don't get the
Appalachian Trail days,
you don't get the same visceral feel, right?
right? It's not the same.
It's just not the same. I need the tactile feeling of something off.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a couple cops around me. They live around me. One of them was Homeland Security, and he has a partner staying with him. So I was walking one day, and I looked down, and next to the partner's tire, the cruiser, is a bullet that's crushed in the middle, but it's still alive. The firing pin wasn't hit, and the lead is still in there. Yeah, so I'm a little worried. I don't have any boxes or anything to put that type of thing in case it goes off. Yeah. So I go up to the neighbor, I say, told him what happened. He came out, picked the bullet up. He said, "Yeah, we got something at the station." And he's like, "I'm gonna bust my partner's ball. This one." And I'm like, "You don't have accountability for these things? I mean, I know in the city the cops do."
Yeah.
He's like, "Nah, not for unless we use it on the line of duty. No, we fire rounds off for practice and all that all the time. They don't really count on that." I was like, "That surprises me." Yeah.
Well, what do you think they should do? Barry, you there? I don't know if I can hear you anymore. Barry apparently has lost all audio, or I've lost my audio. He's muted. I'm going to talk for a while. I had something interesting happen that I'm.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what happened there. The mic just shut off.
Couldn't tell you.
Hmm.
I was we as a family, we like over Christmas break, we were like, oh, my brother and sister-in-law and their two kids, and my wife and I had our two kids. Oh, excuse me. We went and we went and grabbed a um went to the local bowling alley.
Yeah.
The you know
They still have them?
oh,
Nah, I'm kidding. There's a couple around here. There's actually a couple skating rinks too.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, so we went to the thing, to do the thing or whatever, and and I was there just doing my thing as it were, and I got up and and like the people there were nice enough or whatever, but they were like, it wasn't busy. There wasn't a lot of people there. It was really cold, and it had been like a blizzard the day before. So like the place is pretty dead. I mean, like there was like 2 cars parked out front when we got there, and so we had the pick of the lanes, whatever we wanted, kind of thing. And so they were like, it was a little bit difficult, getting them to engage, but for the most part, good customer service, no complaints really. I mean, we had bowling alley food, which is never good, it's bowling alley food, right?
Usually,
No, so I was sitting there, and then I walked in to get to the bathroom or whatever. Like you have to go and you have to like go to I can't even talk. You have to like walk through this little locker room area where like other people like they get their little locker room or whatever, and they're able to have a little spot there where they can put their bowling ball and their gear or whatever. and and so I was like, all right, whatever. And I walked through there, and I saw on this there's a little bench there for people to sit and put your put your shoes on or whatever. And I looked over, and I there was this big metal ring, and on the metal ring there was like a chain, and on the chain there was a padlock, and on the padlock there was this key. And I was looking at it like, what the hell is this thing? And so I just went to the bathroom, and then and my curiosity got the better of me, and I was looking. It's like, okay, so what's the devil? What's the dealio with this thing? I was trying to discover what it was, and I kind of looked at it, and I was like peering at it or whatever, and I was like, well, man, this looks like it looks like a key that would work one of these lockers. And so then there were all these lockers that had like these little stickers on them. It's like, make sure you pay for your locker rental for next season or whatever. And I was like, huh. And I was just sitting there, and I took this little key, and I went to a generic locker, and I tried it, and it opened it up. It was like the master key that was like for all the lockers in this thing. And the thing is, I opened the one locker up, and there was like shoes and a bowling ball. I was like, I just closed it, and I locked it up again. And I was just sitting there, and I was like, and I put the thing down, and I was like, well, I'm sure there's somebody doing maintenance or something. They'll come and grab it. I don't really want to mess with it. So I left. And like 2 hours later, we get done. I go back. The thing is still sitting in there. And I was just staring at it. And I was like, should I say something to somebody? Should I hey, you probably shouldn't want to leave that in there for if somebody else wants to just go and take it and steal it. If somebody just grabbed it and left with it, wouldn't they be worried that somebody would be come back later at some point and use it, and they'd have to redo all the locker keys and things like that. And then I was like, I should go over there and I should turn it in. But then I say, hey, there's this thing in there. It looks like it might be a master key or something. Then if somebody had stolen something, then they're going to look at me like I'm the one who did it. So I was just like, oh, screw it. I'm just going to leave.
Man, you're really paranoid.
Yeah, I know.
Just give him the fucking keys. He lost
it. I was
do the right thing, Lance, like the movie.
I just decided I'm just going to leave that right there, and I'm just going to walk away, and I'm just gonna wash my hands clean of it and move on with my day. So
sometimes you're better off.
Yeah. I'm sure there was some reason it was left there. I don't know what the reason was, but
somebody probably just dropped it. It happens with keys.
But it was like a big, huge, thick metal ring. I mean, the whole contraption like probably weighed 2-3 pounds. It was just like, it was obviously like, oh, so you don't forget this, so you don't like leave it somewhere.
Yeah, but you probably put it down because it's so heavy, then forget you put it down.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave this. But bowling was fun though. I hadn't gone bowling in a long time. I enjoyed it.
20 years. Yeah.
No, I mean, I've definitely I've definitely gone bowling, in the past, right? So it's just like, and I remember I took bowling in college. It was a college class. It was like you had to like as ridiculous as that sounds,
it does just sound ridiculous.
Yeah, so that was kind of neat. It was just kind of like go there and I remember that was like the easiest A I'd ever gotten in my life. But I mean, it was cool. It was but yeah, I mean, I used to be much better at it. I used to work at a bowling alley like 1,000 years ago. My older brother managed a bar called Cactus Jack's that was in a bowling alley. And so for a while I worked for him as a cook in the like just basically a fry cook, short order kind of thing. And it was just one of those things where I did that, and I I got to go bowling whenever I wanted to for free. It was just kind of like one of the perks of the job. So I bowled a lot. I had my own bowling ball, had my own shoes. They're probably still somewhere. Yeah, I know. I was never really any good. I mean, I was okay, Once you figure out the whole put your feet, square up your feet, pull the ball straight backwards, go straight forwards, aim for the arrows instead of the pins. Once you kind of get that basics down, you can do pretty decently for yourself. It's just you gotta, it's just like anything else. It's just you gotta practice.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Other than that, man, you get anything cool for Christmas?
I got a new recliner.
Are you sitting in it right now?
Is.
That's pretty cool.
I think I fixed my car. We'll see.
What was wrong with your car?
Jen was driving about I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, and the check engine light came on.
Ooh, what was wrong?
I think it is the purge canister valve. We'll see. It was throwing up O2 sensor codes, but it was throwing up both branches of the O2 sensors at the same time. So I knew it was something else. I believe it's the canister. We'll see.
Yeah.
There is going to be the gas tank seal. Basically, what had that valve stops gas from dumping into your car, into the engine. So what'll happen is it'll throw up, the O2 will read it as reading rich, so it's just dumping all the fuel into the system and then purging it all through the exhaust. That's what the O2 monitors, the exhaust going from front and behind the catalytic converter. So, I just had to trace it back. I'm surprised I actually found it though. It's been a while since I worked on a car. Yeah.
Well, aren't you just proud of yourself?
Yeah, but I'm just glad it was easy to get to.
Yeah. It was like the 22nd or the 23rd. I was out shopping with my son, and I went over to a store, and I had my dog in the back of the car, of the pickup, and it's a 4-door pickup. And I had rolled the window down a little bit so she could poke her nose out. It was actually unseasonably warm. It was like above, it was like 38 degrees. And so it's just kind of nice, just being out and about. And then at some point, like she'll occasionally hit the button, by accident. So actually the window had rolled all the way down. I was like, that's fine, whatever. She's really good about that. She's not going to jump or anything. But then we got to the place we were going to, and the window wouldn't go back up. And I was just like, you son of a God bless America. I was making up words. And I went and checked the switch is fine, everything else, it's just the motor's dead.
Yeah.
And of course it's down. And so then I got home and I called, there's this one place I go to have my car like fixed. It's just the guy that it's the place I go, and I was like, cool. And I went to this place or whatever, and I was like, and I called them up and they're like, yeah, hey, what time do you close? And they're like, close in a half hour. I was like, cool. Do you think maybe you could take a look at my car tomorrow? And they were just like, oh. And I was like, what's this stuff? And it was just like, yeah, we're like shut down until like next week. And I was like, son of a biscuit. So
rip the door open.
So needless to say, I basically took a giant trash bag and put it over the window so I could keep the snow out, because we got a bunch of snow, of course. So just, you know what, man? It's just like, it was one of those things where if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I got that sitting out there.
Yeah, I'm just pissed off. Mine needs an inspection. This is holding me up. That's why I gotta wait for it to go 200 miles to make sure this doesn't reset.
Yeah.
The inspection's due at the end of the week. Yeah, I don't think I want to make it.
Cars, man.
I know.
Cars just drive you crazy.
No, I can't complain with this. This has been pretty good. This is the first thing other than I had to replace the brakes and battery, but that's the usual shit. I did have to replace the radiator.
The radiator
fan.
The radiator.
Yes,
it's so rad. It's so rad, that radiator.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ruff.
The radiator. Rad, dude. It's a radiator. Anyway, go ahead. I'm making fun of you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did have to replace the radiator fan because it was throwing my air conditioner it was causing my air conditioner to cause the car to overheat, which was fun figuring out. But other than that, I haven't really had anything wrong with it. It's got 100 and I think it's 15 now. Yeah. Which is actually pretty good. I've had it 7 years now. Wow, that is good.
That is good.
Yeah. I'm bad with, well, I don't drive up to Philly anymore, but that other car I had 5 years, I put 135,000 miles on it.
That was when you were a drug runner, right?
Yes. Drug run to Philly.
Stranger Things, man.
I got police reports showing I got shot at too. I actually do. A derailment. It wasn't drug running. It was a derailment. The truck got shot at. I just happened to be in it. Yeah.
Well, how did that work out? Somebody just took a shot at you because why? Because you pissed them off?
No, we were out in West Philly on a derailment. I think it was one of the trolleys. Yeah. Or the sub-elevated thing. And it had to be a trolley. It was off, so we went to go put it back on the track. And there was just a drive-by as we happened to be unloading, and we got real lucky because a board came within 3 inches of one of the settling tanks, which would not have been good. Yeah. So the truck got a few bolts in it. Me and Malik got out unscathed. Yeah.
You and who?
Malik, my boy who died last year, killed himself.
Oh, well,
I
that
worked with him for
sucks.
a while. Yeah. But he we got out on the skis. Just a little shook up. Yeah. It wasn't the last time we got shot at on that damn trade either. I actually asked him for hazard pay one time.
Um, what was I going to say to you?
I don't know. I got some bad news about Jamie Key guy's esophagus cancer.
Oh God, no.
And it's pushing down on one of his lungs. He's in the hospital now. He's still going through shit to figure it all out. But I just found that out today. Don sent me a Facebook thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I hope he recovers well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all right. I mean, that sucks.
I know he's been having respiratory problems for a while. They finally figured it out, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that sucks. I like Jamie.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah. Okay, guy. Yeah.
I haven't seen him forever, but
Neither have I. 3 years.
is do they still do the podcast? Not, I mean, I'm so horrible. I don't know, right? I mean, it's just I haven't been paying attention or whatever.
I believe they did up until recently because James in the hospital, obviously. I believe they did, and they had some like backup video stuff and all that. But he was actually talking about the Kickstarter earlier. I didn't read all of it because I was in the middle of something, but he wants to get back in fulfilling the Kickstarter. He just ended, I guess. So yeah, they're still doing the podcast and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to go up there and see him, but the COVID and all that, I'm just gonna stay back. I'll text him or something later tomorrow. Yeah.
well, that sucks. I hope he's okay.
No, he's young, so I think he'll be all right. He's I believe he's the same age as me. He might be a year older. We're around the same age though. I think I'll be all right.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. Gotta look at the positive side, right? Especially when you're in a situation like that. That hospital will drive you nuts, I know.
Yeah.
But he's got his spirits up, you know.
Have you talked to him?
Just through Facebook. I haven't spoke to him personally. Yeah. I don't know if he can talk. I didn't even because of the esophagus stuff, you know. I don't know if they got him on a trach or not. I didn't ask too much about what, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, like I said, I mean, he's a good guy.
Yeah. But
I mean, I just always remember like they had the secret cabal get together all the time, and that was always fun going to that. And,
yeah.
Yeah, that just sucks. Well, thanks a lot, man. It's like just like all you get is bad news. You got any good news you can share with me?
Grievances about people who fuck you over every week. This is important to somebody I care about.
I understand.
And I figured you liked him too. I know we met Scott once. I was there when we met Scott at Origins. At the hangout, actually. The cabal get together there.
Yeah, totally.
I forget the bar. The name of the bar.
Kabuki Kid said, I read a post from Jamie. I think he can talk. He's just staying in the hospital and thinking of this O2 situation still.
Yeah.
Chad Roberts says he hopes the best for him. Well, thanks, Chad. I was under the impression he'd be like,
fuck him.
Fuck that guy. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I mean, got any plans for New Year's? You know, just hunker down, stay put.
I think so. I'm gonna wait to see this COVID shit. I got a home test I could take, but we might have the neighbors over for a game night. I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting to see. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're gonna go. There's a place called, it's just called Billiards, and it's just a bar slash, rent a pool table for a few hours kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna go there with my brother and sister-in-law again. So that should be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we usually don't. Jen usually works the next day, so she's got going at like 1 or 2 in the morning sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. She can't be a layabout like you.
No. Although I think she's off this year. Yeah, she is. But like I said, this COVID thing with my brother, my sister-in-law, I want to just make sure first before we interact with anybody. Yeah. And my neighbor actually got it too. The cop I was telling you about, the homeland security guy.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him. Yeah, or the wife, but she's on the mend now.
She's on the mend, huh?
Yeah, she's got it from some kids. So she's a teacher or something to do with a school. She might be in administration. I don't really remember, but she got it from one of the kids. She said. It's that time
You've been
of the
taking
year.
care of yourself, keeping yourself out of.
Yeah. Anytime I go out, I wear a well, if I'm going to a store or something. If I go outside all the time, but I keep my distance from people. Yeah.
Well, you just avoid people because you hate them.
That too. I'm not a people person.
No.
One-on-one, all right. I don't like masses of people. Yeah. It's just too much drama usually.
I've been dealing with a lot of people. Like, it's like one of the things that we'll end up doing a lot is we will, when we like shut down a campaign, like we're done. It's like we've fulfilled this, we're done with it, we're good to go. I'll do a final post that basically says, hey, look, this campaign's over with. We're not gonna touch this anymore. We're not gonna have anything to do with it. If you have any questions, you can email us. We're not gonna actively monitor the campaign anymore, that kind of thing. And it's like immediately after I do that, I always then, it's like everybody who didn't fill out their pledge manager like contacts me and they're like, oh, it's like I never got my game. And it's like, yeah, you've got $100 in credits sitting in game found. You never finalized your order. I mean, that's the reason why. It's just, and I'm not, it's like, and then they're always like, well, can I still get the game? And usually in the most situations, it's like easy. You can just say, okay, well, yeah, you're in the US, we'll get you the game. No big deal, right? And then, so, but if it's in like the EU, like we're out of the game. I mean, usually like 9 times out of 10, we don't have any more copies sitting in a warehouse in the EU just because it's not. And then they're always just like, well, it's like, yeah, well, you want us to send this 10-pound game from our warehouse in St. Louis, it's going to cost us $70 to send this to you. Well, that's ridiculous. It's like, well, you didn't fit it. And then it's always, well, I never got a single email. It's like, I mean, I understand. I get it. I mean, it's just like, I personally like resend emails to people constantly saying, make sure you fill this out. Make sure you fill this out. And, but yeah, it just stinks. And I understand they get upset. They're like, I back this. I still want the game. But as soon as I do that, I'm always just like, and here come the people, they're going to be like, so this is, if this is a, this is a word to the warning to anybody, monitor your campaigns. Like one day, like out of every week, I go through all of my outstanding Kickstarters that haven't been delivered to me, and I go look at the last update and see if there's something new there that I need to pay attention to, that I need to be aware of. And that you'll save yourself so much heartache if you do that, and to make sure that you don't end up in a situation where it's like, oh, I've totally lost like I lost out on my thing, and it's just like, or it's like, and the thing is we can't even really, and they're like, well, I want a refund then for the pledge, and it's like, well, yeah, but we made the game for you, plus Kickstarter took a fee, so it's like we can only give you 70% of your money, and so it's like, oh, well, you gave us $80. I can't give you $80 back because, I mean, we paid the money to make the game, and we gave Kickstarter a percentage of that money that we never even saw. Kickstarter took 5% of the money that you pledged right off the top, and it's just like, so just, I mean, I get it. I understand why you're annoyed, but it's like, I don't know, just pay attention.
Oh, people don't
Monitor what's
read.
going on. Well, I mean, and I get it, especially people who back a lot of stuff, right? Or people that don't back a lot of stuff and they're unfamiliar with the whole pledge manager process. Like, I mean, it's just, I mean, I've had to, like with the Ragnaroks, I've had to walk quite a few people through, by the way, Ragnarok's Game Found late pledge closes on January 5th, so make sure you get in while the getting in's good if you still want to. But no, and it's just like, yeah, I get it. I mean, it stinks, and it's just like, and I had to, you had to go here, you log in, you get this stuff, you do this thing, check your spam folder, check your promotions folder, check check all the other folders that it could possibly be. Just, I don't know. It's just it's rough. I get it. Like I said, I understand. I understand people being annoyed that they can't get their game. I've been in that boat. I mean, for stuff where you're just like, this is ridiculous. Why don't I have my thing anymore? But what are you gonna do? Did you see one of the Sadler brothers? I can't remember if it's Brady or Adam, is leaving Blacklist Games and going to work for Lucky Duck.
Oh no, I did not see that. Yeah. Why is this? Did they say, or?
I walk here with trepidation because I don't want to do a supposition here, but it's one of those things where they said that it was he wanted to be back doing more of the he wanted to be developing games again more than like being involved in like the grunt work of keeping stuff together, right? So it was one of those things where, and this was an opportunity. Now, of course, if you go on the internet, there's a lot of people saying a lot of things about Blacklist Games, about how they might be financially in trouble right now, which who knows if that's true or not. I have no idea. It's just, and I don't want to throw any aspersions in any way to try to assume that it's this, that, or the other thing. But no, it's a rough situation that they're in. It's just like they're trying to if they have to make capital so they can pay QML so they can get their games out of the QML warehouse and deliver games to people. I don't know. And less said about that, the better. I don't like jumping up and down on the end of somebody's bed and trying to guess what's going on when I really have little clue exactly what is going on. It's just better to just hope for the best for all of them, and that everything works out just fine. And
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
there's
do you think that somebody will try and bring up a lawsuit for this container shit going on?
I don't. What are you gonna sue him for? I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will try. I'm just curious.
if you could show that they are that there's like some sort of collusion going on, or
Yeah,
if you could show that there was any sort of like
they're
if
holding it over there on purpose or something.
well, yeah, like if it's one of those things, but the thing
Yeah,
is that it's like if everybody's working together to just basically say, yeah, this is how much it costs, there really isn't much you can do. You
yeah,
want to, and that's the whole thing. So it goes to the argument that people could have collusion on things where, um, you'd have situations or whatever where, they would, um, like with placing bids, for
yeah.
services or whatever, and then like if all the people that are placing the bids get together and they all talk and they say, oh well, you know what, you can have this one and you can bid whatever for that, and then give me this one, and then you know this thing, it's just like, so yeah, it's just like there's situations like that where you definitely can have a world where um people could screw things over for you.
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying that. I'm saying I'm sure somebody somebody an atheist sued NASA because of the Gemini program playing the
well, but
Christmas song.
but
Somebody will figure out a way to sue.
that's
Yeah.
somebody who has too much money to on their hands,
Yeah.
and there's a lawyer who's just like, yeah, I'll take your money, fine, whatever, because they have some sort of like uh um what's what we're looking for here, it's you know they they it's the principle of the thing,
Yeah.
it's like, I want to make sure that that I know that that I know that you're up to no good, and blah 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 blah. It's just like, that's what that is. It's just
And I'm
somebody.
sure, like I said, somebody will do the same here. I'm sure. Just yeah. We'll see.
No, and that's just, it's just, things are dumb like that.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? Again, what are you gonna do?
Okay.
What you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild on you?
Trying to think. Somebody. I know it wasn't wrestling. Never mind. It was KRP in Cincinnati. The hell was his name?
WKRP in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, WKRP.
It's a shame they can't replay that in reruns
They can't?
because of the music.
No, I've definitely heard it. I've definitely seen WKRP on a streaming or something somewhere. I'm almost
On a
positive.
streaming service.
I'm almost positive.
That's why it never went on TV because of the copyrights on the music.
I just remember it was Johnny Fever and Venus Flytrap. That's what I enjoyed the WKRP in Cincinnati.
I did from what I remember of it. I didn't ever go back on it.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
I just thought that because I was listening to. There's a guy here called Pierre Robert. He's been on terrestrial radio for like 30 or 40 years now. It's been a while. And he was just one of the guys on there just passed away, and they were talking about it on that. I can't remember the guy's name now.
Les Nessman?
I think that was I think that was the character. I'm trying to remember his name now.
I just remember the when like they had like it was like Les Nessman with the news or something like that. And he came in and Johnny Fever was sitting there, and he came in, and they said, and he was like, and in the world of sports, he said, or something like that. And then he started talking about the world of sports, and it's like at the so and so, US Open, like golf open or whatever, golfer Chai Rodriguez, like something, and like, and then Johnny Fear like pokes his head up. He's like Chai Rodriguez. He says it like 3 times, and finally, like, Johnny Fever like leans over and he's like, it's Chichi Rodriguez. And Les Nesbitt looks at him and he's just like, and there's this pause. Chai Rodriguez ended up winning the. he commits. He doesn't change his mind. He just keeps going. I enjoyed the fact that he didn't break character, if you will. And I remember there was the episode where there was the rival radio station that had the pig for their and then they needed their own, so they had the carp. They had a fish, WKRP, and so they had a guy walk around in a carp outfit. I forget what it was, but yeah. No, good stuff.
Good stuff.
They dubbed out the copyrighted music, they said. That was like the longest thing forever for the Wonder Years, was the music, was the reason why
they remade that. The Wonder Years.
The Wonder Years?
They remade it, with from a black perspective. I think it was ABC.
No, I didn't.
I think I saw it on Hulu. So yeah, it would have to be ABC.
I mean, I believe you, but I mean, I didn't catch that one. I don't have normal TV, so
Yeah, I saw it on Hulu. That's why I'm saying it's probably through ABC or Disney. Yeah, whoever makes that. But yeah, I haven't sat down and watched it yet. We've been watching Kin lately.
What?
Kin, it's on AMC. It's the guy who played Daredevil from Netflix. He plays in it, and
yeah.
the guy from Game of Thrones, the guy who played Littlefinger, not Littlefinger. Yeah, Littlefinger.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's in it. It's about an Irish mafia type deal.
Okay.
And they're going to war with another, mob. We're about 4 or 5 episodes into that.
Yeah, whatever, Matt. We're awake. Back off, Kabuki. You're so smart. You can get in here and join us if you think we're not awake. I tried, mind you, to get into Banshee, which somebody told me was good.
I tried to do it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that show just, I mean, it a snail's pace. Why have something? Why tell me about something in 10 words when you can do it in 70? It's just like, can something just? I don't know. It was just, it's one of those things where just nothing happened.
I couldn't get into it either. We tried a couple when it first came out years ago. We tried a couple, and then on Showtime, we couldn't get into it.
Yeah, I was not impressed. So
I don't have Showtime. I want to see how that new Dexter turned out, but I haven't really heard anything about it.
Well, that seems so ridiculous to me too. I mean, like, how is Dexter alive? I mean, just like, I don't know.
Well, he was lost in the storm, so it could have went either way. Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Howdy.
Who moved the rock?
I'm not going to be on for long because my family wants to watch Shang-Chi. But I felt bad because I haven't been on for a while, so I wanted to come in and say hi.
Well, I appreciate you joining us, Chris. How have you been? How was the Christmas and stuff?
It was good. It was pretty low key. We've had a bunch of rain here, so not a lot going on in terms of outdoor stuff. But yeah, no, it was fine. And then happy 50th birthday? Is that right?
Yeah, it was. And why weren't you at the football game, man?
Because I'm pretty sure they have me on the no-fly list.
So you're telling me that if you went to Viking Stadium, if you called them up and said, "Hey, I'm going to be in Minneapolis, St. Paul. I think it'd be really cool could I come and, could I, can you get me a ticket to a game?" You don't think the front office would get you one?
I think they probably would. I think enough time has passed that they'd be okay with it. But
Chris
yeah, yeah, right. Who are you?
Yeah,
Sir, we have told you before, please stop calling this number.
maybe they'd let you blow the Galler horn or
Oh,
whatever.
jeez. I'd have to bend over and pull down my pants and
Well, no. Have you seen that? There's like they get a.
Oh yeah, no, they have like old players come in. I follow Brian Robeson on Twitter. We're still fairly good friends, and I think he got to go back and do that. I want to say it was. I don't think it was this year. I think it was last year.
Former defensive end Brian Robinson.
Yep, former defensive end with the famous fishing sack celebration.
That's right. He would, and then he'd look and he'd see it. If it was too small, he'd throw it back, or if it was big enough, he'd tuck it. He'd tuck it.
Yep.
Down. Oh, those. He had a couple good years.
Yeah, no, he was good. He was so I think the thing everyone called him B-Rob because like he wasn't really a Brian kind of guy. But it was funny. He was much more intelligent than you would expect from a like redneck Texas defensive end player. Like he's a really smart guy.
So you say.
Well, I mean, from what I've experienced, but I could always be wrong.
Cool. Other than that, man, you've been good. Hey, Matt.
Hey guys,
How are things in Canada?
things are great. It's actually not too cold. I'm thinking about going for a run tomorrow, so it's not too bad.
I looked this morning when I checked the Weather Underground website. The forecast for today in Minnesota was bitterly cold. Was the word usage? Bitterly cold.
That's funny.
I chuckled mightily when I saw that. We had a high of -5 today.
Ooh,
Fahrenheit.
spicy.
It's 24 right now here.
What's the real number, Matt? Not this Celsius nonsense.
No, it's 24 Fahrenheit here. Fuck, if it was 24 Celsius, I'd be like in my shorts.
Yeah.
Right. It's time to go to the beach.
Yeah.
It's -4 centigrade here.
Centigrade. Yeah.
It
was,
yes.
50s.
Lance, in board game news, I played Wingspan, your favorite game. Really enjoyed it because my winning strategy was to get a whole bunch of birds that shit up the river and got me a bunch of points, and I won the game because I got victory points because they created more birds by shitting in the river all the time.
Nice.
So, from a thematic standpoint, I enjoyed that game. But and then my brother got me Terraforming Mars for my birthday, and then the Ares expansion, which is not really an expansion. It's more just a streamlined version of the initial base game. But I think both are pretty cool. I've been playing them with my kids, and they've been really enjoying them. So that's
I haven't played it.
it's fun.
Oh, and by the way, Lance, Banshee
Yeah.
is awesome.
Man, I gave it 3 episodes and nothing was happening. I was just like, I was just sitting there praying that something.
And this is coming from Lance.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's a slow burn at first, but once you get into it.
Yeah, but I hate things like that. Oh, once you get into it, then it's like no.
But I mean, it didn't take me long to get into it though. Like even by 3 episodes, I was in.
Why do you have to get into something? I mean, I'm like always just I mean, I don't know.
But have you not started a book where it was like, and then kind of 3 or 4 chapters, and you're like, holy shit, this is really getting good.
No, because I stopped reading a book if it isn't any good.
Really?
Yeah. What, I
Yeah,
mean,
for me, if a book doesn't grab me in the first like chapter, then I'm very unlikely to continue reading it.
Yeah, I'll give it 2 or 3. But yeah,
The first chapter of Sanderson's whole Stormlight Chronicles was like
Oh,
that.
the Way of Kings.
Yeah, it was like that for me. I'm like, I'm not really getting this kind of thing. And I was kind of, I mean, I was probably wasn't concentrating on it
Yeah.
completely, but
Well, it also has like 3 prologues.
I know. And that
Was
was
it?
it, right? It was this whole thing where all the guys were like putting their swords and everything. Like,
Yeah.
what is this? I didn't, and then it kind of switched back and forth from different times. And you're like, what
Yeah.
is going on? But
Yeah,
One
that's
of
one
the-
worth getting into.
it is, yeah, for sure.
So one of the worst books I ever read, and I read through the whole thing because it had a couple of cool ideas. There's an author by the name of Stakely, and I forget what his first name is, and he's got basically 2 books that he's written more than 2, but he's got 2 books that people reference as like books that are worth reading.
Is it
And-
Armor and the Vampire one?
Yeah, Armor and Vampire. And
Yep.
Armor has a fabulous idea for it. But like quite literally, as I was reading through Armor and I was kind of just going through the whole thing and reading the book and everything like that, you get about halfway through the book and it's just basically it's like literally like you get like literally 250 pages through a book as you're sitting there reading about this guy in this suit of armor, like going down onto this planet and fighting this endless war and talking about all these trials and tribulations. And spoiler alert, the thing is that like there's a lottery system to pick who has to go down and fight, and every single time he has to go. And so
There's a glitch, so it always picks him.
because the glitch is because he was part of the very first drop, and they thought everybody had died from the very first drop, and he was the sole survivor. And
so he just keeps getting included.
So they just keep including that number just because. And then there's this one moment where everybody's like eating their gruel or their paste or whatever, and somebody says, "Yeah, I've survived 3 drops." And everybody's like, "Wow, that's amazing." And then somebody goes, "I've survived 7." Everybody's like, "Oh my god!" And finally, like he's in there and he goes, "I've survived 39." You know, and it's just like, and everybody's just like, "That's impossible. There's only been 39 drops." And he's like, "Yup." You know, and it's just like. You know, and then so you go through this whole story and you're like, oh my gosh, they drop that giant bombshell on you that this is why this guy's got such a hellish life. And you're like, oh my gosh, next chapter. And then the next chapter is like, the space pirate so-and-so flies through space. You're like,
it's literally Monty Python. And now for something completely different.
I remember when I was reading the book, I actually stopped and I flipped back. I was like, did I miss something?
I did the exact same thing.
Did somebody just give me like did they put the wrong book in for the other half?
Did they forget pages? Like is the page number right?
Yeah, I was just it was literally, it was just jarring.
Yeah, it's a great book though. It's fantastic.
No, Armor's really
and
good.
it does end up tying together at the end.
It does.
But yeah,
I
that
was on
tonal
a-
shift is just woof.
I was on a beach in Cuba for vacation one winter, and
Oh.
I'm reading something, and I can't remember what book it was. I think it was like a Reacher book or something. And I get to this chapter, the new chapter. I'm like, I swear to God, I've read this before. Like 30 pages were duplicated from earlier in the book.
Oh, really?
Not inserted, but replaced 30 other pages.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was a little miffed, so I ended up going on my phone. It must have been Mexico because I couldn't get a service in Cuba like that. So I must have I went on my phone, I downloaded the PDF, and I read the pages I was missing, and then got back to my book.
That's rough.
Well, it took me like I was half in the bag, and it took me like 15 minutes or 20 minutes to realize what was going on.
Is the Matrix glitching?
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, it's reading books for pleasure. I remember when I used to do that a lot.
Yeah, I don't have time to read anymore. I just listen to books in my car.
I used to do that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember driving to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and it was like 3.5 hour trip, and I did a lot of reading books or listening to books on my cassette. Stop at the Moorhead Public Library on the way out of town and grab something to listen to, so I can listen to it on the way down there.
Yeah. Now
Everything's on Audible, right? So
yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've been really into this podcast
Amazon.
lately called The Crazy One. It's this creative professional that just talks about leadership and creativity and stuff. It's really awesome. Not just for designers or whatever, but
it
for
sounds
anybody.
amazing.
Is it crazy?
Not so crazy.
Not so crazy. Yeah, I don't know. What was I gonna say? Oh, you mentioned I was just thinking about this, and I was like, you mentioned like you're reading a book, and it's like this sounds like the same book I read. How many people have and this is only people that get a ton of games, but like you end up purchasing a game that you already owned because you forgot that you owned it. I think it's just, I've done it with an expansion.
No.
I've done it with an expansion before. Like when I was like, I
have done it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, wait, I already own this expansion. Because go ahead.
I was gonna say I haven't done that with games. I've done that with books. There's been a couple I think Peter F. Hamilton books where I was like I've been at the bookstore and I'm reading the back. I'm like, oh, this sounds really cool. Like I should read this. And I get it and I bring it home. I'm like, wait,
I have read this.
Wait, I have read this. Oh, this is really, damn it. Which is weird because like I usually remember like all the books that I've read. Like once I see, the back cover, I'm like, oh, okay, this is the plot. Like this is what happened. This is everything. And so it's really rare for me to buy a different book for whatever reason. Like with him, I bought his books a couple times.
Not so bad when you're at like a thrift store and they're like a couple of bucks each. But when you're at like an actual new bookstore, you're like $15,
when you're at Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, here's $20 you're not seeing again. Oh man.
The thing about that is
paperback. Trade paperback.
When you
I haven't bought a book in so long. I don't know.
Being at Barnes and Noble is like it'll when it eventually goes under, and which I think everybody is just stunned that it's still a thing.
Yeah.
But when and if, just because most people
mortar stores are going under.
Yeah.
Yeah. In general.
Yeah, we don't have Barnes and Noble here, so.
What do you have? What's your equivalent?
Our equivalent's something called Indigo. Used to be called Chapters. And it's same kind of thing.
Well, and the other thing that sucks, at least from my personal standpoint, is like it used to be the sci-fi fantasy section at Barnes and Noble was like aisles. Like it'd be legit 3 or 4 aisles of sci-fi fantasy. Now it's like a shelf.
Yeah.
It's just
it's still huge at ours. I mean, which is the reason why I'll still go there. I mean, and it's
that's good to hear.
What's yours, Chris? Young adult?
Yeah, and it's freaking young adult, teen, and then
young adult. What is it? It's there's actually ever since like the Twilight books, it's called like young adult, like sci-fi. There's like a young adult like mystery or something like that, which is where all like
specific genres.
The Twilight, the Twilight, or at least there was, just for every single Twilight clone that came out. A
whole shelf for glittery vampires.
Yep.
Oh. It worked for her. She made her money.
I mean, I guess as long as it gets kids reading, can't complain.
Yeah, that's true.
Just wish it was slightly better.
I was big into the Piers Anthony novels when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, the Xanth ones.
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
I think so.
He's got to be 1,000,000 years old.
Yeah, I haven't seen any reports of his death.
Reports
we're greatly exaggerated. Although I gotta say I really like
87 years young, still alive.
Yeah, 87 years young. I liked the Xanth ones, but I really liked the was the Incarnations of Immortality. I thought those ones were really cool. It was it was a 7-book series written from kind of like the personification of like natural forces. So the first one was death.
Oh,
Then
neat.
there was Mars, which was war. I think they had fate in there somewhere. There was time was one of them. Like those ones were pretty interesting. I really like those ones. I don't know how well they hold up nowadays, but I remember as a kid being just absolutely enthralled by them.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that and Dragonlance for me when I was growing up. That was
Dragonlance was
kind
great.
of captured my interest. I had the novels. We played the D&D modules, and the Heroes of the Lance game from my Amiga, which was really bad.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I remember one of the things I remember Pierce Anthony wrote a essay about so you want to become a writer or something like that.
Don't do it.
And then one of the first things, and admittedly, this is a I mean, this is not the pronouns here are poor, but he said one of the first things he said was first things first, he said, get a wife. And because you're gonna need her income if you're going to be trying to become a writer.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the concept still holds. It's very, you're very fortunate if you can make writing your day job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Or play in the CFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I think there was a thing where it said something like him and his wife, like she said, you can try to be a full-time writer but you need to sell like one book in the first year of attempting to do it. But if you don't, then you have to give up on the idea of being a writer forever. And then he got like some like short story or something put in an anthology. And right at the precipice of the end of the year, and so then he got to continue.
Technically correct.
The best kind of
the
correct.
best kind. Oh man! All right, well, I gotta head out because I gotta go watch Marvel superhero movies with my kids.
Okay. All right. Well,
I can talk books forever. I will be here next Wednesday. I promise. I will be here.
Oh, Joe.
Cool.
Something to look forward to.
Well, good to see you, Chris. No, seriously though, work on getting us those box seats at a Vikings game next year.
Yeah, the check's in the mail.
They'll have a special seat for you, Lance.
Yeah,
your Cloise friend, okay.
And the Gallarhorn and whatever.
Why is this outside of the stadium? This is strange.
Why am I on the roof? The roof. I'm sorry.
The roof. Yeah.
The roof.
All right. Take care. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Chris.
Yep. Happy New Year's. See you guys in 2022. Hopefully it's better.
Yep. Yeah. No, what was it? I was gonna say Book of Boba Fett launched today.
Yeah, it was good.
It was good. And the Ray Harryhausen stuff at the end was pretty awesome.
The what?
The Ray Harryhausen, like the classic stop motion animation stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was like, I mean, I was like, yeah, that's as soon as the thing shut up, I was talking to my son, and I was like, yeah, that's the Kraken. And I was just like, but like the head and everything looked exactly right out of Clash of the Titans. And I was just kind of like, it was cool. It was a nice nod.
Yeah.
And good for them. Good for them.
I like the way they treated his survival. It was neat.
Yep. That was good. I thought that was really well done.
Yep.
And because that's almost canon to how they described how it happened in like the books, like actual novels.
Oh, I haven't read those. So
there was some really weird wackadoo stuff that was going on, but the same kind of thing where it's like, using the rocket packs and the flamethrower and stuff like that was able to, like, it was kind of a weird thing. They didn't touch on some of the more really weird stuff that they did, because there was like this storyline that like the Sarlacc, when it absorbed the people that it killed, like it got their consciousness as well, and so like he starts like having telepathic conversations with these people and that had been absorbed by the Sarlacc, and they give them tips and hints on how to escape and stuff like that. So obviously they didn't touch on that at all, but
I really enjoyed this doesn't really give a spoiler away, but the updated music in the cantina.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
the like basically remix.
Yeah, it was excellent. It was really good.
And then that was like that, and the lady who ran it, I was like, I recognized her, and then I saw, was that Jessica Biel's?
It was, yeah.
Okay, because I saw the name come up, and I was like, I know her from somewhere.
From Flashdance.
Yes. So
He was also on SWAT when it first came back on the air.
did you find it weird that like I mean basically they had the people that were like I can't think of the name of the alien with the big giant lobes and stuff like that. The fact that they were like talking like perfect English and stuff, it was a little bit
The Twi'lek, yeah.
Yeah, Twilight, it was a little jarring for me, right?
It was. His voice really kind of like, that doesn't sound right, because especially when the dude from Jabba's dude had such a thick Eastern European accent.
Yeah,
but I guess, I mean, who's to say that they don't have different regions that have different dialects, right?
True.
Yeah, no, so that was weird because it was like, because when you went before, with this, it's just like they didn't speak like perfect basic, which was the language or whatever, and it was like, and then I was like, there is something that always like bothers me, and this isn't, and I understand you do it because of appearances and make things look cool and stuff like that, but it kind of goes back to the whole thing. Like, I remember when I was actually reading about like actual ninjas, like ninja clans were a real thing, and I remember I was reading about exactly what they did, and it was just like ninjas didn't dress all in black and cover their faces. They dressed like a peasant who was walking right next to you, who then stabbed you in the heart and then ran into an alleyway. I mean, that was like they didn't dress up. And so when the assassins show up, all like 8 of them, all dressed up in the exact same, we all have the same suit on, and here we go. It's just like, why are you all like basically saying we're all together here to kill you?
So kids know that they're on the same side.
I know, but it's just so ridiculous. It just it's like Jerry Seinfeld had that bit for a long time ago where he said it's like whenever you have somebody who was like, if it's a man from the future, like here comes the future, they're all wearing a single color full bodysuit. That's what we're all going to wear in the future. We're not going to wear normal clothes or anything like that. Oh well. What are you?
I went and saw Spider-Man the other night.
So did I. Yeah.
I gotta go see that with my son. I'm trying to figure out a time that we can go and do it. No spoilers, no nothing.
No, are you a crier at all?
Why? I mean, did you see me stub my toe earlier?
No, I'm just like, I wish I had a box of tissues. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not Canadian, so I'll probably be fine.
It was a good movie.
But so I went to the I wanted to get out of the house for a bit and let Giselle kind of have some alone time and stuff. And I went to the VIP we have here, which is like they can bring meals to you and stuff. I've never been to this theater before. And I don't know how they do it in the States, but when I book a seat, 2 or 3 seats around me in all directions gets blocked off.
Oh, nice.
So there's social distancing in the theater. So basically there was 12 people in the theater watching this movie. And I get there and I'm like, okay, it's 4:00. My movie's at 5:15. I haven't had a stitch to eat yet. I'm going to grab some popcorn and a drink and go in. I'm sorry, sir, there's no eating or drinking in the theater.
What?
So just to keep your mask on, they say no eating or drinking in the theater. I'm like, okay, fair enough. But the lounge is open and you can go to the lounge and order some food and drink and then stuff like that. I'm like, oh crap. So bonus, didn't have to do a mid-movie bathroom break. Bane really wanted some food and drink while I was watching my movie.
It is a 2.5 hour movie.
It is a 2.5 hour movie.
Yeah. Might be more than that.
Really good though. Really good. Like I'm at this point I can take or leave superhero movies. If I never see another one again, it won't bother me just because they've oversaturated it for me. But this was really excellent. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah, people are definitely reacting to it well. So
Yeah, I like Tom Holland. He's a very likable actor.
I like him in other roles too. He is a pretty good actor in general.
Yeah.
I'm curious where they're going to go with Spider-Man though, between the Sony and Marvel thing though. They kind of left that open.
Hey, stop with the spoilers.
No, I'm saying Sony's saying.
I'm saying we're gonna change the subject, move on to something else.
Hey, did you get your initials yet?
No, I haven't. I gotta bother that guy, but I mean, maybe I should just buy
Christmas
it.
time.
Yeah.
Mail.
I'm a little annoyed. I mean, again, I find it. I try to give every other publisher that since I purchase games and stuff, I give publishers benefit of the doubt, and I try to but when I was specifically told that I would have my copy of Unsettled delivered to me in December, and it's not going to show up. I mean, it's just it isn't that I'm mad at them for not getting it to me. I love Orange Debbie. I love those guys to death, but it's just don't tell me that. Don't. So I've been looking forward to being able to play Unsettled for pretty much the whole month, and it's just it's just kind of and I'm sure they did their due diligence or whatever, but then it's just I haven't, so it's annoying. That's fine. It'll show up eventually, and that'll be okay. So
I just got my copy of the Dragon Prince Battle Charge game.
Yeah.
Looking forward to playing that. I mean, it's an arena battle game, which is, it's not super heavy, but it should be fun.
Yeah. I got my Merchants of the Dark Road.
I haven't got mine yet.
Well, I haven't got my game. I got the email from QML telling me that I need to verify my address, which I did.
Oh, okay.
Meaning that they're theoretically going to be sending it soon. I'm
really, really anxious to get that one.
So I got a thing where my what was it? It was an expansion to Keeper, which was a Richard Breeze game that I enjoy. It was an expansion Kickstarter they did, and it was their games got delivered to Fun Again in December, and they were or actually it was in late November. It was we can confirm the games are with Fun Again, and they are they shared an email today in an update saying that Fun Again said that they're so backed up with the stuff that they have, they are looking at maybe March of them being able to ship the games, and it's just kind of
wow.
Well, yeah, and so here's my thing. It's I understand, I'm not telling anybody how they should run their company, but isn't that at some point where you'd say, look, I've contracted you to send my stuff out, and it's you had to know you were that backed up before I negotiated the fact that my games are going to be delivered to you. So why wouldn't you tell me that so I could find somebody else to deliver my games to?
What happened?
I got the Keeper, the expansion to Keeper, the Kickstarter that was going.
Oh yeah, KEYPR.
Yeah,
Richard Breeze thing.
So yeah, Richard Breeze thing. So they did an update where they basically shared here, I'll read it here. Hold on a second. And this isn't me trying to trash on anybody or anything like that. Once again, I tread lightly when I'm talking here, because I understand
we're all in the same business.
Yeah, we're all in the same business, and I'm not. But But what I'm saying, so it was Keeper at Sea is what it was, and I backed it.
Yeah, I backed it too.
And yeah, because I like Keeper. I think Keeper.
Yeah.
So
I like Richard Breeze.
Yeah, Richard is. When you introduced me to him, I ended up talking to him for like an hour, and he was like so nice and kind. So, but anyway, so they said, I was taken back by their response. So it's easier for me just to quote from the fund again. So you, the non-European backers, are fully up to date. And it says, we are currently still working through scheduling a large backlog of projects that are going at least into February. So unfortunately, I'm not going to have a very specific answer for you tonight on fulfillment. My rough ballpark estimate as of this moment would have to be February or March to be safe and not overpromise anything to you and your backers. I'm sure that's not the time frame you were hoping to hear, but I have to be honest and realistic as I can. This is the busiest time of our year, and backlogs from COVID shipping issues have been delaying our schedules significantly, as most projects have greatly missed their original arrival window at the warehouse. This has pushed back start dates on absolutely everything. I will be able to refine the rough estimates more in the coming weeks as we get through scheduling projects ahead of this one. Yeah, so it's just kind of like, oh well, and
Wait,
so
who's that email? That email is from who?
That's from Fun Again to
Richard.
Reeves.
Oh, so what was their earliest estimate? And I'm guessing the game is in country, right?
Yeah, no,
They have
it.
Oh,
they have the games. They announced in December. It's like, oh, Fun Again's got all our games. You should get them soon. And then it was just like, no, we're not going to be able to ship them until like March. So, I mean,
what?
Yeah.
March?
Yeah,
that's 3 months away, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
a lot of days.
That is a lot of days. And again, I'm not going to tell anybody, what this, that, the other thing. I mean, stuff happens, right? I mean, between the fact that it was kind of, they buried the lead a little bit, but Asmodee now owns Miniature Market.
Yeah.
Is that so?
What?
Never mind.
It's
is that so?
Yeah, it's so.
That was a stealth acquisition, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys watch the press conference?
The what conference?
The press conference from Embracer Group.
No.
Well, that's the company that acquired. I watched every minute of it.
Well, hold on.
Your impressions?
I want to hear your impressions, and then the last one we haven't really touched on it is one of the Sadler brothers is leaving Blacklist to go work for Lucky Duck.
And it's where I thought Blacklist was their company. No.
So the thing is that they were going to be the lead developers.
Right. Okay. So they were like, it's someone else's company, but they're basically running all the games.
I don't know. I mean, this is complete conjecture and supposition on my part. So please not take this as the gold standard or anything. My estimation is that they had an idea to have a board game company to create so basically, instead of them pitching games to a bunch of people trying to get their games published, they were like, what if we just made really cool games and we then got somebody who has assets and money to basically be the person who runs the company be a money man, so to speak, and then we're then going to like create the game.
Yeah, it's like a partnership almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, usually when you leave your partnership, I don't know. There's different ways of doing that. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what the corporate structure is, right? We don't know.
That's just my guess. And so, it just he will then, and so he's just gonna so of course. And again, this is pure conjecture on my part. So when the most recent update on the Blacklist Games miniatures, that basically they're saying we can't send, QML just isn't sending out. The first they do an update that was really vague, saying there's just a few more things we have to take care of before we can send this stuff out. Then they basically said QML basically wants us to basically pay them all the money that we owe them. And
that was posted.
Oh yeah, that was posted.
Oh.
And it was just basically they basically said that it cost us a lot of money to
I'm sure
do
everything is
all
more
of-
expensive.
well, yeah, to handle all of the orders that went to Australia, New Zealand, Europe, whatever. That cost a ton of money, and QML was the company that they employed to do that. And then basically QML probably said, you need to pay us this money before we send out the rest of the stuff, because and I'm not, again,
Allegedly.
pure conjecture on my part, that you have this idea of, it's like, if we send out the rest of your stuff to these backers, then like there's no holding chip for you at that point, where it's like, hey, okay, so now let's make do, let's pay us our money that you owe us. And then, and if they're saying, well, no, but thank you, just like, we'll pay you eventually, that kind of thing. They're just like, no, I mean, it's just, we're not going to send anything else, and we're not going to let your stuff go until you take care of the books, which is a very common business practice to do, I'm sure. And I'm sure it's, I mean, I don't know. It sucks. It just sucks. It cost them that much money and whatever. And then they had a Kickstarter that they canceled for that Myth and Goal game. I don't know. It's got a lot of bad optics, is all I'm saying. And I hope, I'm sure they'll figure it out, and I'm sure they'll make it do, and I'm sure everybody will get their stuff. I'm not worried in the slightest bit about any of that stuff. And I just, it sucks. It totally sucks that they've got to deal with that. And I can totally see, like, one of the Sadler brother that's leaving, him and his brother did like a Facebook Live thing, and he just basically said, it's like, I want to make games. I want to develop games. I want to create games. I don't want to run a company. And that's what I'm doing right now. And I'm not having any fun. So
Running company is not what some people think it is.
yeah.
It's certainly not what I thought it was.
So that's, yeah. I mean,
You had not, Matt?
No, I was saying hi to Evan.
Oh, hey, Evan.
Oh,
How's it going?
anyway.
Hey,
Oh, hello,
Hey,
Evan.
Evan.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Anyway, so tell us,
Hunter Jones.
You watched every minute of it.
I
Tell
watched
us-
I watched it at 2x speed. It's a 2-hour episode. It's a 2-hour episode.
It's a
Can
2-hour
press
if
conference.
you wanted to break down like your 3 biggest takeaways or whatever, or just, I won't put a number on it, your biggest takeaways from it, what would you say?
I like live blogged it. Let me go back to my notes.
Was it a 3-hour tour?
It was.
3-hour tour.
It was only like 1 in 15 at 2x speed or something though.
Well,
sped
they
it up.
started getting rough.
Here's some interesting things. Let me find my notes.
No, what was this you watched?
So Embracer Group is a company.
Oh, right. You watched
Swedish.
the press release. Okay.
Conglomerate.
$2.75 billion or something like that.
Mhm,
Or
mhm.
so. It's more like 3.1 million or billion in US dollars. And there was a little remark that all the
It's
partners are
47
becoming
billion
shareholders.
kronor.
Yeah,
It's like $5.
Swedish krona.
Kroner's the
Where's my
best.
dang
I don't know where.
notes? Oh, it's been a week.
Is the coffee shop open right now, Evan?
I mean, not right now, but
You didn't close between.
Not close because of
No.
no, we closed on Christmas Day. But
Okay. Yeah, we're closed till the 7th.
so in business
right.
sales,
No.
they Asmodee started in 1995, which was like a group of guys that were playing games in the garage and wanted to sell games. The first major acquisition was Jungle Speed. I did not know that.
huh, it's a good game.
2019. So 1995 it started, right? It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That predates my business ventures into the board game world.
Yeah.
$40 million they made in 2007. This was sales. 110 million, so they more than doubled by 2013.
Mhm.
2018 they did about approximately 500 million, and then in 2021 they did 1.1 billion in sales.
Wow.
That's a
Wow.
huge increase
Yeah.
from 40 million to 1.1 billion.
It is.
They are a slow moving company. That was one of their things they said. They're like, we acquire the IPs and then we let it build.
Mhm.
And they don't push and force anything, which was quite interesting. And I think that's the case. I haven't really noticed anything like it, like a huge kind of, they've done some big moves, but it's not like, trying to think of like in a comparison, that would be a different kind of thing. Like maybe a bigger company might kill a product if it doesn't sell like 1 million copies in the first year.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
where they weren't like that. That was one of the most interesting things I saw. This year they're estimated to sell, what was it, 1.1 billion for 2021. I think I already said that. They shipped 45 million boxes in 2020. How do you ship 45 million boxes?
A couple games.
One
That's a
by
crap ton
one.
of boxes.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is all very interesting stuff to me because like they have, Asmodee is like a rock, like, yeah, they never put anything out there, this kind of this business information. This is like their whole business laid out. It was almost like the presentation that you give to somebody before you try to sell the company. But the company had already been sold. So I was like, okay, why are they giving this presentation? So this was to the shareholders of Embracer, just so that people who own Embracer know what they just got.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Interesting.
The warm and
They have 970 games. They have 40 acquisitions, 40 studios, 40 plus, they say.
Is this Embracer?
Yeah. No, this is
Asmodee.
This
this
is
is
Asmodee.
Asmodee, yeah.
Okay.
970
If you look-
titles.
970 games. It says 970 plus games. 22
Okay.
fully owned studios, 300 owned IPs, 45 million games sold in 2020, board games, 50 plus countries, 21 with direct presence. They're 16% of the global market share. It's interesting. It says they're 1.1 billion. They have a graph, like a circle graph. What do you call those? Donut graph. Hobby and independence is a big part of that, if not the majority, compared to online retailers, which is the second biggest color, which is Amazon, right? And then I guess their online acquisitions now with like other online stores, because they own what do you call it? The French one, which I can't remember the name of right now. Philibert.
Asmodee.
Asmodee owns Philibert. And now
Hachette.
they don't own Hachette. Hatchette's different.
Naming the French companies that I know.
Yeah. So that was interesting.
Yellow.
Their multi-specialized and mass retailers are the smallest portion, and then there's an others color with obviously who knows what that is. They're more big in the Europe, of course, and France than North America. They have a lot of room to grow. Thought that was kind of interesting. One of the other interesting things is, and it's an older audience. Their core audience is 35 to 40 years old.
Really?
Yeah, and people. The reason those people play is they say intellectual and competitive challenge, and that's mostly hobby store stuff, which makes sense. They grew. Let me see if I can find the COVID graph. They grew by, what is it? It's hard to interpret these on the fly. Many percentage points because of COVID that they attribute to COVID.
Many.
Well, I can't do the math. I mean, I'd have to sit here and pull out my calculator.
There's a calculator on your computer. Just
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. So in that's not interesting. Oh, their number one product. Do you know what their number one property is?
Asmodee?
Ticket to Ride.
Right. You know what's number two?
Pandemic.
Catan.
What's that?
Catan.
Oh yeah, I forgot Asmodee.
That's theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got
It's an interesting relationship. They sell Catan as it would, like I think the business entity of Catan still remains an independent thing. Maybe, I don't really know. But Catan is in their portfolio.
There's a possibility I might work on Catan 2.
that was so funny. It was like, I shouldn't say it was funny, but
Well, I got one more thing.
I was one thing about the Mayfair thing, like because when they got that, they were like, oh, it's like we're gonna get Catan for Mayfair. Do you want anything else? No, we don't want anything else. And then and then Mayfair just ceased to exist after that.
Yeah,
It was
that
just
kind of
like
interesting.
Yeah,
Well, all the properties were sold off, right?
yeah.
Were they? Oh, okay.
In any idea how many copies of Ticket to Ride were sold in 2020?
1 million.
Wow, 2.074 million. You know how much that made?
Oh,
41.5 million.
uh,
You know how many copies sold in 2021?
3 million.
2.45 million.
Oh,
You know how much money that is? 47.7 million. That's almost 100 million in 2 years of sales for Ticket to
Yeah.
Ride, which is pretty awesome.
Wow.
That's amazing. 100 million. So great.
Wow.
Anyway, that's really exciting.
I should have designed that game. I'll take a cut
Yeah, you
of
should have designed
You
it.
said, that's,
that.
you said that's mostly in Europe, though, right, Scott?
Yeah, they only have an 18%
Wow.
market share in America, or 19%. What did I say? Something like that. They have a long room to grow. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when you ask, they did this whole thing of like, you know, when you ask someone on the street, like, what games did you play? What games do you know? And people say Monopoly, right? They Ticket to Ride is not even in that, you know, mental state of people.
Right.
So they got a lot of years to go.
Nudge, nudge. Do something, Mitch.
I'm trying to find some other interesting things. The pool of IPs is very interesting. Someone on BGG did a screen thing. Let me show you. Actually, can I share my screen real quick?
Share screens involved.
Don't leave the camera.
This is kind of interesting. BGG user made this poster. So all their studios you can see, and all the games and the rank. It's kind of hard to see, but it's like the ranks are kind of, you know.
Holy shit.
Like they have a ton of the top tier
Yeah.
stuff ranked on BGG for sure.
Look out.
Are businesses like this good or bad for the industry?
Well,
Did we say
I
go
think
through
they're
this
good.
before?
Well, here's. I mean, I know a lot of people say it's bad, right? Because they're like, "Oh, it's a monopoly," and like, it's far from a monopoly.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of
Yeah.
funny?
Yeah.
There's a lot of good and a little bit of bad, I think.
There was one more thing. Let me show you. I want to show you something that I thought was fascinating. Fascinating, I tell you. You should watch it. If you're into this stuff, I mean,
What is this you're talking about? I
This
guess?
is the Embracer Group's. It was a live press conference when they announced the acquisition.
Okay.
About a 2-hour thing. I can post to YouTube if it's still there. I was shocked. It's all public. I mean, I was like, this is the most anything anybody has ever revealed about Asmodee to the public, right? I mean,
Yeah. I'm surprised that was a public thing instead of just to the shareholders.
Oh God, now I forgot what I was going to tell you. Oh, what the cost of a board game is to make a board game.
Dude, I bet they're at that scale, their margins are probably really
I want to
good.
crop this out because it's got Mark.
I mean, even if you just do like the profit off the Ticket to Rides and the number of boxes sold, like you're looking at those margins and going, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
you know?
let me bring my screenshot up so I can talk with the real numbers here, or their numbers. Share screen.
Because they were making what, like $10 a box or something like that?
So this is their development costs. 150K. Game designers' wages and graphic design costs. Now this is their in studio things, right?
Right.
I don't know if they pay royalties. I don't know. Depends, right? So it's approximately 150,000 in euros, and then a first print economics, 30 euro MSRP per game, 15 sales per game, 10.5 margin, 70%, 9 euro margin contribution after shipping and royalties times 30,000 units sold as one print run is a 270,000 margin on the first print run. It's a pretty good profit margin.
Yeah.
I'll give you 150,000 for 270 every day of the week.
Uh-huh.
Of course, there's some risks in these things, right?
Sure. But that's the average, right? Risks.
Yeah, I mean,
included.
this could be their average. Yeah, I mean, they yeah, exactly. So
that was their wins and their losses put together.
If you have, I mean, you know, I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
You would say that.
You would. Yeah, it is. It's showing the hobbies growing.
I don't know. It's just exciting for your, like, to see someone's baby turn up, grow up, right? Like, I mean, I'm happy for those guys.
It's really cool.
You're just wondering and waiting for the phone call, right?
What phone call?
From whoever bought Asmodee.
I think they would have called me by now if they were interested. You think? I don't think that call's coming.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Well, they're owned by an Embracer Group now, so I don't know. I mean,
okay, fine. You're waiting for the call from the Embracer Group.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever.
Embrasse.
It was interesting. I think it's pretty cool. People may not like that because they, now you have this company that is in control of, like, let's say 20% of the most best-selling games in the world, in the world.
Sure.
20, 30%, 40%. I don't know. They can control the prices.
They're also,
well, as they started that,
they're all
they're also bringing down, certain production barriers, probably, because now,
absolutely,
with like the reduced cost production per copy is going to filter down, I think. Not all the way, because it's different quantities, right?
Yeah.
But at least to a certain degree, it will help reduce cost of production even to smaller runs, I think. I don't know if that's true, but
yeah, I mean, if someone they what did I say, 45 million boxes, was that the number?
Right.
That's a lot of production.
Yeah.
45 million. I mean, we're talking like when we print stuff, it's like a couple thousand.
Yeah. Well,
they're 45 million.
Obviously, they own their own factory.
It's a lot of stuff. Do they own? No, they don't own factories. At least they didn't list it in the assets of the company, like, part of their. No.
I wonder what that would do to their production costs and bottom line if they were to.
I think it's a bad move. I don't think it's wise. No, because then you got all the eggs in one basket. Like your risk is all in one basket, right?
Yeah,
like if something happens to one of those arms, then you're just like in trouble.
Yeah.
But production is. I mean, here's the thing. I worked at 3DFX, the computer chip company.
Yeah.
When we they acquired the factory in Mexico. It was like the end of the company. Like that moment, everything went to shit.
Really?
Now, I don't know if that was I mean, do those guys know how to run manufacturing? I mean, they could acquire it maybe, but like this company, to me, is an IP machine. They want to create, control, and I wouldn't say exploit, but they want to basically make IP available to people who love it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
At least from a fan's perspective. I want to play a board game version of The Witcher, which they already did, but
You don't want to play the first one.
I don't know. The Witcher is not one of their games.
I played it.
I was looking at their IP thing, and it was like, it's pretty interesting. They have a lot of IP.
Yeah.
Because they have a bunch of video game companies, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It is the only board game company that out of their whole portfolio.
Right. So lots of cross mogenation.
I would imagine so.
They're hoping for.
I would imagine so.
Yeah. Kind of like Wizards of the Coast is starting to do that a little bit with the D&D and the Magic and
yeah. Well, yeah.
Although obviously not video game, but
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, so I like Asmodee is one of those things where I think it does cause some issues, but I think it is also expanding things in a way that it's opening more doors than it's closing, sort of.
Yeah. Well,
in the long run,
a rising tide floats all ships, right?
I think so.
Sometimes.
But I'm also, I'm not as in the industry as some of you all, so maybe I'm not seeing the other negative effects,
Yeah. I'm sure someone can come up with some negatives. I mean, the price control stuff is interesting. They can set the price and people got to pay it.
If they wanted to, right, with their price per copy production benefits, if they wanted to squeeze out a large swath of smaller publishers, they could.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not great.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of manufacturers in the world, so.
True. Yeah. But
I don't know.
But they would have to want to do that and want to lose.
There's nothing to gain for that. There's nothing to gain to be evil.
Right.
I mean,
1.1 billion by being evil. Then why are people evil?
I don't know, Lance. Why are you evil?
Oh.
It's the beard. The longer it grows, the more evil you get.
I'm working on mine. They're very positive. Like a lot of the things they were saying in the press comments were like pro gamer, right? Like they want people to play games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not going to say we don't want you.
You don't just like, oh, we sold one game and we're done.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
it
not like
really it really is dependent on the long-term versus short-term capitalist ideas, right? Like when I owned my friendly local game store, most other stores in our area did not believe in the rising tide floats all ships, or did not
Mhm.
act that way. They tried to undercut each other at every turn possible.
Right.
Retail.
Right. And we operated as in hey, if there's more gamers, that's great
Yeah.
for everybody.
More
If your
business,
store's
yeah.
full,
Right. And I think it's
you
kind of a
can't go any
short
bigger than
term.
that, right? Yeah.
It's a short term versus long term kind of business strategy. And I think most capitalism you see these days is short term strategy versus long term strategy.
Yeah.
But, who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to get that long term view.
Yeah, especially nowadays.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that
When you
Kabuki
when you
Kid
don't
has
have
some-
cash flow to pay your bills, then short term strategies become more
Yeah.
exciting,
Yeah.
Yes.
more interesting.
Yes. Or more only thing you can choose.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, Lance, what do you think? You've been
what
you
I
got-
think.
got
I
words.
think that
you got words.
Allegedly.
I think that there is allegedly. I mean, no, I mean it's just I think
And
that
on the
I don't think that there's anything necessarily bad about
Yeah.
about them, having this big giant company. I do think that unfortunately it's one of those things where a lot of instead of them going out and having people coming to them and showing them games and trying to get like original stuff created.
Right.
I mean, they're just going to have these little tiny pools of designers they work with, and because instead of
Studios, yeah.
yeah,
Right.
and it's just going to be like that thing, and so there's going to be a lot of like people with designs on the outside looking in that aren't going to get published, but the thing is that I mean, and I've said this for years now, is that you plop a euro in front of me and yeah, okay, fine. Instead of moving a gear and pushing a button and pulling a lever, I'm pulling a lever, pushing a gear and doing this. And it's just ultimately they all just kind of feel the same to me. They're just kind of just regurgitating whatever process that I have to do to get a victory point. And that's just what, like, it seems like the vast majority of stuff that's getting published are just, and the more giant studios we have like this, the more there's just gonna be a giant glut of that stuff just being produced. And I can remember, and this is back in my day, I can remember 10 years ago, like being super excited about games, like they're coming out. It's like, oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. I can't wait. It's just like, it just feels like now we just have this malaise of milk toast that's just being published constantly, and they're slapping a new picture on a hog and they're putting it in front of us and we're all racing out there to get it. And
You just did.
Yeah, I mean,
unfathomable.
Yeah. Well, no, I got
we're backing up to the trough to eat.
Well, yeah, I mean that's just it. I mean, it's just like, and it's just, and they're putting the slop out there for us to eat, and we're happy as clams that they made it, and it's just kind of like, and there's nothing. It just feels like there's nothing, and like, look at the new Galaxy Trucker. That new Galaxy Trucker is horrible compared to the original one. And it's just kind of like, and why? Because they were like, let's just smooth out all the edges and make it
people liked
easier.
it. Oh yeah. I don't know the nuances of what changed.
Again, maybe the game.
I don't think most people would.
The game isn't for me, whatever, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not a real time gamer.
Yeah,
so
I
I played it like one time.
I love Galaxy Trucker.
Oh, Alan Brown says I am so wrong about games. That's fine. Whatever. And that's great. That's great. You can, no, they can,
We have different views on games for
Alan
sure.
Brown can go ahead and love every single game that comes out. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I wish I did. I wish
Yeah.
I wish I did.
Lost your mojo.
Well, I
But I mean-
wonder. I
But
wonder
the
if it
thing
has
is
to
that
do.
is that does that mean that, like, I mean,
You got
you know what,
D&D.
Alan Brown,
You got D&D.
faithful watcher of the show, and I'm gonna take a bit of an umbrage for you. I'm not so wrong about it. That's my opinion. So yeah, my experience in, like, literally probably I'm gonna guess 3,500 to 4,000 board games that I've played. Yes, this stuff is the same boring retreaded crap. You know, there's Roger Ebert once said, it's just like people say to me, well, why do you get to say a movie is good or bad? He says, I've seen 10,000 movies. So yes, Transformers is a piece of shit. It is a shit movie. So,
I think we're in a lull. I think we're in a lull right now.
Yeah.
And
I've seen that. It comes and goes, right? I mean,
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
But
I don't
think
know.
there'll
I
be
don't
a
know. When-
creative
when-
peak.
I don't know. I and that's fine. And it's just like, and I'm not gonna downplay anybody. It's like, if you love your games and you're playing them and you're having a blast, then you should love your games and play them and have a blast.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I just, no, thank you. No me gusta, as my daughter would say. So
we got to do our top 10 games of the year then episode, right?
Oh,
I mean, we could. I mean, I'd only have like 4. So
You haven't played enough.
no, I played a lot of games, but I mean, but
Mhm.
I know what I like this year, and
Sleeping Gods.
and well, yeah, Sleeping Gods. I mean, if you want me to just top of my head, I think I kind of did this the last time.
Yeah, we did it last week, but
Yeah, I mean, I go Sleeping Gods, I go Oath, I'd go Furnace, I'd go Unfathomable. I would Vagrant Song. I mean, that'd be 5. Is that 5? I think that's 5.
Sounds like 5. I didn't
That's-
have you
count.
played the Arc Nova yet?
I've not played Ark Nova yet. It just looks like another Euro. I mean,
It is Euro.
and I'm sure it's excellent. I'm sure all the little pieces slot together wonderfully and make for a fabulous little game of figuring out how I can score the most points. And then
Is that not fun to you?
It's okay, but it's like,
Oh,
but I'm also like, okay, I never have to play that game again, or I never had to play
Sure.
that game to begin with.
If you don't play, here's
You
the
know,
thing. If you play a game and you're like, I guess what's the trigger to make you want to play it again?
So here, let me say this. I just thought of this actually, and this is another Roger Ebert quote. I think about critics, and I'm thinking about this, and it's just like I said this to myself before. Would I have had, after I get done playing a game, whether it's like a game of a 2-hour, 1-hour game of whatever, would I have had more fun sitting at a table with these same people, enjoying a nice meal and a beverage, exchanging stories and laughing and joking? Would I have had more fun doing that than if I had with the game in front of us? And Roger Ebert, Gene Siskel used to say, it's like, I ask myself at the end of every movie, would I have been more interested in being able to sit at a table with these same actors while they had dinner talking about their lives? And it's just like, and then it's like, if that's the case,
That's
then
not
no.
comparable.
Well, no, but I mean, but seriously, I think it is comparable. Like for
No, it's
me,
That's a high bar, man. I don't know if any game.
So, but here's the deal. So I look at it like that. Okay, so let's say, I go and I grab Caverna off my shelf, and I slap it on my table, and I get 3 of my friends over, and we sit down and we play Caverna, and we play it for whatever 90 minutes, 2 hours, and we play the game, whatever. And who cares? Somebody wins, somebody loses. 2 people are somewhere in the middle. Now, if I had the exact same thing with 3 of those friends, and we had gone out and we had enjoyed like a steak dinner with one another and had a few beers and talked about whatever, and it's like the game is the purpose for the get together. So what difference does it make if it's a dinner or if it's a game? And would I have had more fun without having to sit there and think about how am I going to score these stupid points to get this thing done, to do this purpose, or would I have more fun? Like when we play D&D, it's like, yeah, we play a lot of D&D. We're playing D&D on Saturday, but like my friends come over at around between 5 and 6 and they leave at midnight. So there's 6 hours. Of those 6 hours, I mean, a good 2.5 to 3 hours is us sitting there laughing, talking about other stuff going on in our lives, joking about whatever, quoting movies, doing whatever. And it's like an event. It's a fun thing to do.
But that doesn't make D&D not a good game or
no, it does
boring
not. It
or-
doesn't. But it is the purpose. It is the reason for the people to be there at
Yeah.
the thing doing the thing.
Yeah.
So if that's what that thing is, remove it and replace it with something else. And sometimes the game itself actually makes things worse because you're like, oh, I'm just not having any fun figuring out how this stupid lever works and how this thing works.
Sure.
And
Some
it's
people
just-
find that fun though.
well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of times.
Oh, I love this. Everybody's like, it's like,
I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong.
Ebert,
Lance, but you're wrong.
Alan Brown is trying to. Ebert still appreciated new movies. Yeah, he did. He did appreciate new movies. Can be new games that are good. It's just that 98% of the stuff that's getting vomited out onto the shelves at your game store are just the same board theory. There's a reason why nobody talks about this stuff. There's a reason why nobody's like racing down to the store and just like insert whatever game that just came out that like it's going to sell 500 copies and is just going to be forgotten about. And you're going to find it on like the bargain bin at Game Nerds. I mean there's a reason for that. It's just because there's too much stuff, and I've been saying that for years now. Too much stuff is getting published.
But I guess there's always got to be games though. We talked about this.
Always got to be what?
The person that just came in this year to play the games. Like, they may not be interesting you, but they're definitely interesting to some people.
I love how, I mean, and once again, I'm picking
And I'm not
on
really
Alan.
trying to argue
I'm
with
picking
you.
on Alan here, but he's like, he's going through his own thing saying, no, I'm not going through my own thing. It's like, once again, it's like, I love when people like try to pinpoint. It's like, oh, he's just going through a thing. That's what it is. It's like, no, it's like, well, sure. We're all going through a journey. You're going through a journey where every game that's being published right now just seems amazing to you. And it's awesome. And that's great. And that's fine. So you're going through a thing with just like these rose-colored glasses, and you just think everything's amazing. And it's just a bright, shiny piece of candy, and you're gobbling it all. Blah, 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 blah. And everything's amazing. Everything is awesome. So you're going through a thing too. Just like I said, if you've played thousands of games and
Well, yeah, that's why there's 10 best games of the year. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
well, yeah,
There's still some great games this year. I mean,
there absolutely are good games that have come out. They're absolutely having good games come out. I gave you 5 that I enjoyed very much. I enjoyed those games very much.
Anyway,
but yeah. And it's just
not sure how I got down this path.
I don't know. You mentioned it. You want to just drag me down.
I think some kids wandered
it's
onto
the-
Lance's lawn is what happened.
Oh yeah.
Shooting BBs at him.
Get off my lawn.
Chronicles of Drunagor was good. Was that this year?
I didn't play that one.
Yes, it was this year.
Yeah, that was good. That would be in
It
my
looked
top
cool.
10. That would be definitely in my top 10. That was a really good game. Trying to think of anything else that came out this year.
You know, it was in Tom Bassel's top 10.
I got the Youthia game last week.
I don't know,
Yeah.
some Empire of After or something. I don't
One of
know.
those.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Some hacking.
Tantrum House put it in their top
Oh,
10.
I still haven't played it.
Was that this year release or was that 2020?
It was 2021.
It was 2021. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
I mean, I would put After the Empire in my top 10, but I really feel like I can't because I'm not published.
Because you're affiliated.
Well, and it's
affiliated,
exactly
so-
what you hate. It's a Euro game.
Mhm.
See, Lord Jobby gets it. He's like, there's a truth. 6 years ago, board games had a lot of innovation, but now 1,000 games there is a saturation. It's absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There is still, I don't think there's any less innovation. There's less innovation per game that comes out, right? Like the hobby is still evolving and game design is still evolving. It's just the number of games that do the same thing is increasing.
I hear you saying that, but I don't know if I really buy into that.
You don't think so?
Do
you think there's been another deck builder that did Dominion better than Dominion? Or was that it? Dominion was it?
Dominion with it, damn it. It'll never
There's,
change.
there's variations of the deck builder that I like better than Dominion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for Lance. If it wasn't made before 2010, it's not anything good.
Because that's my old man thing that, you know, my design partner likes to rib, you know, Ryan, he likes to rib me about, because I'm always like, it's Dominion, you know, 45.0. Like every single game that's deck building, I'm like, it's Dominion. I've already played that. And that, you know, I go on my little grump train about that. But still, there are some games that successfully take the seed that Dominion planted and, you know, grow something different with
Yeah,
it.
deck building's a mechanic is
Right.
But here's the deal. But that just comes down to the different cards. But I mean, ultimately, like when you play a deck builder, I mean, they're all just kind of the same standard stuff. I mean, it's like get a resource, use that resource to get a card, use some other resource to do some other thing. I mean, and that's my point. That's my point.
Worker placement is also mechanic. They're all the same, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, yes. I would argue that, like, I mean, worker placement. Yes. I mean, it's just like you're just fussing with the machine. You're just you know, like monkeying with it and changing up what it does and says and processes. I mean, you're not.
So what's the difference between that and chucking dice and going down a campaign? I mean, it's still the same process.
Well, I would argue that the process, I mean, if you want to really get into this, I will get into this with you. But the difference there is that when you're playing like D&D, there is like a huge, bigger buy-in.
I'm not talking about D&D. I'm talking about, you know,
What are you talking about then?
a thematic game, I guess is what you call them these days. Ameritrash.
Oh yeah. What's the new term for
So
that?
what's the difference?
Amera something.
I don't know. But
Thematic
what's
game.
the difference? You're still doing the same shit repeatedly. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just I mean, I love board games, I do, but I mean, but I could be happy with, and I will be very soon because I've got a process that I'm gonna. But I will be very happy when I've just got 100 board games to pick from, and then never really have to worry about, like, because I mean, it's just like nothing. There's I mean, Unfathomable was like the first game that I was just like, I'm pre-ordering that, you know, just because it's Battlestar Galactica, and I played it now like probably 12 times, and I've enjoyed the game because, and you know why? It's because the mechanisms are just blah, they're there, but it is the minds of the people messing with each other, trying to figure out what's going on and the hidden stuff behind the doors and everything like that. It has so much more to do with actually the people playing each other than it is the people playing the game.
I wonder how much of your perspective is, you know,
Correct?
colored.
All of it.
Colored. Well, it's correct for you for sure. How much of your perspective is colored by, you know, being in the industry, working for publishers for the last, 8 years, something like that?
Been that long?
I think so, somewhere in there. Versus, you know, and also just, you know, age and situation in life, right? Like, how many of us really keep up on what the new cool music is? You know,
Yeah,
like
I've given up on that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I stopped about the early 2000s. You know, there's certain just phase of life things that change your relationship to how you spend free time
There's
and how
actually,
you
like,
enjoy.
There's actually a lot of studies that talk about that, and that's why, like, well, actually, for music, the crazy thing about music is that there's actually a physiological response. So everybody knows that, like, when they've listened to certain music for whatever reason, you get that tremor in your spine and in your bones, right? And you're just like, wow, that and that song resonates with you, and you're like, yeah, you and so that happens. And so one of the crazy things is that as we get older, like that is heightened in your teens and 20s.
Yeah.
But as you get older, it is tougher and tougher for your body to give you that kind of response to new stimulus. And that is why, like, the music you listen to when
Basis of
like,
addiction.
Yeah, it's like, so like when you like you really start listening to music that you like, like I can remember, like, when I first started listening to Pink Floyd, when I was like 13 years old and got the giant headphones on. And like, so like there's still, like, I'll turn on like Pink Floyd Time and I'll just close my eyes and I'll just, like, it's just like it drives, like it makes me happy to listen to that song. And it's just like, but like you can't get that with something else. Like,
was it that much better, or is it nostalgia?
Getting old sucks.
No, it's
Yeah.
because you can't get that feeling from something new. But you can. What was that band?
Madonna
what was that
did.
band? Yeah, what was that band from like 3 years ago that like just copied the Led Zeppelin sound? Like,
Yeah, we
perfectly?
talked about them.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah, Greta
Greta
Van
Van
Fleet.
Yeah,
Fleet.
Greta
Greta
Van
Van
Fleet.
Fleet.
There was a
then-
band that copied
So
it.
I was listening to, and then when I first heard Greta Van Fleet, I was just like, I got that drummer because like I'm a huge Led Zeppelin
Yeah.
fan. I can just sit there and I was like, holy cow, this is a good band. And it's like they were a good band because they basically copied the same thing.
Yeah.
that I really, really like.
There's nothing original anymore, Lance. I agree with
There
that.
isn't.
Interpol and Joy Division. You ever hear those two?
They're horrible.
I've heard of them.
It basically,
I like Interpol.
I had a
it's
guy.
basically Joy Division.
I like Joy
remade.
Division.
So
Or Tea Party in the Doors.
my friend
I
Kirk
haven't heard Tea Party.
Knudsen, who was on the school paper with me in high school.
What a good
He was-
name.
He was like
A couple of good Viking boys.
Yeah,
What
Might
is
be a
it?
Canadian band. I
he
don't know.
was all about Joy Division. Like he was just
Wow.
like, yeah. Like we would be sitting there like
I like
this is
lyric
back
that
before you had
sound good.
you could do
There's a couple.
that-
That being said, there's a couple Joy Division songs that kick.
No,
Yeah.
so this is crazy. So like now all the layout for anything is done on a computer, right? I actually did the manual process of printing out copy and putting that copy, not like putting down like the little like actual like pieces of lead or whatever to spell out the words.
Yeah.
But we did the process of for the school paper. We printed out the copy
That's awesome.
and then put it onto the sheets that were then used to just do the rolls of the
Right.
print the
That's
pages
cool.
of the paper.
I've never done that.
And then one of the things we'd always like me and Kirk Knudsen, we were the two editors of the school paper. Like we would sit there and like one of the things you should make sure there were no typos. You would go to the copy and you would sit there and you'd use an X-Acto knife because that was just like, and so you'd sit there and you'd read each word slowly but surely and go through the entire thing. And when you found a typo, you'd slice the little tiny letter out, and then like you had all these extra letters. Then you'd go back in and you'd cut the letter
this for?
perfectly, just to print
School
print a
paper.
newspaper. To print a newspaper.
I'm not following what it has to do with Joy Division though.
No, just because he wore a Joy Division shirts all the
Oh, he had
time.
a Joy
Kirk
Division
Knudsen-
shirt.
And Kirk Knudsen was my co-editor of the school paper. And I just remember, and you said Joy Division, and I hadn't thought of Joy Division or Kirk Knudsen in years. So, but yeah. And then
There's a
we
Joy Division
also
song.
there was a tape player, there was a tape deck and 2 speakers, horrible speakers. And then if you were there after, you could listen to music after school. If you went into work, you could listen to music, and he and I would argue over who got to use it. I raced to get there before him so I could.
Because you were like, Joy Division sucks.
No, so I could slap my like Metallica or Ministry CD or tape in, so I could sit there and listen to that. And
Skinny puppy.
yeah, Skinny Puppy. Man. Yeah, just.
Did you guys watch
anyway.
Matrix yet?
I did.
I
Nope.
did.
I can't bring myself to do it. I've heard
Me
so
either.
many negative things about it.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It's only
It
in there for like
wasn't-
another month.
Well, like I said,
That
like the best,
bad.
the best
It's not
thing,
that bad.
Wasn't that bad.
I have said repeatedly, the best thing about the Matrix is they only made one album. Or one.
Well, I went-
they
I
only
don't
made
like
one
that
the
quote
second.
better.
I think the third movie is pure garbage, but the second movie
Yeah.
is not that
was
bad.
Yeah.
But the second movie was. I
It
hate.
was hell-
Some of the
I-
characters in the second movie are awesome.
I
Yeah.
despise movies that are made for the like to end on a cliffhanger. They're basically like for the
Yeah.
intent and the fact that yes, there's gonna be another one.
Like
Right.
Dune.
And what's crazy is that like shut up.
Fighting words.
Well, no, I didn't like that. I've gone on record as saying I didn't appreciate the ending of Dune. I did not like how they processed the
bad
ending
ending.
of Dune.
All the Lord of the
so-
Rings, the Hobbits, fuck all that shit. that pisses me
Yeah,
off.
sure. Well,
I don't know. I think
No,
I think the new Matrix has some cool ideas, but I wish they had done some other things. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will Sauron
yeah. I'd
rather
control
have it
all
than
of
not,
Middle Earth? You'll have
honestly.
to tune in
I
next
definitely
time.
got some tingly feelings during it.
Yeah, yeah.
They hit the nostalgia hard in that movie.
Do you think they're? Yeah, well, I think they're trying to introduce a new generation. Do you think there'll be sequels to this? I mean,
Oh, for
It
sure.
sure looks like they
Yeah.
intend to do
All the new
that.
characters are primed to be have their own thing.
yeah,
All the young characters. It feels like a handoff.
yeah.
It
That's what
does.
Although
felt
there's
like.
still some. I mean, I don't know. I guess without talking about it, without spoiling it, would be hard. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
Yes.
yeah, it would be.
I know I have lots of things to say about it, but like all
Yeah.
of them are spoilers. So
yeah, they're all spoilers.
Yeah, I mean,
One thing I have to say though, and this is, I don't think it's a spoiler, but they made the Matrix seem small, didn't they?
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some
think about
pacing
that.
and things in that movie that are just like, oh, it's small. It's so
Yeah.
tiny, you know.
Yeah, it seemed like a
Almost an afterthought. Sort of.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there's some
Spoilers.
specific scenes I can mention, but I don't want to say anything. So
Because budget.
Yeah,
The budget
I think it's the
wasn't
budget.
enough.
Yeah, the budget was
They
probably
couldn't make it
definitely
big.
I'm surprised they didn't put budget in that. I mean, I guess because they had diminishing returns on those sequels.
That's
They were
probably
like,
true. Right.
Did they
I mean-
ever? Hey?
And it is
Like-
what 20 years later,
Oh.
15 years
it
later.
is.
But I bet a lot of people saw it, although not that many people are going to theaters now, or not as many people are going to theaters.
What is her name? Carrie Ann Moss?
I don't know. Spider-Man did a
Moss, yeah.
billion.
Is that her name? And Keanu Reeves they don't look. I mean, they barely aged. It's
I
great.
know. It's
both-
crazy.
Some good
In
living right
some
there.
ways,
I
she
look at
looks-
myself
yeah.
20 years ago, and I'm like, I don't recognize myself.
Yeah.
There's an interview with the two of them, and one of them is like somebody says that it was like so many years ago, you guys, and then Carrie Ann Moss is like, well, some of us have aged. You haven't. She turns to Keanu Reeves. He's like, I tried. He said.
No, he's aged, but it's like
I
barely.
think she looks
Yeah, it's
less
very subtle
aged
and
than
well
he
done.
does.
He's
compared
got a
to
little
him.
more age in his face.
I mean,
and
he
she's
also has
the same to me.
His look,
He's
though,
also
is
aged
different.
great.
That's
Yeah,
why.
he's made a look. Yeah, he's styled his look differently.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's aged
He did
beautifully.
look
Don't get me
old,
But
wrong.
they also
Yeah.
dressed him in like those long cloaks with a dress, like
Yeah.
that were kind of like dresses almost
Yeah.
in the original movie.
He did look older on that last Bill and Ted movie.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah,
he's aged in his
totally.
face, but he's still. I mean, I'll take that.
Yeah,
Give me,
he still
give me some of that.
The last
still
one
looks
looked a little
pretty good.
rugged. Yeah.
yeah, he still looks pretty
rougher.
good.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things from the first one is the fact that I discovered the propeller heads from that movie.
Oh yeah. That
Wicked.
original
I
soundtrack
remember
is
that.
fucking
Oh,
awesome.
so good. So good.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
what year
remember-
did that come
I
out? I
remember
think
the
I
night-
stopped paying attention to new music at that point.
So I lived in a house full of
1999.
video game developers, right? And we all went out to watch it, and then we like sat up all night just talking all like hours,
Right.
and hours and hours. It was so great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, that can't be reproduced,
It's because you were young and excitable about things.
But it was also a pretty unique take on
It really
like
was.
unless you read sci-fi a lot.
Yeah.
the story was
yeah.
totally fresh.
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
true.
that movie and I'll never do that again in the first row. I
Oh,
was
Oh
like,
yeah.
I
oh,
watched
man,
Schindler's
I
List in the first row.
because there was no tickets left and I was
Yeah.
alone too. I wasn't with anybody. So
Man,
All
that's the-
by myself.
it sucked.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
And I went
the
a
one
week
thing-
later to go see it again.
Schindler's List is worse in the front row.
Don't do
You
that.
made out during Schindler's List?
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. They were
Yeah,
like,
don't
there's
do
two
that.
seats in the front row if you want them. I'm like, sure. What are we gonna do? What else we
Here,
do?
here. This is a good
That's a
question.
long one, too.
Like Schindler's List, and I don't mean this to be flippant or anything like that, but like, it's like that's a movie I could watch once. It was just like, and I
Yeah.
realized
I watched it many times. It's not.
Yeah,
No.
I watched it.
I watched it once.
It's quite
Requiem
good.
for a Dream, same.
No,
Oh yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want to. No,
same
Requiem for a
deal.
Dream. I'm done with that.
Once was good.
Oh, yeah, I watched it
Yeah.
once.
Blair
I've
Witch
only seen
Project once.
Yeah.
I've only seen the prequels once.
The what project?
Blair Witch Project
Yeah.
once.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not talking about like movie bad that you like that is. You know,
I didn't think those movies were bad. I just didn't want to watch them more than once.
No, Schindler's List is a excellent movie, right? But
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like it's and I think everybody should see it. It's just it's a lot to
Yeah.
get through, and I don't.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
I liked it enough to watch more than once, and then I like.
Yeah, I see.
No, I like those war movies like that.
Historical. Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't
Requiem
know.
for a Dream. Fuck that. Done. I don't even want that in my mind anymore.
Like I thought it was a good movie, but I never ever want to see it again.
Yeah.
I always get that mixed up with What Dreams May Come.
No, they're totally different.
Yeah.
That's a Robin Williams movie.
Which one's
Yeah,
the
he
goes to
really
heaven.
trippy one?
What dreams may come.
Yeah. See, I got
No,
like
he's-
Totally
45
different.
minutes into that.
Yeah.
I'm like, done. See you later.
Oh, really? You don't like it?
Yeah. Couldn't do it.
It's a sad movie.
Which one? Which dreams?
Well,
may
there's a
come?
little too much emotion in that movie for me.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
What
Anymore,
else?
I
How-
mostly just watch
I
comedy.
just watched Don't Look Up. I
Oh,
Oh, me too. I watched that the
recommend
other
it.
night. It was
I
really
heard
good.
that one's a little too real.
It's a little too real.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. One of my patients
worth
was just
watching,
talking
though.
about it today.
I might have a different perspective on it living in Canada.
I'm ever in Canada. and so-
Why do you think it's
so
named Don't Look Up?
It's just yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Our brothers to the north know what they're
Yeah.
doing.
I live in
What else is
Canada,
out?
so
What else came out that needs to be talked about?
I don't know what, Scott. What?
Did you guys watch Spider-Man? I haven't gone
No.
to theaters. So
I heard
Not
it's
yet.
good though.
I gotta take my
I heard it's
son to
good,
it.
too.
I'm gonna maybe I can get there Friday. That's kind of like my plan.
Mhm.
It's just it's
Tradition.
Yeah. well yeah. I mean, I know I want to see it. I know he's jazzed to see it as well. I mean, he likes the
Omicron be damned.
They need your
Yeah.
money, Lance. They only made $1 billion.
Oh my gosh, have you guys
Omicron.
seen it worked its way through Twitter and all kinds of stuff. I saw it, and I normally like when you see somebody like I don't follow a ton of people on Twitter, but like when I do and I see the same people doing the same video over and over again, I'm like, fine, I'll click on this. And it's like it's a video of a horse race. But it's like there's this guy and he makes up names for all the horses, and it's just like and they're all COVID related, and it's just like I mean I wish
Ivermectin coming up the rear.
what did you say?
They do that as a suppository.
Ivermectin coming up the rear.
Oh no, I mean it's just like there's like it's like
That's
it's
the
like
next booster.
it's like Omicron breaks off to the lead. And here's New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve is coming. New Year's Eve is sudden spike out of nowhere. Sudden spike. And leave
see that
them
one.
kids
Haven't seen that one.
alone. Leave them kids alone.
Too soon.
Track and trace is
Too
falling
soon.
back. Track and trace is falling back.
Track and trace.
Oh my gosh.
Contact trace.
Contact.
Remember
tracing.
contact tracing?
Yeah.
That's not really.
It's
Yeah.
not even possible anymore.
Not even possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too much.
I scheduled my booster appointment finally.
Hey yo.
Did you?
Cool.
Well,
When you get it in
like there was
July?
no appointments available whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I hate I don't know, whatever. Michelle unfortunately had exposure on Friday, so we've been
Oh, no.
testing like all week.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had to test the
Someone
other
in
day.
her office basically had it, and they made them.
Oh,
They had a Christmas party.
Yep.
Like you had to go.
Dude, the next.
She's the management. It was 3 hours
Yeah.
meal in a closed room.
Yeah. The
Like,
next
oh, great.
6 weeks is going to be everyone's
Yeah.
getting it.
You know,
And I mean, I have ideas about how it's going to go, but I think the next 6 weeks is everyone's going to be getting
Yeah.
it's
it.
gonna be rough.
basically.
It's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
She's
I'm in a
always telling
similar
me
boat
that
to you, Scott.
What's up?
I'm in a similar boat to you. My sister-in-law has it. We don't know if she got it. We think she got it Christmas Day, where we
Mm.
were with them Christmas Eve. So we may or may not
Gonna
have
get a
it.
test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it at home one week.
The problem is right now you can't buy tests. They're all sold
Right.
out.
I
Yeah.
have one. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for
Yeah, we have
symptoms, basically.
2 or
Yeah.
3, but you have to mail them.
Yeah, we had a stash at the coffee shop for employees, to like if they needed to check before they came in or whatever. You
Yeah.
could have somebody hand one out the door. or
15-minute
whatever.
test.
And but they were like taking them home and then giving them to their roommates and all this stuff.
Yeah,
We're
it's
like,
crazy.
what? No, and now we're out and we don't have and we
Yeah.
can't get any more. I'm like, what are you taking?
I think you could buy like 500 on Amazon. I think I saw that.
Whoa.
But who wants to spend $5,000 on tests?
that's much.
I mean, come
Yeah.
on. Like, why is this even on Amazon?
I had to take one
And
the
you
other
can
I
go
guess if you're a
secondary
store
market.
owner or something, I don't know, maybe.
Secondary market. Now you can sell it for $50 a pop.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
and then get shamed like the hand sanitizer guy.
Yeah.
Who needs
remember when you
TP?
couldn't
Who needs
buy,
TP?
toilet paper and
Yeah.
sanitary whatever
Wipes.
they're called.
The
Towels,
wipes.
wipes.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw that. I was like going for it back when I went on runs at some point. I was going for a jog around my neighborhood and I saw a lady selling stuff out of the trunk of her car, like, yeah, sanitary wipes and toilet paper and stuff. And people were coming up and handing her 20s, you know. She was like, it was like a drug deal. Well, yeah, I'm
Hoarding.
sure.
Anyway, well,
Yeah, it was a real thing. I watched it.
we're locking down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We still have our we put together a COVID kit if we ever got sick, and it's got like, you know, all the stuff in it and cleanser and everything, and it's still intact, which is great. So we never had to dip into it. So we're just gonna keep that handy. I had to do a test the other day when I went to go visit my parents at their retirement residence.
Yeah.
Man, I don't miss that swab touching your brain thing. Fuck.
That's for an instant test? I thought they
For
didn't
me?
need to do that anymore. Like,
Well, these
the
are
home
rapid tests. These are 15
the
minute
rapid
tests.
test that we took, it just says don't push it that far up. Like, you
I
don't
think
need
you're
to go
going.
that far.
I think you're going too far, man.
It hit my back and my
it's not supposed to come out the other side.
the instructions said to go until you meet resistance.
Yeah. But that's not that far, is it?
No, but you still start crying and coughing and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. I guess if
Yeah,
you're really
yeah.
sensitive there. But yeah,
Yeah.
I never had a
Oh,
problem.
my sensitive.
Sensitive.
That's got
Michael,
sensitive
just so simple.
nostrils.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had one, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little ticklish, but it doesn't give you that bad.
All right, I posted. I had to go to Twitter to find it, but no, seriously.
Found
If
it?
you want to go watch it now, or
Can
go
you play
watch
it?
it.
Is it copyrighted?
Probably.
No, it's not copyrighted. It's on Twitter. Hold on a second. I don't know.
What's
if
this?
I can...
Can you cross platform like that?
The sexy Rexy.
Relax.
We're doing fair use. We're reacting to it. So you can.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fair use. Okay, so let me see here. Share screen.
Oh, good. I don't have to click
I
on
gotta
it.
share. How do I share the audio though? Oh, share
You have to
sound.
click when you share the screen. There's a little button for sharing the audio.
Excuse me.
All right.
Oh,
Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
yes.
Oh, it's a TikTok.
It's a TikTok.
They're off in the Christmas COVID
Can you hear it?
handicap.
Yes.
Yes.
And first to show is Omicron Lad. Omicron Lad being closely followed by the Booster. The Booster. Omicron Lad in a bit of an early race here with each other. The Booster and Omicron Lad.
I love the voice
Antigen
sounds.
test trying to get in there. Antigen test. Omicron Lad, the Booster. Track and Trace trying to get a look in, but he looks to be struggling early doors, I'm afraid. Track and Trace. Antigen test on the outside. Here comes HEPA filters. HEPA
HEPA
filters.
filters.
Being followed by the Booster. Omicron Lad, the Booster. Omicron Lad not giving an inch to the Booster. HEPA filters. Here comes New Year's Eve. Absolutely cruising on the outside. Everybody talking about this one. New Year's Eve looking confident and assured. The Booster. Omicron Lad. HEPA filters. Track and Trace is knackered. He's gone. New Year's Eve is coming fast. Sudden spike. Sudden spike appears out of nowhere. Sudden spike, the big danger. New Year's Eve, the Booster plugging away gamely with Omicron Lad. New Year's Eve, sudden spike. Here comes Leave Them Kids Alone. Leave Them Kids Alone. Sudden spike, New Year's Eve, and a late challenge from It's Only a Cold. It's Only a Cold. Sudden spike, Leave Them Kids Alone. The Booster, fourth dose. Nobody saw this one coming. Fourth dose out of nowhere. It's
Fourth
only a
dose?
cold.
Fourth dose.
Fourth dose.
Oh, fourth dose.
Leave them kids alone. Fourth dose. It's only a cold. Oh, I have no idea how they're going to sort this one out, to be honest with you. They all crossed the line together. New Year's
honest.
Eve
That's
just crossing the
hilarious.
line now, absolutely spent. And Track and Trace is still running, would you believe?
Pretty good tricks. Pretty good.
That's awesome.
The 2021 COVID Derby. Is everything on TikTok now? Everything's
Yes.
on
Yeah,
TikTok.
pretty much.
Yes.
I refuse to step into that pool.
So do I.
You're too old. They actually wouldn't let you.
Yeah, they will let us, man.
You're
Gray
past
hair,
the-
sorry, nope. Gotta
It's
go.
like you must be taller than
I
this
don't know.
sign, but you must be younger.
There's
than
some
this.
really good stuff there, Matt. You're missing out.
I'm sure there is, but I already
It's not
have
all
an
goofball shit.
abstraction.
There's some real stuff there.
Yeah.
If,
Oh, hey, Aldi, I modified my questions for my Sweener questions for my job posting. I added
yeah.
one.
Okay.
Do you have
Is
an
it-
account on boardgamegeek.com?
Have we got any yeses yet?
Yeah, couple.
Oh, okay.
And I
Are
also
you-
modified
Are
my,
you a good employee?
yeah.
Here's another question, Matt. Do you eat mustard on your tuna fish
Yeah,
salad?
do you guys
sandwiches?
let's go around the row. Who puts mustard on their tuna
Yes.
fish sandwiches?
Yeah.
Tuna salad sandwich, not tuna fish.
What the
A
hell?
salad sandwich or a steak
Tu-
sandwich?
Oh, so
A
if
tuna
a tuna salad is, with the mayonnaise and the
Yeah.
celery,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
like, mixed up.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you put mustard on that sandwich?
A gentleman puts mustard on tuna fish.
I can see Dijon.
I don't
maybe.
put mustard on
Mhm.
anything because I think it tastes horrible. So
I
Okay.
love
love
mustard,
mustard.
but
I love
I've never
it.
put it on.
Tuna salad?
Never put it on tuna. No.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, neither would I.
I had the one. It was the worst tuna salad I had the other night.
Well,
I was like, there's a flavor here. I can't figure it out. And then I didn't like it. And then eventually I'm like, oh yeah, it's mustard. I hate
Would
it.
do. I've actually never
So
done
And
it.
I like
Maybe-
mustard.
Maybe I'd be wrong. Like maybe I wouldn't like it, but I've never tried it. It just sounds like something I would
Yeah,
like.
give it a try. I mean, it's what do you got to lose?
Have you ever
Did it
tried
have-
peanut butter on a hamburger?
No.
I actually
No.
have. It's
And-
I used to
it's
work
an
at a,
acquired taste.
I used to
And I
work
like
at a
peanut
restaurant.
butter. It's an acquired taste.
I used to work at a burger place called The Works, and we had
With an
one
X?
called Hold the Phone, and it had peanut butter and a chipotle on it. It was really good.
Interesting. I would eat that.
Chipotle.
I mean, I would try it. for
TikTok
sure.
took the top spot away from Google.
Wow.
How is that possible?
Wow.
Of what?
Website
I mean,
rankings, I guess,
Wow.
I'm pretty sure my two kids are 90% of that.
of
Yeah.
that traffic. I mean, it's interesting. So, Facebook has copied it, right? Like they have the little, I don't know what they're called.
Story? No.
But every video I
Keep
see on
hiding
Facebook
those as
has
much
the
as I
TikTok
can.
logo. I know I can't get rid of them.
I just can't
I mean-
stand that it like blows up and then you can't stop it and you're like in a place where you don't want
Yeah.
things to be sounding.
Yeah,
and
the
you're
sound.
no.
Like I turn the sound off a million times, it keeps coming back. I'm like,
Yeah.
If it wasn't for my friends, I'd be off Facebook. Honestly,
Yeah.
Me too. Well, if it
I mean,
wasn't-
I have a good fun
So do I.
fun time on there sometimes with friends.
Yeah.
The problem is Facebook and board games is a business place, right?
True.
Yeah, it is.
True. Yep.
For you,
For
I
me.
mean, it's
For me.
not business for me. I like, but a lot of my friends are through board games, so I talk.
it's
about
not
board games
really
and stuff.
business for me. I mean, word of mouth is probably my biggest new business channel, but
Yeah, but you can't pretend that your visibility on Facebook doesn't affect, your opportunities or hiring.
absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I am such a few and far between poster. Like I have fits and spurts, right? I'm trying to really get better at it, but I actually just signed up with a new tool called Hero Post.
Hero
Hero
Post.
Post.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Hootsuite or whatever, but it was
Buffer.
it was $200 for a lifetime.
Oh, well.
Oh, hello. I think I'm paying like 100 and something a month for Buffer.
I
which is
know.
not
Take a
worth
look at it.
all.
Aldi.
Like, because we don't post but more like 1 or 2 times a week.
Well,
And
Matt,
you
if
Hero
you're looking
Post.
for tips, just never engage with me on Facebook because I'll totally like reroute whatever post you were doing and talk about something completely irrelevant.
How about them Vikings?
I'll take what you were
Are they
talking
in the? Are they in
about
the? Do they make
and
the
then
playoffs?
go over here.
They got to win out. They got to be
Got to win out.
basically-
They're in control of their own destiny.
Yeah, they got to beat Green Bay in Green Bay, and
I
they
gotta-
got to beat the Bears.
I got to tell you, I've not had a year with the Cowboys where I have like, oh yeah, we're in. Right? I mean, like it's so like they're in already. They already clinched. I'm like, that's what it feels like. Huh, pretty cool.
Don't get used to it.
I don't believe this is it. This is the year. I mean, if it's not this year, it's never gonna happen.
Tony Romo. Oh wait, is that still a thing?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
I
this
was
is
retired.
funny.
I got my Tony Romo jersey though.
The Hero
Yeah.
Post.
I got my Zeke jersey too, but I haven't worn it in a while. Like Zeke is a
Jason Witten. Nope, he's probably gone
Jason
too.
Witten is awesome.
Foosball.
Foosball.
Oh, foosball.
Very different.
There's like
games.
100 and something 75 people on the COVID restricted list, so it's going to be our year because everybody's sick.
the world did come crashing to a halt. Like a giant part of the internet came crashing to a halt. I mean, and I realize you guys are like, he's talking about that stupid game again. But the Fortnite servers went down today, and like literally, it was like, yeah,
And the world took
was
a
like,
breath.
it was like there was like for 12 hours the Fortnite
Kids
servers
were like,
So
"Hello,
Holy shit.
parents.
They got to interact.
Nice to see you."
if you're an organization that is running a tournament, say today, and it goes down, do you have any recourse for lost income for that?
If you have insurance,
I don't think there's
policies you can
SLAs
pull out.
on the Fortnite.
I mean, it's weird. I don't know. I mean, that's,
They would just reschedule it.
Sure.
My biggest thing is that they had they cycle through different things that are for sale, like skins, art for your guy to wear, run around.
Yeah, it's pure cosmetics, right?
Yeah, pure cosmetics. I mean, the weird thing is that like obviously if you have like a green skin and you want to hide in the trees, you're tougher to see. If you have a dark skin and you want to hide in the shadows, you're tougher to see. So there is something to it. But I mean, as far as like actual like your hitbox doesn't change,
Anyway. It's not like pay to win.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on from that little segment.
So I played Fortnite the other day, and everybody's flying around, and I couldn't figure out how to do it.
They
like Spider-Man.
The people there's like they drop. There's about 20 Spider-Man web shooter things.
That was what it is.
Yeah. And then you got to go to the Daily Bugle area to usually get them. That's like the main place you can get them. But anyway,
God, how much money are they making if they're teaming up with Marvel?
Well,
Amazing.
so yesterday it was 24 hours. They brought back all the old Marvel skins. You could buy them. You can get them like all these like you
Cha-ching.
can.
They need some cash flow.
Well,
Yeah,
like
right.
Turn back on the Marvel skins.
Yeah,
It's just in their back pocket.
So, but here's the deal: for 12 of those 24 hours, nobody could get in to buy them. So it's like
maybe
so
they'll
is it no? But is that one of those things where it's like would be because Marvel? I mean, obviously would probably get X percentage of the stuff or whatever. I mean, they got to have
shit
a deal.
happens, And
it's just like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody was like, yeah, so
that $1 billion we didn't make yesterday. I think you owe us half of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's just one of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be written in the contract, right? Or hopefully.
There's stuff like that. Probably.
I'm sure there's, yeah.
Hey, Gator Dave is here. Hey, Gator Dave.
Gator Dave.
Technology.
Gator Dave.
He's actually
an
alligator. Yeah, I spoke to Gator.
He's actually a crocodile, which is the weirdest part.
Yeah, no, he's actually a caiman. Is what he's
Cayman?
Yeah, Cayman.
Now we're not even on the right continent.
Well, what else has happened? What'd you get for Christmas?
I got the cool dice tower that's like the front cover of the Player's Handbook, old AD&D Player's Handbook.
Oh, the monster guy,
the demon. The demon.
Yeah,
it's got the one
eyes?
gem. The one
gem.
Yeah. Go get it.
Okay.
That's the old Dungeon Master's Guide, right?
It's Player's Guide. Player's Handbook.
What's the Player's Guide?
Yeah, where the guys are trying to jimmy the.
Yeah. I just couldn't remember which book it was.
Yeah.
Oh, that was.
I didn't have that one. I had the next one with the white wizard on.
The wizard, yeah. The wise wizard.
No.
The wise wizard.
He wasn't too wise.
Wasn't that wise? He's a dumbass.
This was back in the 80s. This was before all the PC stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And that was the one where the Player's Handbook, that was the horse guy. The horse rider, right? On the Player's Handbook for that.
What, you holding up the
Are you talking about second edition?
Oh yeah, that was AD&D second edition.
This is
AD&D.
AD&D.
That's badass.
That's awesome, Lance.
Did lies light up, or is it just the front reflections? Oh, yeah, no,
wow.
That's I gotta get one up. Where did you get that?
That's awesome.
GameStop.
GameStop. Okay.
And so the dice go in the top over here.
Oh yeah,
it's a dice tower. Oh,
that's
Sit
awesome.
out the front.
That's pretty awesome.
Well, you don't like
There's gotta be a
figurines.
3D
You don't like
printer
figurines, Aldi, so I don't think.
No,
don't see why
I hate
yeah.
those things. Waste of money.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with this. I didn't think it would look this nice.
That's right.
No, it looks good.
That's awesome.
So
He looks a little I don't know.
And if you remember
Different.
the front of the AD&D player's handbook, the two thieves were stealing the
Right.
gem.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
prying it, and so you'll notice he's missing.
Oh,
Yeah,
has the gem
socket.
dang.
but
Isn't
he's-
it the DMG?
player's
That's
handbook?
Player's Handbook.
I was right.
That's first edition.
Uh,
Yeah,
AD
first edition.
and
The only edition.
yeah, the only one worth playing.
What's it called?
And
Back
then
when Rangers were Rangers. 2d8.
yeah, 2d8 baby.
50
I always
bones
play
for
the
that
Ranger.
sucker. That's
They could start with
D&D loves their stuff, man. $50 for that. Is it plastic?
It's not cheap. It's
Yeah,
heavy.
it feels good.
It's,
Okay.
It's a resin and it's solid. It's not it's not no the DMG had the
the demon looking guy.
the demon, and then on the back was well, actually it wasn't a demon, it was an Ifrit. And
Yeah, he had like a
it's-
sword and everything.
and
yeah.
it's the city of brass. If you look at the back, it's they're on the elemental plane of fire.
Are there
so-
dead lizards on that thing or no?
Oh, there it is.
No dead lizards, but yeah.
Dead lizards, okay. And the guy cleaning the sword.
Yes.
Yeah, so I had the second edition, not second edition, sorry, the second printing.
And you'll notice like he's even got this like he must be wearing a skirt because there's a weird belt on the back. And yeah. No, I mean
Yeah.
it's
He's a
it's pretty
sumo
sweet.
wrestler.
You know, but it's right off the page. You know,
That's awesome.
You can insert
Yeah.
any standard regulation size D&D dice to
Yeah.
engage gameplay.
yeah. So no, that was, and then let me think what else I get. I got a book that I wanted. I got clothes, which I actually, as I got older, I actually kind of enjoy getting clothes. You know, like I got some nice socks. I got a new monitor because I'm trying to put together my computer, but my wife bought me a really nice curved giant monitor, which was really nice. Right? Obviously, I'm still
Nice.
using a laptop. Oh, and I got a really nice chair that I put together, but my son uses it to play
Secret Lab?
Fortnite. Yeah, what? Secret Lab, yeah.
Secret Lab. Which one?
I don't know. It's pretty sweet though. It's a Titan.
Oh, just a T on it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, not one of the branded ones.
No,
like a-
it's just
like a-
it's just
Game of Thrones or
Or Batman.
no. It's comfortable.
That's awesome.
all that the Trump chair. It's got the big T on it.
I'll see if I can find it.
It does. It has the Trump T on it.
It has a T on it. Yeah.
I wish they didn't have. I got the.
Yeah, it's,
I got the Batman one. You can't see the T.
You got the Batterman one?
I got the.
It's
Batman
got the nice magnetic pillow.
Pillow.
You move around. But yeah,
one. You sleep real good in it.
Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 is what
I
you
don't know,
got me.
those super high back bucket seat kind of chairs. I don't know.
Oh, dude, I sat in it and then I was like, I could take a nap.
They're a little stiff
skeptical.
for me. Is it stiff? What do you like?
Yeah,
about
but I
it?
kind of like that though. I don't like. I mean, I like having kind of a rigid back to it. You know, that's just my
firm-
thing. Yeah,
I'm gonna hold out for.
I
my,
like a firm touch.
a firm support.
I heard that about you actually.
Yeah, well, you heard right. Damn it.
Sometimes those
you got a lot of
sweet books are
presents.
nice. Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, we actually like, it's like we pretty, our family really hammers away pretty well. Like my wife wanted to put on an iPad, so I went and got her, went to Costco because I was like the last place in town that had any, and just give me the best one you
Thinking
got.
ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like it was literally like I just walked in and I was like, "What's your iPad choices?" And he's like, "We got these three," and I was like, "Okay, well, which one's the best?" He said that one. Okay, whatever.
Done.
Fun, done.
Done.
I hate thinking about stuff like that.
Yeah. So I mean, and I'm not saying that to brag or anything. It's just we take our Christmas is pretty
Gifting
serious.
seriously.
Yeah,
You get the
it's
kids.
let me see. My son got he bounces around with what games he wants, but he got a ton of Switch games. He got like 4 or 5 Switch games. He got like $50 of Nintendo cash and $50 of PlayStation cash. So he like, and then he's like of course now it's the January sales on, so like the holiday sale. So he's just bought all this stuff that's like super cheap, and he's got a ton of games to play. So he's super excited. He got some clothes, which whatever, he's not going to care about those. But he got the Oculus 2. So now so just basically it's just the headset. It's tetherless.
Oh,
so he and I can play VR together now, which is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Have you played that demo game?
Which one?
Demo?
No, I haven't played that yet.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. See, yeah, and no, so he's super jazzed. But I mean, like that was probably the thing that probably made me the happiest, was that like he had wanted one last year, and then it was like one of those things where it's like we couldn't get it. Like I ordered one, and then Facebook canceled the order because they were like, yeah, we're out. And it was just like, and I kept on get a pushback, and eventually they just canceled the order and said we can't do it. And so then like literally like the same time when I got the iPad, I saw Costco. They were just setting up the display with them, and I just called my wife. I was like, "Do we get it?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, grab that." So it was like, you grab the one tag for the iPad, you grab the one tag for that, you head up to the front, you hand them these 2 pieces of cardboard, then they take
like $1,000, please.
We'll take $1,200 for
$1,200.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And then some guy came over and handed me the stuff. But when my son opened up, at first, because it's just a white box, and like it doesn't, and he was
doesn't
like,
really say what it is.
He's like, what is it? And then he kind of turned it, and like in the bottom of one corner, it says Oculus 2, and he was just like, oh,
no, you videoed him.
Yeah, I know.
Show it on his wedding dinner, rehearsal dinner.
I mean, he was just like, thank you. He was just like, and the thing was, it was like one of the things about the Oculus Quest, it works well, but like the thing is that it's always a challenge to get it to work sometimes, right? You got to plug it in, you got to get everything ready, and you got to get it to roll. And I was a little annoyed because like when I read
the meta thing out now?
I don't think so. Oh. But I was a little annoyed because I thought that the games that we purchased for the Quest would transfer over, but they don't, because the games we purchased for the Rift, they were made to be run on a computer. And basically, I was watching the thing, and this guy said basically what the Rift is it's a really, really cool, expensive monitor for you to put on your face, and a couple of controllers. That's what that is. Huh. And he's just like, the Quest is a really, really cool, expensive cell phone that you're putting on your face. And so the games that they've made, like it's completely different programming to write a game for a PC as for writing a game for a phone.
Right.
So you can't cross over, which was fine. When we realized that, it was just like, fine, whatever. It's like he wants Beat Saber, he wants this, that, and the other thing, and there's a few
but it's
games,
the same game, and they have the same versions. It should be cross-platform if you buy it.
Yeah, but they weren't created cross-platform when they were created. So like they have to go back and develop the game to be made for the same thing.
Well, it's also different marketplaces too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's different marketplaces too. Okay. There is some crossover. I linked the accounts, so like both the accounts are there. I mean, like the Darth Vader game that he has, they cross-platform that, and there's a couple other ones that he has that cross-platform.
Right.
So I would say, of like the 30 VR games he has, there were like 4 that like cross-platform, which is he doesn't play most of the other stuff. But I mean, it was like, like Beat Saber is the thing that he plays. He plays Blade and Sorcery, which is basically this game of like chopping people in half, and casting spells and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Is your daughter into tech?
She is. She gets excited to like try and play it. Like she'll watch Caleb and I sit there and play Fortnite for like an hour, and she'll say, "Can I play?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll let her play." And like, and she's okay at it, but she's not at it, so she gets annoyed that she gets killed, and it's just kind of like. But she used to play a game called Realm Royal, which was basically Fortnite but medieval people.
Yeah, I played it.
and she was really good at that. She was like always winning, and it's just I think she just her Twitch skills like lessened, and she'd rather watch TikTok videos now than play video games. So
What'd she get for Christmas?
Let's see. My daughter, well, she wanted a bunch of jewelry, so like she got like a gold ring and some other things. She got a bunch of clothes. She got some books that she wanted. She got she got some furniture for her room because she wanted to get rid of this big dresser and get a more upright dresser, because then now we're going to go out and like basically I gave her the money to like buy a big aquarium for her so she can put a big aquarium in her room and get rid of the small one that she has, because she's getting into the aquarium stuff now. So she wants to get a bigger aquarium. So we're going to go do that probably next week. Yeah.
There's two kinds of people: big aquarium people, small aquarium people.
Yeah, I mean, no, and all this, and the fact that we're in the process of prepping this house, we're getting rid of stuff so we can move, right? You know, we're
Oh, you're gonna move?
You know, it's just
where are you gonna
go? Well, no, we're gonna stay in the same area, but like we're looking at buying a lot in the country. You know, just basically a 3 or 4 acre plot of land, and then just build a big house, and you know,
sounds cool.
Then my wife can bury me in a pond in the backyard after I die or something. And then
what do you mean after you
or
die?
before? Yeah.
What's keeping you in the area? Does your what?
My mom is here.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I like living here. I mean, it's just, I mean,
okay.
I mean, I went to my dad's for Christmas. I felt, you know, it was one of those things where my dad was like, "Oh, I'm gonna grill steaks and we can open up gifts or whatever." And like my dad actually went to the hospital. He had flu really bad.
Oh geez.
And I was like, "Yeah, he's 78, you know, but he's still pretty spry." He's you know, as he said on his 78th birthday, he's like he's like I'm above ground and upright. He said, "I really can't ask for much more," you know. And he's like, you know, just he's a good guy. And no, anyway, yeah. So he was really, really sick, and we were supposed to so we ended up having to have Christmas on the 26th, and then we went over there and we were just hanging out, and he and I were just hanging out and like, you know, drinking some whiskey and just, you know, helping him grill steaks and whatever. And my phone rang, and I was like, screw it, I'm not talking to anybody on the phone. And then like it rang again, and it was a weird ring. It was like, what is going on with my phone? I went over and I answered it, and no, it said restricted on it. And so I answered it, and I was like, okay, it was like
the vehicle warranty is about to expire.
No, not at all. It was like,
I answered the phone the other day for the first time because I was expecting a package. That's what it was. Fucking vehicle warranty bullshit.
So
I never answer my phone again.
And I absolutely hate this, but I understand the reason why. But I despise when somebody I don't know calls me and I go, "Hello, is Lance there?" I hate that. I just tell me who you are.
Yes.
But then I realize it's like it isn't. It's a thing where it's like if it is your like pharmacy calling about your drugs, like
right, they literally have to verify.
They can't say, "Hi, this is your boner medicine doctor calling." You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, just like, you know, I mean, so
your wart remover medicine. Yeah, ass wart remover medicine is in stock.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the household have a little problem? I need to speak with them.
So it was like, so this woman was on, and she's like, "Yeah, am I speaking to Lance?" And I was like, "Can I?" And I said, "Can I ask who's calling?" And they said, "This is the Moorhead Police Department." And I was like, "Yeah, this is Lance. What's going on?" And then they were like, "Oh, it's like," they said, your husky has been outside and it has been howling at your patio door for like the last 2 hours. Somebody called in a noise complaint." And I was like, "Oh, well, crap." And it was like, and that was the beginning of a blizzard. Like, it was like we were supposed to get bad snow. And I was like, "I am sorry." And I jumped in my car, and like, you know, it's about a 5-6, normally it's like a 5-minute drive to from my dad's house to mine, but it's through country. And so there was like maybe 10 feet of visibility. So I had to drive slow, and I got there, and I was like, I wonder if the cops can be sitting there. And then sure enough, the cops was just sitting there waiting. And my wife thinks I'm crazy. Well, I shouldn't say she thinks I'm crazy. She was just like, I pull in, and then the cop gets out, and I was like, hey, and I was just like, and then it was it was weird. She said three things. Well, no, she was like, oh, it's like, and I was like, hey, thanks for calling. And she said, do you mind if I check on your dog? And I was just like, and she started walking into my garage, and I just said, hey, how about you just wait right here and I'll bring my dog out for you. And she said, oh, okay. And I was just like, and then my wife's like, well, and my dad asked, well, why would you do that? I was like, because I'm not, you never invite a cop in your house. You never do. It's just like,
Takes away all your power.
It takes the moment you say, yeah, you can come in, that you're telling them they can go
look at anything.
Yeah, they can look at anything. So no, you
have no power over me.
Yeah, and so I
never invite a vampire into your house.
Yes, so I went up, and it isn't like I had anything to hide or anything, because I didn't. But I was also like, no, I don't want you in my house. So I went in and I grabbed my dog, and he was just sitting there, smile on his face, like waiting. I brought him out, put a leash on him, walked him out, brought my other dog with me too, and then she said three things. She's like, oh my gosh, he looks like a purebred husky, and I was like, yeah, he is. And she's like, oh man, it's a beautiful dog. And he was happy as a clam. And she was like, oh, it's like, I've heard that like their double coat lets him like, they can like withstand temperatures up to like -50. And like, as long as, I was like, yeah,
yeah, leave him outside all the time.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, no, seriously.
In the blizzards.
Like it was like -20 out today. And he begged to go outside.
It's -20 there?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was,
what the temperature was today? 80.
40. 80.
No, like today it was like 20 below, and the house was too warm for him. So he basically went outside and he curled up and fell asleep on the snow on the deck, for an hour, just because he didn't want to be inside the house. And so, 20. And so then, and she's, and she said, does he have shelter? And I was like, yeah, we built this, because we did, we
was she trying to like get you on a technicality or something?
No, here's this is the thing. So it's like, so basically the deck has paneling. So it's like, it's enclosed, underneath is enclosed, and we keep stuff in there like our lawnmower and stuff, but also there's like a spot in there that he will go sometimes. And like when it's sunny outside and he's outside, he'll go in there to get out of the sun. And so he's protected from the wind, and he'll go and like sometimes when I can't find him in the backyard, I'll yell and he'll come out from underneath the deck because he's just hanging out down there. But anyway, and she was like, okay, well, it's like, I'm sorry to have troubled you. I was like, no, I appreciate you calling. I mean, it's just like, we left and we didn't realize he was still outside. It's happened dozens of times. He'd rather be outside most of the time. Anyway, so I go back inside the house. She leaves. I get the dog situated. I get back in the car. I start hitting, and right before I left, I was like, huh. And I actually Googled. I was like, what temperatures can huskies withstand? And like the very first website, when I clicked on it, it said, it's like an adult purebred husky can withstand temperatures of up to -50 degrees Fahrenheit and can survive in them for hours. Provided it's like they're a purebred husky, and provided they have shelter as well. And I was like,
someone did some Googling.
So I don't know for sure.
Oh, come on.
I definitely got the impression that like, oh, what's the first thing that you can do? And you can look and check. But yeah, no, just it was no, I mean, and it was wrong. I mean, if he was barking and bellowing, because that's what he does. He's like, he just does that when he wants to come inside the house, and usually somebody gets up. And sometimes, like if you're like, I don't know, there's been many times that I've been like on a call, like, with some like Chinese manufacturer trying to figure out something, and like there's a kid upstairs, and they're like staring at their phone, and I can hear the dog. I was like, somebody let the dog in. Just like, but I mean,
that's interesting. So someone called the cops.
Somebody, because he was making noise. And
I would never call the cops for a dog about barking.
No, well,
not unless it was for like 3 days.
I mean, it's fucking Dallas, man. I mean, I guess that's the difference in the neighborhoods, right? Like, you got any shootings at night? Like, I hear gunshots like all the time.
Yeah,
I don't call the cops.
That's because your wife's out.
Nothing would happen.
Target shooting cans.
Yeah, but I hear gunshots constantly. Not constantly, but I've heard them nightly.
Yeah, well, you live in Texas,
and my ring will say, "Anybody hear those gunshots?" And I'm like, "Yep, I just heard them." And nobody calls the cops. Cops won't do anything. It's just funny because you're different. It's a different.
It is different in the suburbs,
right?
Yeah.
Hey,
In the
Lance.
city, I used to hear bullets all the time. Yeah. On the
We got
street,
we got
you know.
cops called on us when we were just making too much noise in the back of a hot tub one time.
Oh yeah, go
Come and
on.
ID everybody.
He came around back, yeah, because we had like rented out a house for our 10-year high school reunion. Just me and some buddies. We rented out a hot tub. This cop comes around back. He's like, "What are y'all boys doing back here?"
Mm.
Oh, it was just a funny
What
moment.
was your Matt? What you said? Hey, Lance. Then
Oh, sorry.
No,
It was a non sequitur. But are you anywhere near Burnsville?
Oh yeah,
Somebody applied. Cassie Willett applied from Burnsville, Minnesota.
I have no idea who that is, but yes, I'm near. I know Burnsville well. I used to in an earlier life. I dated a girl who lived in Burnsville.
Named Kathy from Burnsville.
Yeah, Kathy Willits from Burnsville.
And you'll be delighted to know
it was a Grace Willett, and actually I don't know what ever happened. I ended up getting lucky that night. That was about 29 years ago. How old is
good question.
Wonder what ever happened to old Grace Willett.
Yeah.
The world will never know.
We had a cop come to our door the other day. We've had actually in our neighborhood, I think I mentioned this last time, we had some people stealing catalytic converters from under cars.
Dude, mine got stolen.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Your car got stolen and that?
Well, different car, but yes.
Yeah, they want the metal in the catalytic converter.
Dude, don't play the lottery.
Should play the lottery.
Right. I found it right now.
So the cop came by and asked, he's like, "Hey, any chance you have the footage from your security cameras?"
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I would if they were still hooked up.
Yeah.
They're so low res that you'd basically just see like 4 pixels of the person's face.
A shadow figure doing something shadowy.
Yeah,
they were installed a long time ago, and they were just like this.
Mine are pretty low res too.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact they're there as a deterrent, but
yeah.
I got cops called on me for playing Super Mario Brothers too loud once. At least I think it was.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was weird because I was playing Super Mario Brothers in my apartment.
Yeah.
And then I turned it off. And an hour later, the cops showed up and they're like, "I heard there's a party going. We got a call or noise complaint." And I'm like, they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing. Playing video games." I go, "But that was like an hour ago." They came. They. I mean, it was 2 cops banged on my door.
Can we check?
Covered my peephole too, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I mean, this was the '90s, so I was like, I didn't care, right? I was just like not thinking about any of it.
Right.
In the '90s, nothing like, yeah, whatever.
Right.
If someone covered my peephole, I would never open that door today.
Right.
Yeah.
Although we have a glass door now, so it's kind of hard to cover the people. But yeah, they gave me grief. They ID'd me and everything.
One of my
Super Mario.
Got any weed in there?
Way back in college, I lived in a house with a bunch of dudes, and it was a party house. We like
bunch of dudes.
We would have keg parties, and like you charge $5 or whatever to give them a cup, and
yeah,
and we thought we were gonna be clever. We called it the tackle box. I don't know why. We had a lot of fish on the walls or something. Anyway. We got busted on a like semi-regular basis. It was one of those things where like you'd see the cops would show up and like people would scatter,
yeah.
All right, usually they have something along the lines of just saying, okay, you guys everybody needs to go. You're too loud. We're getting complaints. Eventually eventually people go and start peeing in people's bushes and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, so we never had a situation where it was like, oh, let's ID everybody. Let's see who's, it never had a situation like that. And, but I remember it was just like, remember one day it was just like 3 or 4 of us just sitting around one evening, we were like watching a Minnesota Twins game on the TV and like just having some beers and whatever. And all of a sudden, like 2 or 3 cop cars just pull up in front of the house really quick and they get the lights on and we're like, what's going on? And it was just like, and there was one guy that wasn't 21. He was like, oh, he was and he said, just go upstairs. And then cop came and knocked on the door. And like, I remember it was my, one of the guys I lived with, his name was like Mark Tonneson, but it was like whatever we called him, Tano. And and the cop knew him. He's like, "Hey, Tano," and he's like, "Hey, what's going on?" He's like, "Oh, I gotta tell you, we got a call, but there's a party down this way. We just assumed it was you guys. So, anything going on?" And they're like, "No, we're just hanging out watching the Twins game." He's like, "Oh, okay. Well, see you later."
See you this weekend.
Yeah.
I just to this day, I was just like, yeah, you guys, yeah. So,
Probably got the call and he's like, I know where this is. Don't give me the
let's
address.
just-
Don't give me the address.
We'll head over the top tackle box. Let's see what's going on.
Anybody watch the new Boba Fett yet?
Yep, I watched it.
Mm.
Okay.
It was super solid.
Sorry. I think it's my bedtime.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it a great
Thought you
deal.
were singing Ozzy or something.
Nope, it was good, and
It sucks, Scott. Horrible.
it answered.
I don't watch it.
You haven't watched it?
No.
Oh, I
I'm
thought you
not
did.
saying-
Yeah.
I got shit to do.
These guys shit to do. Like watch Don't Look Up and
I had to watch Don't Look Up.
what was
I
the other
had
one you were talking about? I
Look at
forget
you,
now.
all tough guy. I had shit to do.
I had to work too.
What's his name though? Looks good, eh? The Boba Fett actor,
yes.
Tefaro or whatever. I forget his name.
Tamura Morrison.
Yeah,
he,
Tamara Morrison. Yeah.
He lost some weight from when he guested on Mandalorian.
Kind of
Yeah,
had that.
And he
They're like, we're not remaking the suit for you, man. So you gotta lose.
Nah, Nah, the
We had
training.
no budget for that.
All the training them guys do, they automatically lose weight. Yeah, like I'm sure they lose
Did he
about
do his own
15,
stunts?
20 pounds. He was doing like the scenes and all. So you're still
Well,
swinging.
I don't
the
know if he
swords
did his
and all
own
that.
stunts, but he definitely was flying the spaceship. You know.
Yeah.
Someone's got to buy that vision.
Is that Adam Tudike?
Is there any other- I haven't watched the Hawkeye. Is that worth watching? I haven't watched the Hawkeye or the one before it. Whatever.
Yeah, neither did I. It's just too much, man. It's like, and it was kind of like.
I think I've
It was just
like
too much.
5 of the most recent ones.
Me, Jen,
What's the
watch
last
Hawkeye.
Marvel thing I've seen? Oh, Widow, Black Widow.
Widow.
I didn't see that one either.
I
I
enjoyed
liked Black
that.
Widow. I thought it was quite fun.
I liked what's her sister. I liked the whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
She was quite good.
Well, she's the new
Sister.
character, right?
Well, yeah, she's gonna
Yeah.
be
She
the.
takes on from. Oh, maybe they'll make her movies on time.
Oh, wasn't there a
Last
TV
World
show
Time, they just
too?
didn't release it.
Like
Yeah, it was.
WandaVision.
I watched WandaVision and I watched.
I didn't
WandaVision
see
was
that.
good.
I thought
Yeah.
WandaVision.
I heard it
was
was
good.
good. I didn't see it.
And
And then
there
what was the one after that? Not Hawkeye,
Falcon,
but Falcon and the Snowman.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
Falcon and
the Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier.
Oh, Winter Soldier. Okay.
which I did not
Yeah.
watch.
I was like, I don't know the Snowman. Who's that?
It was a joke. There's a
New
movie
character.
called Falcon and the
Good old
Snowman.
movie.
Then Loki, I think, was after that.
Oh,
right?
Loki was fine. I liked Loki.
Was it? I haven't seen that one.
It's got a lot of talking.
And then
There's a
Apparently, I
lot
haven't
of talking on
used
those
and
last
watched
episodes.
there
I
was.
don't mind that. I don't mind
No,
that.
it's fine. I ate it up. I like that stuff.
and I think
I actually like
Loki-
knowing why things are happening,
Exactly. Well, you don't really know, but yeah.
or at least a little
You
bit.
try
of
to
like,
feel like you might know.
yeah,
Yeah.
a little
I
bit
like-
of exposition.
I like the Loki. That was pretty good.
I'm almost done watching Prodigal Son.
What's that?
What's that
It's
one?
a television show with Michael Sheen.
Hmm.
He plays a convicted serial killer, and his son is this profiler, ex-FBI profiler for the MIPD.
And he has to find his dad.
No, his dad helps him solve the
Oh,
case.
okay. Okay.
Of course, Evan. Come on, like this is it makes sense, doesn't it?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But when is he going to have to solve the case that his dad perpetrated? That's what I'm saying.
Did you
The
guys
season
watch The Wheel of
finale.
Time?
Which one?
The
I
Wheel of
started
Time?
to, and then I just didn't get back to it.
Ooh,
I will
look at that.
eventually.
It's the hardest working man in board games, Grant Lion.
Hey,
Your content
Okay.
output is humongous, dude.
What's that?
I said your content output is humongous.
Oh.
Remember?
Hard.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a good thing.
I mean, it seems to be like
It's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Don't listen to Graham's up there.
No, I saw someone put your photo on something.
Did you do in
remember
a
what it was,
pickle dice version?
Ah,
That was
No.
that you?
That was not him.
I
No.
don't
know,
you be
just
taking
checking.
away is in a pickle money?
What did someone? Now I want to know. What did, somebody put,
$2.43.
what did someone put my stuff on?
I'm trying to find the. It came up my feed today, but someone put your face on a thumbnail for something.
Yeah, I've seen you pop up a lot more recently, Grant.
Once I subscribe to
in
your
the-
YouTube channel, I mean, you're like daily, aren't you?
Am I what?
You're daily on the YouTube.
No, I post 2 videos a week on YouTube.
Oh, feels like more.
That's regular though. That's good.
Yeah,
You
Well, he
You
just
need
watches
more.
them every day.
Do more.
I do daily on TikTok.
Right.
Yeah. How about
So
Monopoly?
you're the one.
Monopoly deal dice.
Yeah.
All right,
Go.
I'll save it. I'll save it for Forrest.
How many followers?
The problem with Facebook is you can never find anything after you seen it once. You know what I mean?
That's
Oh
true.
yeah,
Yeah,
advantage.
that is
It's just
true.
like forget about it.
Lance, you make fun of TikTok. How many followers do you think I got on TikTok now?
So many more.
7 million.
2 million.
More than
No.
the dice tower.
200,000.
I'm at 80,000.
80,000.
80,000. Wow, that's awesome.
Oh, that's all board game stuff.
I'm happy for you.
Mhm.
I mean, it's the thing, man. It's the thing. I'm just too old.
Lance.
You're
Yeah.
too old.
No, I want everybody to be super successful and happy. That would make me very happy. But it's just
Would
not
it,
for me.
Lance? I got a feeling you would not.
Ugh.
Can't find it. I'm scrolling. I'll if I find it, I'll snapshot it and send it. to you.
I'm the guest of honor at the convention that happens in Lincoln. You
What's
think
that
would-
one? Lincoln?
Nebraska?
Yeah, it's the great.
Nebcon. Link's gone.
AbeCon.
Gone.
Nebrascon. Nebraska. I don't know.
Stop.
Forget what it's
The
called.
problem with my Facebook now is it's a lot of music stuff and it's not as much game stuff.
It's
It's not their problem. That's
called
their problem.
the
Branscombe.
Great Plains Game Festival.
Charles Branscombe.
Charles. Great play. I don't think I've heard of this one.
Death Wish 17.
Death Wish 17? What?
I don't know how big it is or not. I've never.
Charles
been.
Branscombe.
Yeah, with Charles Branscombe.
Yeah.
That's cool, Grant. That's awesome, man. I've never been the guest of honor to anything.
Ah.
Your wedding.
It
Actually,
wasn't
no.
me.
It was your
wasn't
wife.
me.
Yeah, that wasn't him. Yeah,
I was an honorable mention for sure, but
at best.
You're a required
There to pay the
participant.
bill.
I was required. I was the one who cried.
Yeah. You spent
My
how
wife
much
had-
on the dress?
My wife had game face on. She was like, "Oh, it's game time."
How are you guys though? I don't. It's not all just about me, you know.
Maybe it is. With that
Yeah,
hat,
but you showed up, so it's just
Yeah.
we want to pester you.
You're the man of the hour or the minute, anyways.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Did
Yeah,
you do that release thing for your record yet, Grant, or is that coming up?
No,
Oh, I
that's
saw your poster.
February 2nd.
February 2nd.
oh, that's coming up. Nice, man.
Yeah, it's
Let's
just,
hope Omicron doesn't
Oh,
tank it.
I know. I swear to God,
What
if
that
it
mean
gets,
to
if it
read?
gets
Obama.
canceled
Frustrating.
twice, if
Yeah.
it gets canceled twice,
It's a sign.
I was supposed to do this album release party in April 2020.
Canceled once, shame on you. Canceled twice. You can't cancel
Can't
me
fooled
again.
again.
You can't cancel me twice.
Can't get fooled again.
I'm legit nervous though.
No, it's gonna be. You're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Is this
We,
something?
I mean,
It's
we got
accurate.
BGG. We got BGG Con coming right around the corner.
See you,
See
man.
you
You're
later.
at.
See
My
you, man.
man,
Bye.
My
I
bad.
guess-
you killed
Spring
it this
coming.
year too. Great job on all your games, man.
Oh yeah,
Thank
dude.
you.
You got a lot
That
of
was a
hits.
healthy
Impressive.
stack. That was a healthy stack.
Do you have
It
a
was nuts.
personal favorite? Of
Do I have a
like,
yeah, Merchants probably is gonna be my gem for the year.
Shipped out yet?
Merchants
I
Cave.
haven't gotten mine yet, but I don't know if anybody's gotten theirs yet. Has it been?
I
shipped?
haven't got mine. No.
Okay.
I mean, they had it available at PAX U, but just like very limited.
They did not have it at BGGCon. They were at BGGCon, but they had no copies.
Yeah.
You're not good enough for them, Scott.
I think they
22.
probably had.
It was personal.
What'd you say?
It was personal.
2022 is going to be nuts. I'm going into the year. I've got 20 games we're working on right now.
But here's the interesting thing: if Funnigan's back ordered by or backlogged by what we say 3 months, 2 months.
Yeah,
That's
March,
crazy.
I think you
That
said,
means
yeah.
games are going to be coming out fast and furious. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All the containers actually showed up. Our container showed up. I think I told you. Did I tell you guys this?
No,
Yeah,
what
all your
container?
bits.
Our container of bits. We ordered an entire
Oh
container.
yeah,
of
you did
bits.
share that.
Oh,
Right
that's
before
awesome.
Showed up
Thanksgiving.
on the Thursday before we closed the store.
Right, yeah. You did say that.
It's closed.
Bits closed.
What
You're
what
not
are
open yet,
containers?
right?
What are containers at nowadays? Have they dropped down to like the 10ish, 15ish?
That's
range?
out of my. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Out of your purview.
Well, I don't remember because I didn't do the deal.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't cheap.
They are coming down a little bit, but there are no. I mean, it's like instead of
It wasn't what people were like 30, 40 grand. It wasn't that. It was
Right.
probably
I
like
think
15.
I think we got a quote for 21, which is
Right.
like better than the 27.
Right. But still, like, there goes your profit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're not going into hawk for it right now if you want to get something, but
Right.
it's
Still not great.
no, it's still not not great.
The thing about a container we didn't know is that they don't unload it for you.
Oh no.
That's kind of annoying.
They're like, good luck.
If you order a
got
truck,
you've
they
got 2
unload it.
hours.
You're not kidding. They're like, we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Hope you're planning on
Hope it's
staying
empty.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to.
Wow.
We had to engage the teenage kids.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Mobilize.
Kids.
Mobilize.
Mobilize the teenage kids.
Let's go. We'll give you pizza.
That's what I got penny for.
I paid them.
Nice.
With pizza.
With
Beer.
You're
No,
lucky.
not
Not,
beer.
not beer.
No.
You're lucky to get them to work for money nowadays.
But-
Pizza.
But believe me, I offered one of the people who work for me their son for the a summer job, and he was like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't want to work.
Yeah. I was looking for somebody to cut the
don't
grass.
wanna
$20 an hour.
Yeah.
I just want to bang on the drum
$20 an hour
all
is pretty
day.
good summer job.
$20 an hour is
mean-
great.
Pretty good,
For a
right?
regular job,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yeah, dude.
But that's happening in like all of the workforce right now. People are like,
Yeah.
I don't need that bullshit job. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a weird time for sure.
No, the kids thing that happened. That was going on before the COVID. I noticed that. Like I said, I was trying to get somebody to cut the lawn, and the kids around there just didn't want to do it.
Nah.
And I refused to pay $50 a pop for a service. And
Right.
I just, that's $100 a month, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a weird time where like money is, despite inflation, like money is scarcer for a larger percent of the population as far as like cost of living and stuff. So even though it sounds like you're offering a bunch of money, what it actually buys you isn't that much, but you can't
Yeah.
actually afford to pay more than that.
Hmm.
Kind of a weird like paradox.
Yeah, I looked up what was like actually being inflated. It was mostly gas and like car rentals, which just thought was odd.
Yeah.
Car rentals? Really?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that chart.
Interesting.
Yeah, I read the same thing about car rentals being ridiculously overpriced.
Yeah, you can't get a car rental now for
Oh, yeah,
less
it's
than
the
like
holidays,
ridiculous
yeah.
prices.
Yeah.
No, even before it was.
Yeah.
It was,
I mean, they've always been
Well, I know in Hawaii, when all this went down,
exorbitant.
they released their fleet. So when people came back, they didn't have any cars there on the island.
Huh.
So they're still struggling with that, from what I hear. Like locals are renting them out at like
Yeah.
regular rental prices or more.
Wow.
Yeah, here it is. Place where inflation spiked the most. Oh, it's locations. That's not the thing I was looking for.
Dude, like in my coffee shop the last year and a half, supply side, like stuff we're buying to sell later, or prepare and sell, it has gone up, depending on the items, anywhere between 25 and 100%. and we can't raise prices that much to match, right? Like you,
Yeah.
because people can't pay that.
Right.
So like basically we're just eating it on our end. Mostly it's kind of crazy out there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's
Grand
crazy.
Lion, what's your five best games of the year?
I haven't figured it out yet. I got a spreadsheet in front of me and I keep staring at it, trying to
Oh, it's
figure
not
out.
that serious. Great. Just pick
That's,
5.
that's how I do. That's how I do board game design. I just
It is
stare at them.
serious.
A
I'm
spreadsheet
like,
for an hour.
yeah. I'm
I
like,
think-
"Ugh."
I don't know what my 5 is yet, but I can tell you some that are in the running for my top games of the year. Is that good enough?
Sure.
Sure.
What's in the
Yeah,
running?
no commitments.
Do they all start with
No.
after the?
I need a commitment.
Honestly, After the Empire is in my running for top 10. I don't know about which one of these are top 5 or which are the top 10. I'm trying to figure out my top 10 right
Be
now to do the
11.
video.
I know, right?
So
Always.
I'll tell you
Always
the
surprise
ones
me.
that are in
Yes,
my,
exactly.
the ones that are in the running. I haven't even counted.
I gotta play that newerish Uwe game.
Which one?
Hallertown.
Oh, I heard it was decent. I haven't
Yeah.
played it.
I've heard it's good too. I haven't played it. And I haven't played the Stefan Feld game, the Bonfire. I want to play those.
I was excited about it, and then when it came out, the buzz kind of fell away. So I guess maybe it wasn't as good as people were hoping. I don't know. I didn't play it, so I can't actually say. But that was the last I heard of it. Was when it came out.
All right.
Yeah, I
these are
gotta
the
play
ones-
that Hallertau too. No, I don't.
You'll love it. It's a Euro style game, so you convert.
About farming.
Would you let
Sorry, go
Rick get his
Did anybody play Meadow?
list out?
I did, and I heard it was good though.
I really want to play Meadow. It's on
Yeah.
a lot of people's top 10.
I ordered
Yeah.
a copy.
Yeah.
All right,
there's
Grant, what's
there's
up?
there's a geek list. Oh, whatever. Go ahead, Grant.
What's on your list?
These are the ones that are in the running. This is more than 10 right now, so I got to narrow it down.
Mm-hmm.
Destinies is very good.
Mhm.
10 from AEG, I really like. 10 is just like a push your luck, fun, sort of kind of blackjack
Drafting game,
type
yeah.
game. Yeah. Dream Crush for a party game, I think is a really underrated party game. It's really fun.
Did you get the right? I guess you got the right group for that game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, that
Yeah,
game.
I mean-
only. Have you heard of it? Have you played it?
Yeah. Did I play it? I watched it be played. We played it
Yeah,
on
if you have
played it on
funny
game night.
people that can make up funny justifications for why they would.
Yeah, you gotta
Make
get a
someone.
little role playing going.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. Brew.
Not
I
played.
liked a lot. Funfair is pretty
Oh
good.
yeah.
I liked Unfair better.
That was
See,
it?
Yeah,
I don't.
Uh-huh.
Funfair.
I'll
There's
take
enough
that.
player interaction without being so brutal.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Brew is brutal, so I don't mind
Right.
like brutal stuff. But After the Empire, Super Mega Lucky Box, the Night Cage.
Super Mega Lucky Box is the
It's
best
so
name.
fun.
It's like a
ever.
tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
It's fun. It is. I played it. It's a good one.
Cascadia,
Cascadia.
I like Cascadia.
Furnace,
I like Furnace.
Coco Pelli.
I like that less and less the more I
Yeah.
play it. Yeah, I liked it first, and then I'm just like, I don't know, I just get a little bored.
Yeah. That Time You Killed Me.
Is that out?
Yeah, I got it in December and I really like it. I'm terrible at it.
Is
I'm
it fully
very
out?
bad at it.
This is a pack thing. Yeah,
I've lost every game of it, but
I think
like
I think only a select few people have that game.
They're the
Yeah.
best game.
Cubitos.
I heard that was good. I didn't get to try.
Yeah,
it.
it's all right.
I really like it. And King of 12 I actually really liked a lot.
What's that?
It is a dice manipulation game. It's very simple. It's light, but you roll dice. Everybody rolls a dice, and then you were playing cards to manipulate the number on the dice and trying to have the highest number at the end of the round. But if you play the same card as anybody, you guys both cancel each other out.
Yeah.
If you change the dice face of your dice to match somebody else's, you cancel each other out.
Yeah.
If you have the same number at the end of the round, you cancel each other out. So you're just trying to come to the highest number. But I really like games where I'm constantly thinking about what you want and what you're going. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
And King of 12 is just that. That is what the game is thinking about, okay, you think I'm going to play this card, so I'm going to play this card instead. What are you going to play? You know,
Raj mechanic.
Yeah.
What is
The
that?
original game that did that was called Raj.
Raj.
RAJ. All you did was play one card.
RAJ.
Cool.
Everybody had the
Yeah.
same cards.
So how many was that I said? That was probably like 15
that
right there.
It wasn't that many. I think it was like 12.
Yeah.
So all
And
you gotta do
there's
is cut
a-
after the Empire and one more, and you got your 10.
No, I think
There was a decent showing from AEG in there. A couple of games.
Yeah, they had 10. And I mean, Pandasaurus had a couple in there too with Brew and That Time You Killed Me. I mean, I can tell you ones.
Did you
that,
play? Do you play experience games or thematic games? Your Meritorious games?
Oh yeah, I like thematic games. I just don't play anything that's more than like medium weight.
Right.
Like I'm not gonna. Everybody says Arc Nova is great. That's awesome. It's not my game. You know, like if somebody else taught me,
How
and I sat down and
dare
played with
you.
them, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, After the Empire is about the top of my level. Right?
Completely.
That is
Oh, that
as
like-
long as I want to play and as complex as I want to play. And After the Empire works because like I can still teach it to. I'm not going to teach it to my mom, but my game friends, I can teach it to
Right.
They'll
in
pick it
one
up, yeah.
sitting. Like we can
Right.
sit down and I can teach it to them. But there are games where you like, I gotta have a whole 2-hour session just to like teach you. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You know? So
So you wouldn't do Arkham, is what you're saying,
no.
or was the Eldritch the one?
Have you played the Marvel Champions game?
I haven't. No.
I forgot. I got Quacks and Quelling Bird for
Oh yeah.
Wax is great.
That's a good game.
and we played it. Me and Jen played it last night, and she got pissed. She's like, "Where's the fucking ducks?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? The ducks?" I'm like a different quack.
That's funny.
Do you like the game now?
Yeah, I mean the Quacks bits are top sellers for us. That's all.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
are
I'm
some
gonna
of your
look
guys'
into it.
top
How
10?
thick are they, Scott?
Hmm?
How thick are they? Like an eighth?
There are about maybe a little more than an eighth.
Okay, I'm having a problem with the chips just because of my hands picking them up. So I think
Oh,
something thicker.
It will
would probably
revolution.
help.
If you like Quacks, I'll get you a set.
Not that.
I know
Remind me.
people.
Yeah, we do so far.
Well, once they're back and working and stuff,
Yeah.
remind me.
Yeah.
What were some of your guys' top ones?
Oh geez.
Quacks
so
is
bad at
the only
making
game I played
lists.
this year.
Sleeping Gods,
Sleeping God. I never played it.
which is an exploration fighting game.
Yeah, I mean,
But you basically have a crew of 9 characters. I think it's 9.
yeah.
Is that right? Which is basically like, imagine like you had 9 special abilities or 18 special abilities, because each one of those characters has special abilities.
Yeah.
So you have 18 special abilities, and if you're playing solo, I've only played solo. You can activate them to do stuff, and it's like this adventure story-driven game where you read a thing and you decide what you want to do.
and the story sounds great.
It's awesome. You're basically lost in this endless seas. It's called, and you have to wake the sleeping gods, and they're kind of jerks.
Yeah,
gods.
obviously they are.
Why do you think they went to sleep? They were
They're
tired of
jerks.
us.
You'd
Tired
be
of us.
cranky if you got ripped out of sleep.
Why
And
not?
there's lots of little cool things that happen in the game that interconnect in weird and fun ways too.
It's cool.
I thought the storytelling was one of the best aspects of Near and Far. Like
Yeah.
there were like
It's-
legit
A little
funny
more than
moments.
that,
You
yeah.
open up that book and you're like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sleeping Gods is like up another level
You know,
Yeah.
than that. I mean, it's still storytelling, but
my
you
problem
test
with-
your skills. Like you say, oh, you need perception 8. Okay, well, you got to
Yeah.
figure out who's good at perception, and then you roll the dice and
Yeah.
add your numbers together to see if you succeeded.
And
If you
can
fail,
you risk them to do the thing? And
yeah, and you can exhaust them and stuff, and it's really pretty
and
clever.
it isn't like the stuff that happens. It isn't like oh, obviously we need to do this to do this. It's like there's like you might be thinking you're doing exactly the right thing that you should do, but it ends up biting you in the ass, and you're just kind of like, oh, but that's cool. That's like the cool part about it is that it isn't just
You can play it hardcore where if you die, your just game's over. But I play where you basically lose time if you die.
Yeah.
And then your
Respawn.
game just like you respawn like, but you knock 6 days off the story, which is a
Yeah.
lot of days. It's fun. I like the environment and the setting and all of it. The combat's really good. Actually, the combat system I think is like
It was
one of
like
the best
you-
combat systems I've played in a long time.
Somebody was telling me about it. It's like you put polyominoes down on like a grid
Yep.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The monsters come out in a random way and they connect together, and you can splash damage. So if you
Yeah.
hit this monster, you can splash some damage onto the one that's standing next to him,
yeah.
even though he's way harder to hit.
Yeah, the damage
Yeah,
is
that's
cool.
cool.
It works.
And
really
and every monster has like special abilities on their grid. So if you cover up those special abilities, they don't get to use them.
Yeah. That's
So
pretty
you
cool.
have to like decide where you want to do damage and what ways to do damage and which abilities to knock out, or you just want to try to kill a guy really quickly so he doesn't
Yeah.
fight back.
I like anything that does a good job of simulating that things, people, creatures get weaker as you damage them.
Yeah.
So
it's one of my favorite
I
comments.
think that's cool.
It's a little slow, but
Yeah.
once you get the hang of it, it's like not too bad.
Yeah.
the game is slow or the combat?
The combat just takes a little while. Like
Yeah.
a combat could take like a half an hour. You're fighting like 2 monsters.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and the one thing and this is most of my experience in the game. Every monster I killed in the game I played, there's never a reward. That's kind of a letdown.
You just don't die.
You just don't die. Exactly.
I mean, that's a certain
Rarely
feeling.
you will
Yeah.
unlock a thing that appears and it's sort of a reward, but it doesn't give you experience points like for killing monsters. So, and experience points are really important in the game to level up to get new abilities and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh.
my one negative,
Interesting.
but everything else is awesome.
Yeah.
Oath is up there. Although
Yeah,
I
it's
think
down
I'm the
my
only, I think I'm the
wheelhouse.
only one that likes it.
Oh, I like Oath.
Did Lance?
Well, no,
yeah,
in my
Lance
group,
said-
in my group. Like I wanted to play it like all day because it evolves, right? Things happen and cards come in, cards go out. Like I wanted to see more cards and stuff, and I wanted to see some of the other alternate victory conditions, and that we played 2 games, and the guys were like, pretty good, we're done.
Huh.
Let's move on. Like, okay.
You're like,
Next.
screw you.
Next
I
song.
saw
I
I
was
for
the same
science
way-
on a couple of top 10 lists
Which one?
for science.
For Science. For Science.
Science.
I haven't played it yet. I need to play that.
That was a Gray Fox one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I
Haven't played
said play it.
Yeah, I need to bust that out.
It's fun.
I liked Pax Springer Second Edition just as much as Oath. I wanted to play it all day long, and they were like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool. Done."
Huh.
Are they always just kind of like next?
No, I can
next?
just measure the metal of the group, right? I
Yeah.
take the metal of the group. Like after the second game is over, like you're like, "Are we playing a third?" And no one's like, "Yeah." If no one's
Right.
like, "Yeah," we move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
I liked The Hunger quite a lot.
Really? You're
Yeah.
the first person I've heard
Yeah.
that from.
I do remember
What?
you talking about that.
People
Yeah.
don't like that game. I thought it
Yeah,
was
I've heard not great things about it.
Hmm. That's too bad.
How can you not like that game?
If
If you like Clank and not that, then I don't know. Something's weird.
but I
It was
think
fine.
to a lot of people, like, is there more luck in the Hunger than there is in Clank?
Yes. Well, there's
I
luck in
think-
Clank too.
Yeah, for sure. But
Whatever cards come up, you know.
I feel like I have I've heard that from people being like, man, this game's too random. Like, it's just like my choices didn't matter. You know,
Oh, yeah.
that's
I don't know about that. That's
I haven't
not,
played it. So
that's
I
not
don't
a fair
know.
crit. I don't think choices don't matter is not a valid criticism. You can get lucky. So do you know the premise of it?
Yeah, that you're like pushing, you're coming in to try to eat people and get back to your
Right.
lair or whatever.
Right. The more valuable people are further away from the castle.
Yeah.
So you got to either move really fast or feast, or what do they call it? Hunt humans.
So,
Now, every human you hunt goes in your deck, right? Almost every human is useless in the game. Like, there's a few that are okay, but mostly they're useless. So your deck gets filled with humans, right? And then you can digest humans. In fact, there are a couple of humans in the game that are very detrimental to you play. If you play them, you actually go in the wrong direction. You run away from the castle instead of toward it, because you go out and hunt and then you come back, right? It's a timing thing. Like, how far can you go? How fast can you go? And because when you get to the forest, so there's, what do they call it? The plateau is on top of the mountain, and the castle is there, and you get no bonus points for hunting there. But if you hunt in the plains, you get extra points, and if you hunt in the forest, you get even more points. So you want to get to the forest, right? Every human you hunt in the forest is extra points. Then you work your way back, and I guess what the thing that sort of is luck. If you don't hunt, all the humans move to the right, and there's 3 columns. So when you hunt, you can only hunt in one space. In the first 2 columns, there's usually only 1 card, but the 3rd column they build up, right? So you can hunt one space and get like 5 or 6 humans in one go. Like, you take the whole column, you take the whole pile.
Oh, okay.
So if you're luckily, I don't know if that's luck, you go back and there's a huge pile of humans there that you can just boom, eat, and at the right time, before you get to the castle, you can score a ton of points.
That would be based on everybody's choices before, right?
Yeah, because
As
people
far
are
as, like,
basically
who-
letting humans accumulate in this
Right.
specific space that no one else is hunting.
Well, it's
And
not
when
luck.
your turn comes around, and if your timing is right, you can hunt a whole bunch of humans in one go. I guess that's sort of the biggest luck. I mean, and it's also it's a drafting game. Like, you put out a column, whoever's going first gets the best choice of humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I don't know. I don't think it's pure luck. There is a lot of luck to it, though. Yeah. I mean, I'm not forgiving it that way. But
yeah.
I mean, is it a quick enough game where that's a
it's
big
pretty
deal?
long, actually. It can take
Is
a
it?
long time. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a little over 2 hours for 4
Oh,
to 5
okay.
Yeah, I
players.
mean, that might be part of the
Okay.
the luck to time to play rate. Right. If
Right.
the game's 30 minutes, who cares if it has a
Yeah,
bug?
yeah. If
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
like a half an hour short. And here's another thing.
Right.
I've only played it with first timers. There's a lot of it's not text, but there's a lot of symbols and understanding what all the cards do. First time through, you gotta
Right.
read all those. And
So
there's
actual
also
play time might be
it
45
would be way
an
quick.
hour.
I basically I looked at my own turns like critically, and I was like, I'm taking 1 minute turn, like not even
Yeah.
a minute,
No.
30-second turn. And also there's a mechanic in the game where if you land on a crypt, you get to draw all the crypt tokens and look at them all and pick one. And
Ooh,
they're
that takes a long time.
Yeah, and so in the version of, if you play the beginner's version, which is a luck, you take the top. That is
Yeah.
100% luck, but that is not the rules of the game. That is the quick start version of the game, or
Yeah.
the quick player version.
Yeah.
So if you've only
Yeah.
played that, I can see how you can say that's all luck, because you just draw the top card.
And I bet that's what
of the
most people are
crypt.
playing, Scott.
Exactly. If you playing the correct version, first of all, you play on the hardcore side, where if you don't make it back to the castle, you just die and lose, which I think is awesome.
What game are you talking about?
Hunger, the hunger.
Oh,
The hunger
Yeah. If you don't make it back to the castle, you die.
games.
You just lose. The easier version, you get points negated from you. If you don't make it back to the plateau, you die. If you make it back to the plateau, you lose a ton of points until you get to and less points it's closer to the castle you are.
It kind of sounds like the souped up version of like the deep sea adventure, whatever that was called, deep sea diver.
I bet. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you're not working together.
Yeah.
Although in deep sea, you're not working together.
You're not really working together. You're just siphoning the same oxygen.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of cool flavor in the Hunger game. There's a lot of fun little bells and whistles.
All right.
Sounds cool.
I don't know. Witchstone, it might be my game of the year.
Yeah,
Really?
really a lot about
Witchstone,
that.
yeah.
one.
I
Ryder
wanted
Queens,
to
yeah.
play that.
Yeah, I love it.
That's high on my list. I'll tell you, Bad Company. I really want to play that one too.
I haven't played that one. I need to play that one. That's the space-based type game.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
roll the dice.
Yeah,
You get to pick which
the-
ones you want to activate. Yeah. Witchstone is so good. If you ever played Ingenious, which was the first version of Reiner Knizia, no,
Mhm.
it's a polyomino, not a polyomino, but a hexagon tile placement game, and you want to group all your
Hexagon
colors.
domino.
Yeah,
It's a domino.
dominoes, hexominoes,
Yeah, I did play some,
hexominoes.
yeah.
You want to group all
Texaco.
your they're double-ended, right? So you want to group all your you want to cluster your powers into a big group. So every time you add a domino to hexamino to your cluster, you activate that power that many times. So at the beginning it's 1, then it's 2, then it's 3,
Yeah,
then it's
yeah,
4,
yeah.
then it's 5, then it's 6. You can get it up to like 10.
I made
Yeah.
like
So
a
activating one power 10 times is really awesome.
yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah.
I made a list of like the top games I still want to check out from this year. Oh,
Good luck, man. There's a whole nother year.
There's a
I
couple
know,
other
I mean-
games like Bitoku I haven't gotten to play yet. I
Yeah,
wanna
me
play
neither.
that.
2 days, damn it.
got 2 days.
There's another Devere game that looked really awesome.
Luna Capital.
Exactly, Luna Capital.
Yeah,
I need to play that too.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
right.
It looks good.
I'm still catching. I just started my first game of Azul.
Oh yeah.
The
I'm
first
still
one.
catching up.
I want to play Juicy Fruits. I never
yeah.
had a chance to play Juicy Fruit.
The new
Uh,
Azul is pretty great. It's way harder than the other two.
I'm just doing
Three.
old OG original Azul for my first time
I can't
ever.
believe there's 4 Azuls now.
Yeah,
Radlands. Anybody play Radlands?
I just got it delivered.
heard it was
I
good.
want to check that out. Adventure Tactics. I really want to try.
Saw it.
Remember that one.
Tactics. I don't
What's
know.
that?
I don't know that one.
What that one is.
Adventure Tactics is every time you do a battle, whether you win or you lose, you get to level up your character.
Oh,
That's
So
cool.
cool.
you're just leveling up all the time.
cool.
And, like,
It's $80.
and you can,
Ooh.
when you level up, you can either
Right.
choose to when you level up, you can either choose to add a class to your character, a level 1 class, or go up to a level 2 class in what you're already
Oh, that's cool.
specializing in. So you can like
Oh wow.
diversify or get really good at one thing.
8.0 Adventure Tactics.
What
Domain
is that a cooperative game or competitive?
Yes.
It is cooperative. Okay,
Letterman
I gotta bust
games.
that out then.
Yeah.
Looks cool.
It looked like Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's sort of based on that.
It's a welcoming game for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
So, I mean, I think if you go in thinking it's going to be like super crunchy, that's not the game. It's just about fighting and leveling up, and
Yeah.
that's
I don't mind
about
that
the
kind of game.
Yeah.
So you would put like a
Blockade.
gateway game, right?
Yeah.
At $80? Wow.
No, I don't know if that's the right price because that's what I
Oh,
saw it
okay.
on BGG on Amazon.
Oh,
It might be inflated because Amazon. Oh, it's 90 on Amazon. Oof. It must be out of print.
Maybe it is.
Like it went. I know
Yeah.
there's a Kickstarter. I have it. It's a Kickstarter game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So once those print runs sell through,
Yeah.
the prices start going up.
Yeah. That sounds cool.
Anybody have a chance to play So Clover?
No.
Yes,
I've heard.
it's awesome.
Yeah,
I'd like to play that one.
far.
I liked it a lot. We played it at BGG Con quite a lot.
Nice.
Did you?
What about the Siege of Rundar?
Yes, I love that. That's on my
Yeah.
top 10 for sure.
Really?
Although I hate
wanna-
the dice. The dice in that game. Fuck you. Like
Really?
you always need it. It's you're always like short one. Like the math on the dice is like very critical. Like if you roll mediocre on the dice, you will lose. You have to
Okay.
roll really above average on the dice to win.
Yeah.
But it's pretty fun. I liked it.
Yeah, I'd like to play that one.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Reiner game. It feels like an Anton Bauza game.
Yeah.
It feels like Ghost Stories.
I like Bowser for the most part.
I need to get game designer on my BGG thing. I'm like, how come
Why?
all these other game
What's
designers?
your
have-
username?
I always use. That's probably the problem. I always use my like it's a joint account with me and Ryan called
Oh,
Portland Gamecraft. That's probably the
Okay.
problem. I should
make a
use
separate
my own.
account. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
let me know.
All right.
Yeah, Siege of Rundar is a lot of fun. I think I've played that game the thing is you can craft new cards, which make your
Yeah.
deck stronger.
That's cool.
And we always want like the really kick-ass cards, which take really hard to craft them. I think just crafting the lower shit, like the lower level cards.
I didn't really hear much anybody talk about that game though.
I've seen it on
And the
few
people I played with
lists.
we're not jazzed with it.
Yeah.
Really?
That's Steph is very she's hard to impress.
Is she?
Yeah, she rated a 7.
That's not
What's
bad.
your-
Take it. She said take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. I loved it. Deck builder.
Yeah.
builder.
Yeah.
Eh,
Me. You hate all deck builders, Lane?
I don't hate all deck builders.
Mm.
The deck builder needs to try
It's
really
such a minor
hard.
deck builder though.
You can't just have fun with
Your
a deck
upgrade. It's
builder?
more like a deck upgrader. You take cards out and put cards in.
Did Tortuga get out to people, Lance? I haven't heard people talk about that one.
It did. It did get delivered. Has anybody played
They
it?
get delivered.
I feel like a lot of the Gray Fox games just they got delivered and then did people play them?
Yeah, I haven't heard him. Well, I heard people
Yeah.
talk about After the Empire and For Science, but I haven't heard people talk about Tortuga.
Yeah. I hadn't heard about Tortuga at all.
Tom gave a really good review of For Science. So I mean, it was on. It got Seal of Excellence or whatever. He really likes
Approved.
Arcana Rising. It's just that like he's got one of
Oh.
our it's an engine building game from Tim Armstrong that like our copies are stuck in China because we can't get them out. But it's really good. It's a lot of fun. I played
That's
that
coming
one.
in 2022.
Yeah.
What else you got? Nick?
Well, but the EU, I mean, like New Zealand, Australia, the EU, and Asia all have their copies. It's just the vast majority of them are stuck in a container waiting
Yeah.
for something that doesn't cost, one of my arms to get
Yeah.
over here. So,
You got two. What do you need?
All the
both
profit
of them
margin, you mean?
for? Mm.
Yes.
well, no, I mean, it's not even the profit margin. It would Shane's willing to have him deliver it if he could break even. Right now, it's just,
Right.
he's not going to lose money getting the game over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Get
been.
it out.
There's this reviewers best of 2021 meta compilation on BGG.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
That-
You want to bring it
this
up?
This is a cool list. Yeah.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
Okay. Let me see. Let me get back to page 1 and then
What-
figure out how to high tech show you my
Share
screen.
Just
You
share
can
screen.
Can
make
you share
fun
your
of-
screen? Only share that window, otherwise we see all your screen.
Yeah, we don't want to see all your porn.
How do I do it? Hold
you
on.
never know. People have stuff.
Okay, share screen. Review. How do I say just this window?
So scroll through that. There's a list of all your windows.
Uh-huh.
Find the one with that geek list on it.
Oh, I should separate out that window.
Yeah, undock that tab and then you can make it.
There we go. All right, now you guys can't see all my secrets.
Yeah,
Yes.
bank account numbers.
This dungeon.
Wait, now where did it go?
Try share again. Like cancel and then share again.
Okay,
And then
okay.
maybe
I
it'll
see.
pop up.
All right. This is you're watching me in real time.
We've been
Be
doing this
bad-
for 7 years and nobody
bad
knows
at
how to use the tech.
No, it's I see something.
Did it
I
work?
see it.
There
It's
we
interesting.
go.
It flashed your whole screen up there for a split second.
Okay.
Adam and
Now it's back.
Nils.
Okay, Cascadia is number 1. Wow, look at all those.
Cascadia. Yeah, look at
I mean, I
all
think
these
Cascadia is
guys.
good, but I mean, it's not my number
What is
one.
this list again?
This is a compilation of all the reviews that have been, or all the top 10s of 2021 that have been published. And he like
Oh, so
consistently
far.
updates it, and he
Okay.
uses a rating system because obviously you have to like put in some sort of system,
Yeah.
Right.
and basically he gives a higher priority to the number of lists you show up on than to actually where you show up on the list.
Right, I see.
Which there's
That's
some
a
merit
good way
to,
to do it.
there's some
Yeah.
merit to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
He's
so Cas-
resorting these when it changes.
I mean,
Yes,
that's
yep.
the difference between my 10 and my 1 is like these are both fucking good games. That's why they're on
Right.
here. You know?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah.
Okay, they're sleeping gods.
do piles
That's
like
Z's
that.
number
See.
1.
Yeah.
Roy's
Yep.
number 2.
Yep.
No Rolls Bard. Foster the Meeple. I don't know that one. Broken Meeple. Dice Tower Mike, Violet, Ruby, and Tom.
Yeah.
3s and 4s. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a lot of high praise on the Dice Tower.
Yeah. And then
Oh,
a lot of
Hadrian's
people,
Wall. I need to play this.
a lot of
That's a lot
people
of
love it, man.
ones.
Well,
Oh, Tantrum House. Everybody
Especially
at
over Tantrum
House,
House, they
it's,
loved it. Yeah.
filter board.
Cool.
It's so interesting how like different groups of reviewers, like
Yeah, it's
Tantrum
definitely like
House,
got a
yeah.
group thing going on a little bit with that.
you know, like there's nobody
I mean,
from
the 4 people from Tantrum House, which I don't know how
Right.
many people are in the Tantrum House, but that's a lot of number ones there.
yeah.
They must have had a
Yeah.
really good day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They had a really good game.
A really good game. Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition is definitely it might be like right off the bottom of my top 10. I liked it, but I don't love it.
Yeah.
I didn't get to try it.
Why is Rado on this one twice?
I don't know. 8 and number 20. One mistake. There.
I
Maybe
think,
Shay
I think
did
he's got
something?
I think he's got like a solo play.
Oh,
and
okay.
I think he's got two different.
Oh, okay.
lists.
2 different
Okay.
lists.
Okay.
Seven Wonders
Yeah.
Architect is on my top 10. I love it.
It was good, man. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed it.
It's a little light. It's on the very,
It's
very light side. but it's
Definitely
fun.
a light game, but
It's super fun though.
if you're trying to get somebody into gaming, like
Oh, this is a gateway game. 100%.
yeah, this is great.
10 with Normus? Okay.
Destiny's, of course.
Destiny's is not on my top 10 list, but I played it wrong, so I can't really read it.
Yeah.
That doesn't stop people from.
We
getting
forgot to
good.
read the backs of the cards.
Oh,
You know the
no.
part called the Destiny?
Imagine playing that game where you didn't know what your destiny was. Because the
Yeah.
game's like, you got to figure out your destiny. It says that in the rules. And then it says later, it says, read the back of your card. But we didn't see that rule. This is literally one sentence.
You were like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
exactly.
here.
And we all did that. And it was an, it
Yeah.
was an awful
It
game.
sucks.
So,
Now, one of us
yeah,
figured it out eventually, but
we kind of
knowing your destinies would have been
spoil
really
your-
nice at the beginning.
your-
I'm not going to review it.
Furnace.
Yeah.
Oh, you like this one, didn't you, Lance? Furnace.
I like it.
Furnace. I
Yeah,
like
Furnace
Furnace.
is good.
Yeah, I haven't played it.
Solid.
It's that really good middle point of like quick play time, but still a decent amount of strategy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like
Who
the getting the secondary benefits of a card instead of getting the card.
Yeah.
What is that?
And it's funny, like there are times you're trying to lose a card and then you win it and you're like, God,
What am I going to do with this
win
card?
that card.
Yeah, you wanted the goods instead of the
Yeah.
card.
Yeah, Rado number 2. Yeah.
Who's Pace Magazine? I don't know.
Paste
I don't
magazine.
think I don't
I don't
believe
know.
I know.
Wait, where's
Paste is like it's a major, it's not a board game magazine.
Paste
It's like a
magazine.
Oh,
popular magazine.
Okay.
Like a popular mechanics.
I see.
Yeah.
Ankh. I play Ankh. I like it. I need to play my real version.
I still haven't
The
played it.
real
I keep
version.
hearing something about merge powers being annoying.
So in
I don't
the
even know what that
Yeah.
means.
final
I
round
do-
of the
I
game,
have heard
the
of that.
lowest 2 players merge together.
Oh,
So if you're in
like
third,
a-
if you're in third and fourth place, you merge together as one.
interesting.
So you get double strong, but you're also in last place.
Yeah.
And then you come back and maybe
You
win.
try to come back and win. It can be done.
Interesting.
You can win.
That sounds cool.
From what I understand, it can be done.
That sounds
Yeah.
cool.
Sounds like yeah.
I mean, I can see if you're like winning clearly, that could be super annoying. But
Right.
Yeah,
But then
yeah.
you've got this huge, powerful character coming down on you near the end of the game.
right.
Yeah, I need to play it all
Sounds
the way
cool.
through.
Yeah. Role player adventures. I haven't.
That's in my top 10.
It's on a lot of people's top
I
10. I
love it.
just
Yeah, I've heard
haven't
it's so good.
heard anything about it.
It's great. It's a cooperative dice rolling fantasy
Yeah, it's like an adventure.
adventure game. It's like exactly. It's like a role player
Yeah.
adventure.
So what you're saying is it's not just a
You
clever-
adventure in role player.
the shitty Beatles.
Yeah.
We did a lot of co-op in this game, like way
Bio.
more than I was thinking would be.
Huh.
Like a lot of talking,
Yeah,
Was there?
that sounds cool.
Yeah. because everybody has their own unique powers.
Right.
The crew.
The crew is good.
Sea, the deep sea.
Not sure if it's top 10, but it might be.
Do you like this one better than the space one?
I have not finished the space one, but I like the way this one. What they do is instead of the mission being static, they say draw X number of cards for the mission, and the
Mhm.
cards define the mission,
Okay.
like or the challenge. So it can be different, like every time you play,
Yeah.
Okay.
which is really neat.
I still haven't played it yet. I haven't had the number of people yet.
And you guys tell me when you want me to cut out of here, but we have to at least visit number 31 just for fun.
31.
No,
I played the initiative
no spoiler.
solo. I think it would be better as a multiplayer game.
Yeah, this is the one Lincoln and them are
Yeah, but they
still-
recorded 7 episodes of game night with us.
Wow.
So if you want to watch
Yeah.
the whole thing,
Wow.
all
How
spoilers.
many did they do?
I think it's 14 games, if I'm not mistaken.
Are they doing them all or just?
They
I
did 'em
like
all.
I like the initiative.
They did 'em
That's
all.
fun.
Yeah, I noticed. I thought it was the second one that came out, but yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think there was 2 episodes per episode, or 2 games per episode. It's
Okay,
good. It's good. I mean, it would be better as like I said, I played it solo and was
Not
on-
impressed.
not. I mean, it's not. I was impressed with it, but it wasn't as fun as I wanted it to be. It's really a multiplayer game.
Okay. You need
Plus, it's fun to figure out puzzles with people.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got
Yeah.
there's all these puzzles in there.
Yeah, I'm not a big solo gamer, so I always prefer games that are.
It depends on my mood. I could do either one. Merchants
Did
Cove,
not play Merchant's Cove, even though I meant to.
I haven't
heard
either. I really
decent
want to.
things.
Oh.
From
The
Fall to the
unfortunate thing
actually.
with the
Yeah.
unfortunate thing with that one is that it is
Is the graphic design right?
no.
No, it's
not at
let me
all.
go.
No, the
Graphic
graphic design.
design is-
I think it was Matt. That's why I was
Was it?
just ribbing him.
It is a marvelously put together game. I mean, like as far as and I did a review for it 1,000 years ago, and I really enjoyed the prototype, and I was super jazzed to get it, and I played it, and I was like, okay, I was like way excited to play it, and then I played it a couple times, and I ended up just giving it to a buddy of mine, and I was just because it was like it was so each
Symmetric.
person was so asymmetrical, like
Right.
as far as what
Yeah,
you
there's
had
no
to
overlap
do.
at all.
There's no overlap at all. So it's one of those things where it's like every person was just kind of doing their own thing, and then you got
Right.
to the end, and everybody was like, "Oh, look, I won," and then a lot of people in my group really got annoyed because it was like, well, that stinks because there was nothing I could do to like really inhibit you. in
Affect.
any
Yeah, there's only
way,
like one
or-
crossover, right? Where the
Oh,
ships,
interesting.
like the
Yeah,
way
where-
the
yeah, the
ships get
ship.
distributed.
The ships get distributed, and it's just like other than that, it's like everybody's just kind of doing their
Doing their own game.
Yeah.
doing their
I've
own
heard
like
I've heard mixed things where some people love it. Some people love it. I would love to play it because I mean I think I would enjoy it.
I
I
have
don't know.
0 interest.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's your.
I mean,
I think it's the weight
probably
level.
it's probably too heavy for you.
No,
in
it's
your group.
I doubt
It's pretty light.
It's
I
it's
thought.
really
No, I
pretty.
just-
It's pretty lightweight.
Are you
I
talking about
have-
Cubitos or Merchant's Cove?
Merchant's Cove.
I think
Merchant's
Merchant's Cove
Cove.
is kind of it's heavier than After the Empire.
Is it? Oh,
Really?
okay.
Yeah, in my
Oh.
opinion.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but you know, I mean, just
I like
for
Cubitos.
for everybody to like let's put it this way: like you play it, and then you teach somebody how to like, oh, you're running the armory or whatever, and then the next time they play, it's like, okay, well, here's your other thing, like
Oh, like a
run
totally
the-
new teach
You're
every
the time
time.
traveler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
now
I
you got
see.
to you got to learn how to run the leather worker or whatever the heck the hell it
Right.
is, you know. So
The
it's just
alchemist.
like
Yeah.
Right. So it's like you're learning kind of a new game.
Every
time.
role is new. Every
Yeah.
every worker spot is new, and there's 6 of
Right.
them.
Right.
I think.
So you know,
And there is-
upside
and
upside
if you
replayability.
haven't
but-
played those, if you haven't played those spots before, it isn't like you can help somebody teach somebody how to play it, you know, and like
Yeah.
walk them through it or anything like that.
Figured out. Yeah. Okay. I still want to try it.
It's a very bold design. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say that.
Yeah. Cubitos, I didn't get a chance to
I
play
liked
it.
it.
Super
Yeah.
fun.
I
Played
liked it the
today.
first 3 times, and then the 4th time I was kind of like, eh.
That's most games.
Well, it.
For you,
Uh,
Lance. Mhm.
That's
My
most
bad.
games for most people.
Yeah.
I challenge anybody that has a gaming collection. I challenge them all to go ahead and like look at their shelf and look at the games and then say to yourself, "Huh, I thought I really liked insert game here. Why
Yeah.
haven't I removed that from my shelf in over a year?" That's
Dude.
because you moved on.
Ryan and I
because it wasn't
No.
great.
For me, it's I haven't had enough.
Maybe.
people.
Ryan and I played
Depends.
Fantasy Realms after buying it
Yeah.
from WizKids at BGGCon. Ryan and I have played Fantasy Realms like, I don't know, 25 games or some 30
Yeah,
games.
no,
I
it's-
since we
think
bought-
that's a good game. I like
No,
that.
Fantasy Realms is amazing.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember I
We're
play
just
that?
like,
Did you
again,
play that?
again.
Yeah, because
Again.
it's just, and I love the fact that you can teach Fantasy Realms in like a heartbeat, you know, and it's just kind of
Yeah.
like,
I need to try this mind management game.
oh,
Yeah, I keep hearing interesting things.
well,
It's
yeah.
another divisive one where some people are like, this is garbage, and other
Yeah.
people
So
love it.
my management, it's like I said, it took over my number one hidden movement game.
What was your number 1 hidden movement?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, second edition.
Vampire,
Yeah.
Yeah, Dracula, Fury.
Fairy Dracula. It took over that.
Yeah.
Really,
Wow.
think about it hard. For real.
Fury's a long game. It
I
can
know, I
be a
know,
long
and it's
game.
got problems.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna play it.
Well, to be fair, Fury of Dracula second edition with the alternate combat rules, so combat isn't sluggish and annoying.
Oh,
So-
the rock paper scissors,
Yeah.
the not rock paper
Yeah,
scissors version.
yeah.
The not rock paper scissors, and,
Okay.
and so you can resolve a combat in like
A
30
minute.
seconds
Yeah.
instead of
5 minutes.
like, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to try this one. It's different.
Yeah. Hey, there's 10.
Yeah,
I'm
10 is so far,
surprised
yeah.
10 is so high.
Everybody on Tantrum House,
2, 3,
and then
6,
somebody
6,
else.
8,
I mean, it's very fun.
It's fun.
Unfiltered gamer.
It's a good little push your luck game.
Yeah, I hadn't heard it on that many.
Oh, that's another big Tantrum House game.
Yeah.
All of them except for Unfiltered Gamer.
Yeah.
Every Tantrum House member has rated this game in their top 10.
They like that.
They had another great gaming experience.
It is a good game.
So Clover?
I wish So Clover was on more lists. It's a good game.
I mean,
Yeah.
it might be on mine. I just haven't played it.
Yeah.
It's like code names variant a little bit.
Yeah, that's what
So
I've
it's like a
heard.
reverse code names. You have to figure out the cards that go into your. That's
I'm
the same.
okay
I guess
with
it's the
it.
same. So you write a clue on each leaf of the clover, and then there's 4 cards in the middle that you align to match the word. It's like the 2 words match the clue. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it sounds cool. I didn't get to play it though.
Yeah.
Now, Genotype, I hadn't really heard anything.
I didn't know
about.
that was out. I guess it is.
I saw
yeah.
that game box and I was like, that game might be really great, but they did themselves
No.
absolutely zero favors.
Yeah, the
with
cover's
art.
not great.
Yeah.
The cover, it's like, oh yes, you too can collect seeds and leaves. And
I mean, I like those. It's those squares, right?
That
It's
cover.
so
The
dice
Punnett
placement.
Square.
It's a dice
What is it?
placement. And
Oh, it's ice placement. Oh, I totally
Yeah.
gotta play this.
yeah,
I gotta play
people
it.
say it's really good.
Yeah.
It's like one of those games that where it's like, yeah, it's educational technically because it's the subject, but like nobody is gonna call that an educational game.
Right.
You know, it's just
Right.
like a solid. It's like just a solid game mechanics.
Yeah. There's Meadow. Yeah.
Meadow. Oh yeah, I did see. that.
There's meta. Yeah, I ordered a
Yeah.
copy. Game of the year and beautiful and interesting, says
Meadow,
Quantum.
the game about Tony Soprano's daughter.
14 weekends times 2.
Have not
Dinosaur
played
World
Dinosaur World.
Is another one that I just kind of didn't hear about.
I'm trying to remember.
Like I
It's
heard
like
the name
is
a
it,
couple
is it
times,
like the
but
Dinosaur Land that came out like a couple years ago?
that was there was another one where I was like, oh, wait.
Dinosaur
Yeah,
Island
that was a
or-
Dice Worker placement game too. I don't know if
Dinosaur.
this one. I don't know if this one is
This is the sequel to Dinosaur Island.
Park
Oh, okay.
or Dinosaur Island. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
was
play
kind
it
of
yet.
like
I
a
didn't
hidden
even try.
one too, wasn't it? Dinosaur Island.
I'm kind of not that into dinosaurs.
I used to be when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to be super into them.
Are you in? Are you? Have you heard about Funko's new game?
the Jurassic Park Legacy game.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, they have like
Jurassic Park.
big ass.
No, I could. When somebody told me like, this is the like somebody said, yeah, Summoner Wars came out with the second edition. I was like, they did. I was like, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Roy
that was a
picked
game
number
that I
3.
never understood why everybody was all jazzed about it.
Yeah, it
I
did
like
have a
minis.
following.
I like
People
minis
loved it,
for this
man.
thing.
People loved it.
I mean, I like the fact that it's cards, but I do like minis too. For this
yeah.
game.
I don't know if I would let a second edition be eligible for a game of a year, but
Well, like Tom Vassal doesn't.
yeah,
He has
Yeah.
a separate list.
yeah,
Summoner Wars was his number one for best new edition game.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's,
But
He breaks it down.
Oh yeah, they say that right here.
Yeah.
Tom has a separate top 10 list each year for reprints
oh,
and editions.
I
I
didn't
might
even
make that a
read-
category actually on BGG because a lot of times like reprints get, right, you know,
Yeah.
Right.
they always win.
new version this year. You know,
Right.
Cool.
Right. You're like, let someone
Coco
else
Belly.
win.
I think Coco Pelli's all right. I mean, the last time I played, I was a little bored, and because everybody was like learning all the cards, right? If I know all the cards, I just
Yeah.
play my turn and I know my turn, but everybody's like, man, looking at my
Oh,
hand
Queen
for like
Games.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a ton from Queen Games recently. Maybe I'm just not seeing them, but they used to like put out all the hits back in the day.
They did.
They still put out
Yeah.
a couple a year.
They've got
Yeah.
6 Stefan Feld games coming out. And, like
Oh, wow.
none of them came out this year though, but
Okay.
next year.
Oh, like the reprints.
New and old games, yeah.
Yeah, you still see them.
Here's,
The new Bruges.
Fathomable.
here's Lance's pick.
Who's this? Dicebreaker, Discriminating Gamer, Looper,
Well, Unfathomable is in my top 10.
Dice
for sure.
Tower.
It's okay.
Slash
Top 5
film.
probably. I really enjoy it.
Haven't played it.
Looks really cool.
It
Yeah.
still probably lasts too
You-
long for more people to get really excited.
Yeah, it's still long.
It's still a
Yeah.
2-hour game, even with everybody
Three.
knowing how they play. Nah, I mean, we can get it done in about 2.
Well, you can do that with
we played a
Battlestar.
5-player game in 2 hours, 50 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
but
Lucky
it
you.
is-
We played 6 hours when
Someone
someone had to work. Someone had to take their work break.
Oh, that's right. It was sitting on the table. And I was like, I thought we were going to play.
You are
Eldritch
unpleasant
Horror.
to game with, sir.
You know, you should be thankful. You have a story. Now you have a story.
I have many
For
stories. I have
the
many
next, for the
stories.
next, I want to play
I
Anno
know,
1800.
yeah.
I need to play that again.
It
I
looks
played
cool
it
to me. I
on
haven't heard
Tabletop
anything.
Simulator. It's fine. The tech
Fine.
tree is like it's a tech tree game.
Okay.
You build this to make this to make that to make this, and I make that.
Okay.
Done.
Okay.
Points. You know,
Yeah.
it's got some
Okay
interesting.
with those, but
You have to empty your hand, and every time you build something, you get more cards in your hand.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like every time you build a building, you get more people.
I hear a lot about Maglev Metro.
Yeah, I need to play that one too. Not played it yet.
I have not heard anything.
The production's awesome.
Maglev Metro is good.
I
Yeah.
don't know this game.
That
Is
is
it a tile placement game?
What?
Tile placement.
Yeah, and it's good.
Is that what it is?
And the production value is
Yeah,
top notch.
it looks nice.
Top notch.
Yeah.
Top notch production value.
Descent.
That is
surprised how
that
low
is a
this
pile
is.
of garbage. That
Yeah.
is
That's
that
Keith's
is-
favorite game.
Is it?
He goes on and on about it.
That is a giant pile of garbage.
Really? Come on.
You don't even have to. You don't even need
How
to
far in
have
did
the
he get?
game with the app. I don't know. I gave up. I
Yeah.
thought my son and I were gonna play this.
I
and we're gonna
forgot
have
your
fun.
axe to grind about apps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says he loves it.
Lance, come on.
Cuddles with it at night when he's
$8 for a bunch of terrain? That's
Pets
a
it.
steal.
Mhm.
Nope. Nope.
You play D&D with it after.
Well, Joel liked it apparently.
Well, Stephen Bonacore.
And Joel can
Goddamn
if he
Joel
wants.
Eddy.
Joel Eddy,
Yeah.
Fucking Joel Eddy.
number 5.
Well, no, my taste with they were aligned with Joel's a lot. I don't know if they still are. So I like it. But I don't like the theme at this.
Oh, you got to go to the next page.
Holy shit.
Oh,
The hell's all that?
That's code.
That's the code
Yeah,
of
'cause
how
see
it's
that,
like
the
why
code.
are we
calculated.
seeing it?
He's like being very like
Red
showing you
Rising.
how he does it.
Oh, that would not be on my top 10 list.
That's
I heard a lot of
It's
people
not-
liked it
I
actually.
just couldn't get into it.
Someone told me it's basically Fantasy Realms, but slightly different.
It's not even close to Fantasy.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's the same mechanic as Fantasy.
Okay. Oh, I think I did play it once. You put a card down
With a
and pick
bunch of other
card out.
stuff fused
Yeah.
onto it. That almost mean nothing.
And there was like little
I'm being
red
really harsh
things
on
that
it.
you picked up where you were like, okay, I've got red things.
So I played one game with Michelle, 2-player. For the last 10 turns, neither of us did anything. And that's not fun.
And
Yeah.
there are these 4 different things you can do besides
Yes.
the playing of cards.
Yes.
Yeah, there's like the scholar thing.
There's like the
Moving
side,
your ship and getting crystal helium.
Yeah.
but every single time I've played that game, no matter what anybody focuses on, everybody ends up with almost identical points in that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one person has 40, one person has 38, and so then it's like, well, then none of it matters.
Well, is that,
Also,
is that an example of like it's too tight?
No,
You know?
it makes it feel like why this part of the game is irrelevant
Oh, I
because
see.
no matter what I do, how well I do it, you're gonna get the same amount of points in that sort of stuff as me. So it's all just about the hands. I mean, you can't not do that other stuff.
Yeah.
It makes it uninteresting to me when everybody scores the same points in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The card mix is so crazy too.
Hmm.
Like, and the names of the cards are nonsense. So you're like, oh, Cecilia will score 15 points if he's with Ryan. And you're like, okay, but the names are way more ridiculous than that. They're science fiction names. So you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm looking for Gobbly-Who and
Right.
Schmiggity Schmo.
Right.
And every time you turn a card over, and you're like, is that Schmiggity Schmo? Nope. Never
No,
mind.
it's
You gotta like
gobbledygook.
you gotta look at every card name in the microscopic text. It's very
Right.
tiny.
Well, I bet if you know the
And
IP, that's not an
Who
issue.
knows this
but
IP?
I don't know this.
I'm
Yeah,
sure someone knows. The characters are like unknowable.
I
Yeah.
It's
played
not like the fantasy realms is perfect because you know what a sword is, you know what a lantern is, you know what a dragon is,
You know that
you know
hydras
what
hang out in
everything
swamps.
is. Yes, exactly.
Right.
I played
Like,
this game with people who do like the Red Rising books,
Yeah.
mhm.
and everybody I've played with it liked it more than anybody that hasn't read the book.
Right. That makes
Okay.
sense.
It's a
That
fan.
makes sense.
it's a
Yeah,
fan
that
game.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That makes sense.
yeah.
In a world where fantasy realms doesn't exist, I'm sure Red Rising would be fine for me. I would
Right.
put the effort in to learn it,
Right.
but
Yeah.
fantasy realms does it so much better.
Fantasy Realms is great, man.
Yes,
It's a great game. Yeah.
Gallo, anybody play this?
I've not played it yet. Chris at the Dice Star says number 1.
Yeah. Well,
Wendy is number 3. Rado is number 3. Okay.
yeah.
I heard many negative things about it. At
Oh,
BGG
really?
Con. Yeah, many
Huh.
people who I value their opinion said it's not good, but
That's
I'm gonna
too
play
bad.
it. I'm gonna play it.
I heard,
What is not good about it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They didn't say. I didn't
Huh.
get the. I just said, "What's your overall thought of it?" And they're like, "No."
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
don't listen to me. Play it. There's
Yeah.
look at these number 1s. There's a lot of them.
Right.
Rado's number 3.
Right. Yeah.
Overboss.
Overboss.
Overboss, the Kickstarter game.
Okay.
Rolling Realms is pretty good. That's that free game he made during COVID.
For me though,
Say what?
Nah.
too meta. Like
Oh,
that-
is it?
if you're not
Oh, a fan of the games? Yeah.
of their games, then why play that?
But they're hardly related to the games. Like they almost, I mean, they're very tangentially related. Like you wouldn't need to know
Yeah.
the base game to know this game, to play this game.
I hadn't even heard of this game until I started watching some top 10 videos.
Yeah, it's he gave it away for free last year. Like you can probably go play it right now, print and play. Just turn it into a real game.
I got to get my printer to work to do that.
I mean, it's a roll and write game with lots of triggers to do, like lots of things. I think the
Too many?
pinball roll and write game is better though.
Hmm.
I hope that's on the list.
I think that was the 2020 game.
Oh, was that?
What's that?
Did that come out in
Yeah.
2020?
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right.
Let's go pinball or whatever.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, yeah. Happy skill. No.
Skill pin, super skill pinball.
Super skill pinball.
Yeah.
Super skill pinball.
The years blend together, man, with COVID. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Cartographers is a
somebody-
game I keep
I didn't even
thinking-
know this. Is this game out?
Somebody must have given After the Empire a thumb up here. I don't know.
It was.
Looks like it was someone has clicked it.
Somebody has
Yep.
clicked it. That
Someone
owns the
imported the
computer.
Gamecraft.
I would never play favorites. No
Has anybody played the
collusion.
Cartographer's Heroes game?
I haven't.
No, I saw it. I did a demo of it, but I haven't played it.
How is it different from Cartographers? Is there just
They're
more of
all-
the same?
No, there's more player interaction. There are these types of cards where you can give them. So in cartographers, there's these monsters where you're drawing them.
You put them on other people's boards, right?
Yeah. And there's more of that. And there's
Okay.
also like
That's my least favorite part of the game.
special ability.
Okay. We always play those solo rules for monsters.
Yeah.
They have, their own rules. Because some people could really hose you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I want to try it out at some point. I mean, I never played the original either. But
It's great. It's a top 50 game for me.
really, yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like
Yeah.
to try.
What are you doing your list, Scott? Mhm.
I know, and I need to do it. I need to get back to it.
I'm so bad at like putting any
The thing is, nobody
stats
really
into,
cares.
into anything. Yeah,
I feel like it would be
love
like
lists,
a wet
Scott.
fart.
People love the fucking list.
Okay.
Super Mega Lucky. Oh,
Super Mega
somebody
Lucky
mentioned
Box.
this, right?
That's tic-tac-toe.
Oh, great, yeah.
Didn't Grant you
Tic-tac-toe
mention
on
this, right?
steroids.
That'll for sure be on my top 10.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's fun.
That hack game before this one won't be right. Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
you
it's a
said
hack.
it was.
Oh, that hack. Yeah.
Right.
It's good.
Uh,
There's the Adventure Tactics domain.
Tactics, yeah.
Domion's Tower.
Domiane. Domiane.
Domiani.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Domiani.
I don't think I've heard it.
Wow, look at all those number ones on our
Yeah.
Tom?
Oh, those
Oh,
are
Ruby
Tom's
and-
children.
Yeah, Ruby and Violet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I actually watched
Both
that
number
review.
one.
But they're like, they're teenage kids, so they're not.
And they played it together probably, and I mean, whatever. It doesn't make their opinion any less, but
No.
Yeah.
I want to play it now.
Yeah, it sounds cool actually.
Tom's number 2,
Ooh.
and Chris is number 3. Interesting.
Arc Nova
Arc
is supposed to
Nova.
be
1-1-1.
amazing.
10.
It's Tom's number 1.
Tom's
Yeah.
number 1. Broken Meeple number 1, and Board Games 1.
Narnia's number 1.
Ramas. Oh, there's a lot of reviewers I never heard of.
Or
And
Norma.
Rambling Johannes.
Yeah, Board Game Ramblings by Johannes.
I like it.
Board game railing.
Okay. I mean, Arc Nova's fine. I can't play it. It's too long.
Really?
Too
Yeah.
long.
I need
What's
to
the
modify it
playtime?
somehow. I mean, it's 360 minutes, or it's basically an hour per player,
Well,
which would be 4 hours for 4 players. I mean, but it's
Wow.
longer than that, honestly.
wow.
We went for 5 to 6 hours,
Wow.
Wow.
and I was at the end. I was kind of like, I don't think I can win this game at all. Like I knew I couldn't win, and another hour went by. You know, I'm like,
Yeah, that sucks. When you,
Like the end of
that
Monopoly.
yeah.
That blows. Yeah.
You just have to watch it happen.
Imperial Steam. I have no interest in.
Never even heard
Yeah, I
of
don't
it.
know anything about that one.
Drive-through games, number 2.
Bullet. I do remember seeing something about this.
Bullet.
Yeah, just
Number
Bullet
1 with a
time.
bullet.
Uh,
This is a Tetris type game.
is that what it was?
I
I'm
believe
trying
so.
to remember. I do remember hearing something. I was just trying to remember what it was.
Polyomino placement thingy.
Oh no, is the heart part of the name?
It
So if
is,
you
which
try-
drives me
Yeah.
insane.
If you
Actually,
try to look this up on BGG,
I think you
Can
just have
you?
to type bullet.
There's gonna be a whole series.
Yeah.
There's gonna be like Bullet Star and Bullet.
oh,
Oh, is
no.
there?
Bullet
Okay.
emoji.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Can you
shit
put
like that drives
emojis
me insane.
in BGG, Scott, or no?
What's that?
Can you type emojis in
You can.
BGG or no? Can you?
Yeah.
In the search?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Search is alphanumeric.
Yeah. Kemet.
I
I still haven't played.
have
this.
not
Like,
played that one. Is that the
I-
one where
version
there's
of
it's a co-op or is it like multiplayer? Or
I don't
You
know.
never
teams
played
or something?
Kemet?
I never
I-
have.
Really?
I'd love to play it, but
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games. It's
Ooh. I need to play it.
it's an area control.
Yeah,
Victory
it's a
point.
technology game, right? Like you
Yeah,
unlock tech. Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
played the new version of it. I played the original one,
Okay.
and I actually
Well, there's a
think
new
I,
one.
I got the crossover with the what was the other one? Not Kemet, the Greek one.
Oh, Cyclades.
Ticklies, yeah.
yeah. Like who
And
doesn't want to
I actually
control a
have
big
Vanish,
ass
too.
scorpion, man? That
Oh,
looks
I want to
awesome.
control a big ass scorpion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks rad. Or like a giant worm. I'll do a shy.
Yeah, I
Halou,
need to
why
play
not?
that.
Yeah. I actually have Venice too. I like that whole series, but Kemet's my favorite out of them.
Yeah,
I think I had to play Inish a little bit more. I think, but
I never did play.
with more people. I've only played
Yeah.
2-player.
Yeah, I need to play Inish too.
I heard lots of talk about Gutenberg, but it didn't make it on very
Yeah,
many
I heard a lot of
lists.
talk about it at BGG Con.
Don't think a lot of people have played it.
Oh,
It's-
It
okay.
was really limited
what it
supply.
was?
Like
Oh,
I don't
okay.
even know. I don't know how Tantrum House got it. If you went to Essen, you might have been able to get it, but they only had 100 copies.
Oh wow,
Oh, really?
They obviously sent one to Dice Tower and Rado and Tantrum House.
Yeah.
right? Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's probably good.
It looks good.
Yeah,
mean-
it does look good.
It's a medium weight Euro.
Yeah,
The production looks really cool. It's got these awesome like wooden tiles. So I don't know if that's all I've seen. I don't know if there's like an upgraded version that the wooden tiles are from, but that's all I've seen.
yeah. I'm sure I'll play it.
Oh,
at some
number
point.
1 from Dicebreaker,
Oof.
Matt.
Damn.
And number 6, Dice Tower Mike.
Yeah.
/film and Side Game
/film.
LLC. Unranked. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I saw it on another one too.
God, I remember. I mean, Oath sold a crap ton of copies, man.
Yeah.
Did they sell like close to 10,000 copies? Something
I'm
like
surprised
that.
it's not on more lists.
Exactly.
I think it was very hit and miss for people.
I mean, it's a
love
tricky game. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's if you don't put some time into learning that game, it can. I
remember,
I can see how it could fall down.
I remember Chris Strain was just pissed because like the solo mode wasn't the solo mode.
Right, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you buy a thing expecting
A thing.
something, and then it's not that, and you're like, well, that's not what I bought.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's not what I want. You gotta have a bad feeling about it. So maybe that happened to more people. I don't know.
That's a new micro macro, by the way. There from
That's the new one.
new one. Yep,
Okay.
Okay. I was like, micro macro. Didn't that come out like last
it
year?
did. And won the Espionage.
Yeah, right.
It won the BGG award for most unique game, I think.
Yeah.
That's a fun game to play with your family.
Is
Yeah.
it a game?
Problem is if
It's an activity.
people
an
are
enjoyable
sight
activity.
impaired, it's really hard to play
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
because you have to get your face really close to it to see all the details.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
more than two people doing that is not possible.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
really hard upside down too. Like you got
Exactly. It's really like a 1 or 2 player game.
Right. You got to huddle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Land versus PC surprised me
I heard it was good.
because I thought it was a Carcassonne sort of like clone,
Right.
but it is its own game and it's really neat.
Is it out there?
Yeah.
Let's look into that.
Yeah, it's
is it
really
different?
and it gets pretty brain burny.
Did you ever play Oceania or Oceana? It was like a little
Oceania.
2-player Carcassonne-like game from like
Rings a bell, but I
10
don't
years
think I ever
ago?
played it. Yeah, I think
it
I've
was
heard
actually really good. I wonder how different it is from this.
So it's not obvious from that tile, but when it's land versus sea, guys, like land is like 1 player and the other player is sea.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty.
how it
Yeah,
is.
it's not really obvious.
Is it a 2-player?
It is.
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
only.
3-player variant.
Okay.
But the cool thing is, all the little details are awesome.
Yeah.
There's extra rules at variants that make those things like have points connected.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like, so there was one that was, we played the caravan. I think it's called the caravan. So the longest caravan, whoever controlled it got all the points for that. So,
Huh.
and there was like caravan in the sea and caravan in the land.
Yeah.
So you could extend your caravan on the water if you were the sea, vice versa for the land.
Yeah.
So like a bit of a tug of war there, which is kind of cool.
Well,
But yeah,
if you guys,
it's
if you guys
pretty
ever need a
clever.
gateway game and Carcassonne seems like too much of a time investment, Oceania
Okay.
or Oceana.
Is
one
it
of
still
the
in
two.
print?
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't recommend
Probably
it.
not.
It might not be.
Yeah.
It'll be $800 on eBay.
I have not played Brew.
True.
I like Brew a lot.
Yeah, this was on your list, right?
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't be in the top 5, and we'll see. It might sneak in the top 10. It's at the lower range. It might not get in the top 10. I gotta look more carefully, but yeah. I enjoy it. It's a dice placement area control game. It's real cutthroat, which is why some people aren't gonna like it.
That's
Right.
It's Lance written all over it.
You can literally
Not a Scott one.
you have these 2 elemental dice, and if it's a fire, if you roll a fire, you can literally burn people's dice off of spots.
Oh, really?
That's straight up
Sounds mean.
attacking game.
Yeah, it's like pretty attacking, but it's pretty interesting. The area control in it is pretty interesting because you can really, like, there's a lot of thinkiness that goes into it. I think it suffers. It's a little longer than I want it to be.
Mm.
You know.
Have you played
Just-
El Grande?
No,
Okay.
Visually, it looks like it's a 45-minute game.
no, it's
Yeah,
not.
it does.
Like it.
Yeah, it looks lighthearted.
This
Yeah.
next one though, that looks like 3 hours.
Yes, it does.
takes 90 minutes at least every time I play it.
Huh, okay.
And sometimes can take like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
I
I'll
like
play
the art.
anything once.
Yeah, I like the art. Try it.
And the custom dice and brew are awesome.
Cool. Yeah. I like the art.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. It makes me want to watch that movie, you know? whatever,
Is it
whatever.
based on a movie.
No, but I'm just saying it looks like, like the Princess Mononoke or something where
Yeah, I think it's okay.
like a cool story happening
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
It's evocative.
This is a weird one. Like I haven't heard much of anything. I know this has been out now since Essen. So where's the reviews? This
Well,
is a
Johannes.
This is a big name designer.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Vladimir Suchi.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is a Suchi game.
Yep. I haven't heard much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rado is number 11. Which
Yeah,
Rado is
I gotta
this?
try this one. It's
It's
like.
Did you like the Prague game?
Caput Regni.
I did not. I did not.
I didn't love it either.
Yeah, it was one of those like I played it and then I was like, and then I enjoyed it and this is where my personal bias comes into play since Suchi is like in my top 3 of favorite designers and like I just and so like I was like, all right, I was like that was fun and then I played it again and I was just the second time I played it the entire time I was playing I was like it's like why isn't this more fun?
Damn it, Vladimir.
Damn you.
Yeah. Why is it I should be enjoying this more? And I was just like, and then
Could be drinking a beer right now.
Yeah, yes.
And just hanging out with these people.
Yes, exactly. Probably would have had more fun.
Trails.
This is the Target version of Parks.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
So what's the difference? Is it lighter or what's the difference?
I don't know anything about it.
Probably. I haven't played
It's
it.
a way more straightforward version of Parks without all
rules.
you're still moving in a line. It's like that linear worker placement thing.
Right. Moving, you can't go backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's cool. I like Time Track.
Yeah. I mean, I love Parks. It's really
Parks is too long though. That's my
Maybe
minor
why it
complaint.
didn't make the list.
Well, Parks is from last or 2 years ago.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
What was
Someone says Trails made this list, but Parks did not. Yeah, it's a 2021 list.
I didn't realize Parks was that old.
Mobile markets, smartphone. I never played smartphone.
Smartphone, it was very solid. To me, it didn't really do anything different or new.
Okay.
But it was very solid. Or maybe it was just so solid that it didn't feel like it did anything new, but it actually did.
Mm-hmm.
It just like everything you did, you were like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. I go over here and now I'm in the China market.
I like the little card manipulation part of it, but I saw, I didn't play it. I just saw where you're arranging your portfolio or whatever. Different actions.
It was really good. Like, I liked it. It was a good game.
Do you know anything about mobile markets?
No, I have no idea.
I do. It's like the card version of Smartphone Inc.
Oh, it's Smartphone Inc. the card game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember when everybody was like smartphone? Oh,
yes.
Smartphone.
Yeah.
And then they didn't print it for like a year.
Right.
But I think it's sold out. I think it's sold out.
Everybody was just kind of like, but name me a single person who's mentioned smartphone this
in a year.
Let's go with Exhibit A to my whole
Lance,
thing.
we're in a business that is driven by new.
No.
Cult of the new.
So
you should know.
No, and it's just like, but smartphone. You guys have a smartphone. And then
That's true. That's true.
That's so depressing, though. That's super depressing.
It.
I mean, isn't that most games though?
Yeah, that is.
Yes, but it
except for a few.
There weren't as many back then.
Didn't used to be like that. Is my whole point.
There's too many.
Well,
there's too many coming out.
Too many games coming out.
Yeah.
It's all.
You're part of the problem, Lance.
I know. I absolutely am.
Or I don't know if the games are worse. It's just.
Builders? I never heard of
this. Looks like a well-crafted game.
I am super pleased.
I think Origins looks fun.
I want to say this. I am super pleased with the way the industry is because it allows me to work within the industry and make money. So I like that. But like my critic mind, which was the only reason because I was a critic and I made videos, is the reason why I work in it now. My critic mind is like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Origins First Builders is cool. It's like about aliens coming to Earth and helping us build the ancient
That
civilization.
sounds cool. That's my jam.
is. It looks pretty
I love
cool.
that stuff.
So,
I will watch.
There's
I'll
quite
go
a lot
down
of
some
depth in this
YouTube
game.
rabbit holes, man. I love that stuff.
There's quite a lot of depths in this game. A lot of depth.
what is it, like a euro or
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
You're-
dice placement,
dice placement?
Yeah.
Okay.
but
I'll even go through dice placement. to
tile
play a
placement
game like
also.
that.
one of
I do
the
like
things that I like though is, I mean, so much of board and dice, like their stuff is too heavy for me most of the time. This is one that actually is like that medium weight that I could.
Oh, okay.
I was in your
I
threshold.
thought it was
okay.
heavier than it looked. I mean, I thought. It looked,
Interesting.
I think it's like a 3 on the BD.
Right.
yeah, 3.3. Yeah,
Yeah.
3. Okay.
Yeah. I'll have to play it. I love that theme. So
Yeah.
Savannah Park's on my list. I got it here. I got a copy sitting right here at home.
Hey,
I haven't played it. What good are you, Scott?
I don't love the cover.
No, I don't love it either. The artwork is kind of minimal,
Yeah.
Is it?
but the game is supposed to be pretty good. It's it's Cromer and Kiesling.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I think it's Cromer and Kiesling. It's definitely Cromer.
Kiesling was like, nah.
Wolfgang Kramer.
Yeah,
Well, you
maybe
can click
next
and
time.
see if you wanted to. Is that it? That's the top.
That was
40?
it.
Oh, interesting. That's not
Top-
as many games as I thought. it
Top
would be.
47.
I think it
Top
hasn't been
47.
updated with all
Yeah.
everybody's stuff yet.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's weird how you see the code at the end of each
What they're doing with the code?
one.
Ugh.
Well, that's as good as any way to end the
Yeah, yeah.
episode, I suppose.
Got to get going.
All right.
But thank you, Evan, for bringing that to our attention.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I've been kind of following that list, obviously, just to see where my game lives up and down, but
Where
but,
have you-
it's a
It's
good
on
list.
there. That's elite. I mean, that's
I know,
a big
right?
deal. I mean, a lot of games came out, and there's only 40 games on that list right now. 41. Like out of hundreds and hundreds of games that came out last year.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
And no, when I started playing games, you know what, Alan? Fine, whatever.
Are you fighting with the chat again?
No, you know, I mean, Alan, I will be at a
Baby.
convention at some point, and you know,
Gonna get the beat down.
No.
The Minnesota nice beat down.
Just gotta say, you're gonna have to back up your words, buddy. All right, everybody, we will meet again in the new year. So
Yeah.
be safe, be good.
Right.
I don't know. Anybody got a resolution that they want to share?
I got a lot of things I should do, but that hasn't changed since last year.
Yeah. Why make
I'm gonna cut my
promises you
hair.
can't keep?
There you go.
You
Ooh,
know,
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna,
shave.
but your strength will go away, Ollie.
Samson.
Look at this craziness.
That's
Never in a
pretty long,
million years
man.
would I have thought I would have hair like this.
That's
Just let it
long,
grow.
dude.
Just why? It's just gonna grow back.
I'm in the
man.
same
Don't
boat,
bother
Scott.
cutting it.
I'm on the edge of cutting it.
You
I
guys
think
can
I'm gonna go
do.
through the
You
winter.
guys can do the shampoo commercial thing.
My wife asks me all the time if I'm ever gonna cut my hair, and I'm like, you know, time will take it eventually.
Do you think she's giving you a hint?
She said that if I ever had a skullet, my key wouldn't work in the door anymore.
What's this?
Skullets when you're bald, but you
You keep a ring of hair, like a
Keep
like
a
a
ring.
You
Like
keep
a
the
car,
horseshoe.
like-
You keep
It's
the
you're
horseshoe and
bald
let it
here
grow.
up, but the rest is just a mullet back here.
You're like-
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So it's a skullet. And
My-
horseshoe.
My wife told me in no uncertain terms, it's time to shave.
How much you
She
got
was-
up there?
Are you
Tip
talking about?
forward?
She's talking about your beard.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Wait,
beard.
is she gonna stop loving you because you grew a beard?
Yes.
Probably.
Well, then she isn't. Then you know what? What if you said to her, you walked up
If
to
it
her
was
and
meant
said,
to
you know
be,
what,
it was
honey?
meant to be.
You know what, honey? I'm gonna need you to do this, or else I don't think I could love you anymore. You know, that would be she would be like, frick you.
I'm
No,
out.
man. Yeah, just
Pretty
just
much.
grave before shave, Evan. Grave before shave. Just
Pick your battles, Evan.
The
I don't
beard
think
you
your
got.
beard's one of them.
No, it's going. It's going.
Grant,
No,
Grant,
she would still love me. She would still love me.
Grant needs to grow back his mountain man. He
Right?
does.
Yeah.
He's got to get it
I
back.
don't know. I still like the Wyatt. So does Jed, actually. The
No,
luscious
I mean
stash,
the
as she calls
the
it.
stash is amazing, and plus it's
impressive.
it's one of the best moments in. Well, I shouldn't say he's got a lot of great moments in the stand up, but that's a good moment when he pulls the mask off and he's like, oh, check this out. Yeah, it's It's like if people aren't expecting that. And what's the line you use, Grant? What's the line for that again? I can't remember. It's like,
I love having a surprise mustache.
yes. And it's like, I forget what it was. I don't want to do your line for you, but it's like normal, and then I pull it down, and all of a sudden, what's going on here? So I forget what it was.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's like, hey, you just thought I was a nice fella. Nope, major creep.
No, yeah, it was
The power of the mustache.
My wife still quotes jokes from the stand-up.
Oh,
Yeah, man, it's funny.
That's nice.
When you come into Dallas,
I don't know. I've never
never.
been able to get into Texas that well.
There's not a lot of comedy clubs in Dallas. I think there's probably like one.
There's a few.
Is
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Austin's pretty big.
I can't think of why can't I think of his name right now. The stand-up comic, and he was talking about how he was like when I was he talking about guns, and he said when I was in my 20s and I was working on a roof in Texas.
A
guy
what, Lance?
said- you
I'm
heard
sorry,
it.
a what?
Roof.
And
Rough.
what and he said, hey, I just got a brand new gun, and there's that burnt out truck at the end of the street. You want to go take some
seen this.
Bill
Who is
Burr.
that?
Bill Burr.
It
He's
is
like,
Bill
you want to
Burr,
go? You want to
yeah.
go take a few shots at it when we take our break? And then and everybody, and he's like, see, it's just Texas. I told this story in New York a week ago, and everybody was looking at me like, what? But here in Texas, you're like, yeah, shoot a gun at the old burnt out car down the street. Yeah, seems
Why not?
plausible. Go on.
And
What's the rest of the story?
I have my son out there. He's 12. What's your point?
The new Jim Gaffigan is out. It's pretty good.
is it? I haven't seen
I
it.
laughed.
Yeah,
I
they
laughed a few
started-
times pretty darn hard.
I haven't
felt
watched.
like-
I think I've watched
if-
a lot of Bill Burr and not much else comedy wise.
I have seen him in concert. He is
Jim Gaffigan. He gets a little mean in this one.
Does he?
yeah, he does.
A little meaner than usual.
He is funny. He's for a guy who works clean.
Second best comedian in comedy.
Yeah.
Grant Lyon, #1.
Second only to Grand Lion.
Yeah.
Thanks, fellas.
I
No,
need to see
that's-
the show.
It was,
Do you have
it was
anything
a good
pay-per-view
show,
or
man.
anything like that? Do
Do I what?
you have anything pay-per-view like on Amazon or anything? No.
He's got this album coming out
No, the album, yeah.
Yeah.
for a year and a half now.
I mean, I can give you an unlisted video to the album video.
That'd be cool.
Inside track.
Inside info.
Yeah. So it's basically the album, but just on video.
On a video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I would like to listen to that.
Sure.
Chat link.
Bunch of freebies.
Chat link.
Chat link. Grab your chat and hit
yeah.
the link in your chat link. That's my son when he was 6, he was in a performance, and he had a song called Cold Snap. It was about it's
Snap.
cold snap. Cold
Oh
snap.
my gosh.
Yeah, it's like grab your coat and mittens and hat for the cold snap. We still this day we still sing it. My daughter just came out of her room looking at me like I'm insane. Go to bed. Good night.
1:30.
You who picked.
When I was a
picked
kid,
up-
I could never stay up to 1:30. How is that possible?
I
was
have
passed
to.
out
I
face
have
down
to.
for sure.
My son will stay up until 4 a.m. if I let him. I have to walk in his room,
4?
take his phone away, turn off the lights.
Yeah.
You know,
Oof.
he'll stay up and watch anime or
Yeah.
whatever. He is a
Oh,
night.
you don't shut
night
off the
owl like me.
internets.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, I
Oh, I
always
mean,
was too.
not over break. I mean, we're on.
Oh, you're on
Christmas
break. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so
fair.
I mean, if it's a school night, it's like, give me the phone, give me this. You know, turn off the
If you
TV,
shut off
go
the
to bed.
internet, then they can't access anything, right?
Well, like they said,
Phones will still connect.
the best way to find your kids is change the Wi-Fi password. Yeah, it's just-
I
Where's
Well,
this
do-
link, Grant?
do they
I'm
have
waiting
data plans?
patiently. No, we're on unlimited. We've been on unlimited for.
Oh, there we go.
We
there we
do.
go.
We do.
Do they
during-
have,
we
do they
do
have
during-
children plans for that? Like where you can
No,
shut
but
off?
but during the school week, they have a maximum of 2 hours on the Wi-Fi, and then they're
Is there an app for that?
There's a way you can with Apple phones. There's a thing where basically you can
Screen time.
Well, yeah, you can
There we go.
limit the apps, right? You
Right.
can go in and you can
yeah.
actually use
What
the
a
apps. and,
monster
like,
you are.
So you can, so like, you can't use TikTok anymore. You can't use, you can't use YouTube anymore. You can't use this, that, and the other thing. And so, but they can use it to like go on the internet to like find if they're doing something for schoolwork or stuff like that. And occasionally they'll say, can I get more time? And depending upon if they've, done enough, like if did they do a chore or something like that, sure, go clean out the cat litter box and take the garbage out, and I'll give you a half hour more time. So it's just work release.
Feeling and dealing.
Do you guys want to see my first 3-minute movie ever? I mean, I won't subject everybody to it, but I'll just give you the link here.
Okay.
It's my first movie ever. It's not great, but it was for like a little, because I'm in a little acting class.
Oh,
That was Grant's.
Oh
Yeah, I
my
think I
gosh,
bookmarked
you're
that.
clean shaven.
Me?
In this video.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any facial hair until the pandemic.
Who is this unmasked man?
Yeah.
It's not the white we know.
Who
and
even is
love.
that guy?
You look like you want to sell me a Xerox printer.
He was such a young lad.
Yeah, good for you.
When'd you record this, Evan?
I did this. We finished editing it like last week.
Nice.
It's
Is that the store?
That's at the coffee shop. Yeah.
Is all that art for sale?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There's actually some really cool stuff.
I
out
like
there.
that typewriter.
Yeah, the artist is actually pretty. It's very
And the
like
pig. Oh,
like it takes a lot of cultural references, and
how much is where the wild things are? Thing?
I think that one was like 70 or something. I don't remember.
70. Wow.
And it folds in the middle. There's like a.
Oh, okay. So you can break it down.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Why are you thinking you might need it? It would
I got
probably
a
be
spot
another
for something
70
like
to ship.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not like I can come pick it up.
All right. Well, I'm excited. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna spend the next hour of my life watching Grant tell me jokes.
I mean, you've
Cool.
already heard the album.
Yeah, I've already heard the album, but now I can watch you in person acting out the laughs and the jokes.
Yep.
So, all right, now we're gonna go. Everybody, be careful. If you're going out, just I don't know. You probably shouldn't.
Don't.
But if you're going out, be careful and be safe and all that. And we'll see you
I
back.
think we're doing
here.
a live stream over on BGGA if anybody wants to hang out on that.
Will you want to fly me and my family into Dallas? And
BGG
we'll
virtual.
show up?
What's that?
Oh,
Just game night, like on Twitch. Like we'll just be playing stuff.
send me the link, man.
When is that?
New Year's Eve.
Oh, New Year's. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, put it up on the.
I'll put it in Alaboom. I'll tell Lincoln and Nikki to expect people to drop in.
Sounds good.
Yeah, if I have
Although
time, I'll
it's
drop in.
A little weird. We'd have to work it out. But
Cool.
it is possible.
All right. Happy New Year, fellas.
Yep.
Happy New Year.
I
all.
appreciate you hanging out.